All right. What is up, guys? Good morning. How are you guys doing there? I didn't actually expect to do another live stream, but there was a video that I ran across last night that interrupted, the normal video making process that I normally go through. And I just had to take a breather just a bit because I was just thrown completely off. I didn't know what was specifically happening. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know how to, um, I guess you could say, in a sense, um, think about the topic that was taking place or that was mentioned because I was thrown off. So there's an artist by the name of SZA, and she was on the Drew Barrymore show. And she says something like, that was a little bit odd. That was a little bit weird to me. So I'm going to play this directly for you. I also got some more videos as well, but I'm going to play this directly for you so that you can get an understanding of what I'm referencing.
I was so excited when I heard the song with my name in the title.
It was inspired by you. It wasn't just titled after you. The energy that you carry. Even my outfit is inspired by the way you've made me feel my entire life. Like the carefree, the understanding. Like when you don't understand. Okay, so I wrote you this letter that I never sent you, but it talked about how, I guess, when you're younger and you're a Black woman, there's not a lot of examples all the time. And one of the few lovely white women that I looked up to so much on television, it was you, because you were so yourself. You were quirky. Your smile wasn't perfect. I have like a slight speech impediment, and people laugh all the time. And you're like, what is SZA saying? And it's like a running joke. But it's like, I love the way you talk and like just all the you-ness of you, your laugh, even in the movies and in real life. It's very much, it just reminds me of all the things about myself that make me nervous, but on you, it shines so brightly. You gave me permission to like be myself and feel like this is so cool and so not whatever. Like, I just love it. All your old photo shoots, I looked them up. Like, you've always been a pinnacle to me. I love you, too.
Okay, so help me if just to work with me here, because when I hear this video and I listen to what I'm seeing, as I'm identifying this as a Black woman, correct? A melanated woman. She's on the Drew Barrymore show, which is a white woman in front of a white television audience. And she is saying that originally she did not love herself. No matter where she looked, she could not identify or find, because she's paused at a minute. Because I want people to realize she's telling a white woman that, hey, I looked everywhere and I couldn't really find a positive example of, and she paused and she was like, yada, 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 started bigging up Drew Barrymore. So I'm like, hold on. So I'm like, so SZA's like 35. So I'm like, you grew up during the 90s. So wait a minute. So we had R&B and soul, right? Matter of fact, not even R&B and soul part. So we had Parenthood. We had Mark Curry and his show Hanging with Mr. Cooper. We had In the House, right? We had Sister Sister. We had, like the Holly Berries directly out there. We got the Janet Jacksons directly out there. We got the Macy Gray, the Lauryn Hill. You got the Bill Cosby show. You got A Different World. You got Living Single. Like, I can keep listing shows that have positive representation of Black women. So I'm a little bit concerned and I'm a little bit confused on how it is that I'm able to look at the image of a Black woman on a white woman's show in front of a white audience. And she is telling that white woman that because you are who you are, you made me love myself and be fine in the skin that I'm in as a Black woman. I'm a little bit confused. And I'm just I'm just putting my thoughts directly out there. Let me know if I'm incorrect. Maybe I'm misinterpreting her words. Maybe she's just saying that, hey, she as a woman was looking at another woman who was odd and that was quirky. And, she couldn't really find that, directly out there on the landscape. And this is why I brought up Living Single, because if you look at Living Single, there was a quirky woman directly on there, right? And she was engaged and married to Overton, who was the handyman directly on the show on Living Single. So, and again, and this is just off the dome. This ain't me having let me dig through some research to try to find some this and that in black sitcoms. No, this is just directly off the dome, and I can list many more. You can even go back to Raven Simone when she had That's So Raven. She was quirky. That was a part of her character. She was quirky and she was awkward on that show because of the powers that she had and how she felt that she would get treated if people found out that she has these premonitions and she could see, directly into the future and all this other type of stuff and know that things are happening. So, like I said, I can go through different types of television shows and or cartoons that dealt with black girls and black women where it showed that quote unquote quirkiness that she said that she couldn't find a representation of when it was somebody that looked like her. Like I said, and you have a lot of young black girls, and this is what I try to tell people before. You have a lot of young black girls, a lot of young black women that look up to somebody like SZA. And I want people to sit up there and understand the way that SZA looks now is not how she looked originally. If you want to see how she looks originally, look at her when she was originally with Drake. She was in her natural form. She was in base form. This is SZA in her fourth form, if not fifth, because she had quite a bit of work done. And then you have young black girls looking up to SZA, looking at her like, oh, she's so beautiful. She's so natural. She's so this. She paid for a lot of stuff because she originally did not love herself. And that is what she is conveying and saying directly on national TV in front of a white woman. Just imagine if I, as a black man, was like, yo, Justin Timberlake, bro, when I sat up there, saw you with the S curl, I saw you with the cornrows, I saw you, with the jeans set and everything. I saw the swag that you had. Like, yo, because of how you are as a white man and you embrace that, you made me secure and love who I am as a black man. Imagine if I said any lunacy like that on social media or in front of white people. Do you understand how, as a black man, I would be torn apart? I would be torn asunder. There would not be an atom left to stretch across the universe. That's how badly I would have been torn apart by the black community all over. But you got her sitting up here doing this. You have her literally doing this. Nothing. And I'm like, you have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. You have to. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pink. It was Sinclair. Thank you. She was with Overton during the time. Like I said, like, yo, it's crazy out here. This is what? Hold on, let me just, like I said, because we got some people that might have just got here. Yo, we got Officer Haku. Yo, in the last live stream, I actually mentioned you, brother. But I know you were like busy and stuff. But yeah, let me just replay this one more time, just because we got about like 49 people in here. So let me just replay this so y'all can hear what it is that is taking place.
I was so excited when I heard the song with my name in the title.
It was inspired by you. It wasn't just titled after you. The energy that you carry. Even my outfit is inspired by the way you've made me feel my entire life. Like the carefree, the understanding. Like when you don't understand. Okay, so I wrote you this letter that I never sent you. But it talked about how, I guess, when you're younger and you're a black woman, there's not a lot of examples all the time. And one of the few lovely white women that I looked up to so much on television, it was you, because you were so yourself. You were quirky. Your smile wasn't perfect. I have like a slight speech impediment and people laugh all the time. And you're like, what is SZA saying? And it's like a running joke. But it's like, I love the way you talk and like just all the you-ness of you, your laugh, even in the movies and in real life. It's very much, it just reminds me of all the things about myself that make me nervous, but on you, it shines so brightly. You gave me permission to like be myself and feel like this is so cool and so not whatever. Like, I just love it. All your old photo shoots, I looked them up. Like, you've always been the pinnacle to me. I love you, Drew.
So this is the question that I have. So, right, usually what a lot of people like to say when it deals with the black community is that black men aren't there, right? Okay, cool. So we're going to exit the black men stage left. What is left is basically black women, right? So that means you got sisters, that means you got aunts, you got mothers, you got grandmothers, right? You even got stepsisters. So I'm just trying to figure out, even if she wasn't able to find a representation of somebody that looked like her, whatnot, or whatever, shouldn't you have female family members that you look up to, that you love, that you idolize? How did you remove the black community or any positive imagery from the 90s and the early 2000s of the black community, any of the positive artists or the writers that were directly up, out there, and then you removed also the black women from your family, all to sit up there and say that this white woman, in a sense, made you capable and the woman that you are today because she inspired you. The way that you're dressing today is because of, Drew Barrymore. I wrote you a letter that I never, sent because you inspired me, so much. Everything that I found imperfect, I saw perfect in you, and you were that reflection. I am you and you are me. Wow. That's a wow. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. And this is why I sit up there and tell y'all, when I got examples of what it is that I'm talking about, I'm going to show you guys that example so that you can't say that I'm crazy. Because I feel crazy just hearing this, watching this and hearing this. Like, I'm still in disbelief. Like I said before, let me put it to you like this. I grew up in a single parent household, right? My mom, my aunt, my grandmother. At no point in time did I ever have the thought process of like, all right, I got these, the black women here that, they're sitting up there, with me. They've been with me for the longest existence, da, 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 da. You know what? This white man right here made me realize that it is okay to be a black man. This is the white man I'm going to look up to because I never had a father or whatnot, whatever. I never in my life, I looked up to my friends' fathers, any of the girls that I was dating during my younger years. I'm like, yeah, I'm looking up to their fathers or men in their family, right? I'm looking up to the black male teachers that I had. I'm looking up to the black male neighbors that I got. Like mentally, this is where I am. I'm like, all right, I might be missing something here, but there's obviously positivity somewhere. There's obviously black men that exist. So it's like I might not have the image of the father physically, but I can sit up there and look up or look at the positivity that black men are showing, and I can look up to that and build something upon that. And that's what I did. So I'm a little bit confused on how, if I was able to do this from a single parent household, being a quote unquote statistic like everybody likes to say, to how somebody like her couldn't do that. I'm baffled at that. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to do anything like that. But this is a clear cut example of what it looks like when you, as a quote unquote black person, hate yourself. You hate the skin that you are in, and you're looking for somebody else out there who is different from you to make you love who it is or what it is that you are. And that's crazy. That's 100% crazy. Wow. That is crazy. Boy, Shania said, what did she say? Hold on, I'll play it one more time and then we'll go to the next video. So I got y'all one more time.
When I heard the song with my name in the title,
It was inspired by you. It wasn't just titled after you. The energy that you carry. Even my outfit is inspired by the way you've made me feel my entire life. Like the carefree, the understanding. Like when you don't understand. Okay, so I wrote you this letter that I never sent you, but it talked about how, I guess, when you're younger and you're a black woman, there's not a lot of examples all the time. And one of the few lovely white women that I looked up to so much. On television, it was you because you were so yourself. You were quirky. Your smile wasn't perfect. I have like a slight speech impediment and people laugh all the time. And you're like, what is this saying? And it's like a running joke. But it's like, I love the way you talk and like just all the you-ness of you, your laugh, even in the movies and in real life. It's very much, it just reminds me of all the things about myself that make me nervous, but on you, it shines so brightly. You gave me permission to like be myself and feel like this is so cool and so not whatever. Like, I just love it. All your old photo shoots, I looked them up. Like, you've always been the pinnacle to me. I love you.
This, the funny thing is, this would have been, if she was talking to, let's say, like a Jennifer Hudson or something like that, this would have been dope. This would have actually been a pretty great moment to have on national TV, where you have a younger black woman bigging up another black woman who came up through the industry. That would have been a very beautiful moment. I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what this is. Like I said before, I don't know what this is. So again, when I have conversations and I'm talking to you guys about the black community, and I tell how, in a sense, divided and broken that we are, I'm talking about these examples. Like, these are just clear-cut examples. The problem is, these are the outward examples that we can clearly see. We have a lot of people that walk like this in the black community every single day, but they make sure to keep that tucked inside, because they know what's going to happen if people understand who it is that they are and how it is that they see themselves and who it is that they also idolize. Crazy. It's crazy work out here. Crazy work. So next video that we got directly up here is something on a subject that I've touched on before when it dealt with race relations, when it dealt with black people and Mexican people. This one is actually, it's a little bit shorter, but it's very interesting if you pay very close attention to the wording and also the pictures that are there.
All it self directs the joint. Cause you all on your live got everybody behind you saying nigga K and you saying crab K and all that, bro. You trying to start a race war or something? Like, and what's so crazy? I had a phone call with my Mexican partners, and we know we ain't gonna start a race war over you. You wanna know why? Cause niggas don't consider you a real Mexican. Like, cause and who cares though? That don't even matter to us. But you being disrespectful, posting it, knowing that niggas is watching. You see his followers on there. Oh yeah, they on here, nigga. And you got all that, y'all nigga K, crab K, and like, come on, cuz. I would say stop playing. And you just did a show with all black niggas. Niggas wasn't saying that all at the show. Come on, cuz. And even if that's how you feel, keep your shit in private. When you trying to do this shit, when you in position, you have black supporters. Hey, this
right. So the young man that he's talking about is the one that's in the orange or the red hoodie. So it looks a little bit different on my screen. So he should be to the lower right-hand side of your screen. He decided and this is from the words of the other artist that's mainly talking, that dude is Mexican. When you look at him, he looks a little bit odd. But if you were to look in the black community at some point in time, it'd be like, oh, that dude, he looked black. I seen some young dudes in school, and hey, black. No. And this is another thing that I brought up to a lot of people before, and I specifically was talking to the Mexican community on how it is. How can you be so proud to be Mexican, but you decide to slight the darker complected Mexicans that are there? Like, there are Mexicans directly out there that are darker than me. Understand what I'm saying? But those are not the Mexicans that they decide to show you. They make sure to show you the lightest ones. It's like when you want to see some actual Indians, they'll show you the light. I'm talking about Indians from India. They will show you the lightest ones. Or when you want to see some people from Brazil, South America, they'll try to show you the lightest ones. They're not going to show you the darkest ones there. Just like when it deals with the Dominicans, they'll make sure to show you the lightest ones. They're not going to show you the darkest ones. And they do this all the time, everywhere around the planet. They got dark Asians. You really think they're going to show that on national TV? No, they are not. They're going to show you the lightest ones that are closest to white. White is purity. That is exactly what they're going to do. And that's what everybody else does as well. This is why on certain islands, out there in the Caribbean or whatnot or whatever, you got a lot of people that like to bleach their skin. They like to use that cake soap and all this other type of stuff to get that lighter appearance because they're ashamed of the melanin that they have because they've been told that it is ugly, it is this, it is that, it is poor, and all this other type of stuff. So it has a negative connotation attached to it. So they want to get rid of that so they can be looked at as some, type of good. And then you got the young dude right there trying to, say all of this stuff online, trying to cause problems in between, the blacks out there and the Mexicans out there. And you got something like, yeah, we ain't falling for this. It ain't happening. And like I said, shout out to him and like I said, obviously the guy in the black, he's older. So, he has a little bit of, wiseness directly to him. And he's like, yeah, we ain't doing this. He ain't about to catch us slipping like that. He ain't about to do nothing. And this also goes to something that people have said before, that a lot of times you got some plants directly out there and they are, agents of chaos directly out there. And that is, what it is that they're meant to do. Cause chaos, cause, problems and, all of this, other type of stuff. So, I just wanted to, put that one out there because, far too many times we see people falling for a lot of bait, falling for a lot of situations and feeding directly into the types of negativity that put directly out there. And like I said before, you're starting to have a transition where even some of the ones that might be, out there in the street, they're starting to be like, yeah, we ain't going for that. We might have went for some stupid stuff before, but yeah, we ain't going for this. Right. So the next one I want to showcase, I'm not sure for some of you guys, I'm pretty sure everybody here has TikTok, and that it's countdown up until the 19th when quote unquote, TikTok is going to be here or not be here, which is quite odd because I'm like, why would you wait until the 19th when on the 20th Trump is going to be inaugurated? I'm a little bit confused. So the Biden administration is like, hey, all right, before he basically gets here, we're going to basically have whatever happens with TikTok. And this is why, I tried to tell people before that people got to realize anything that has been taking place at this moment in time, this is a part of the Biden administration. It is not the Trump administration. It is still the Biden administration. Trump is not officially in here up until the 20th of this month. But for whatever reason, people forget timelines and they are just all over the place. Like a lot of people right now feel that Trump has been in office ever since he won the election. I'm like, that's not how it works. Like that's not how government works. That is not, how, government works. But again, we got TikTok and you have people flying over the Red Note. I'm actually on quite a few apps at this moment in time. And as I'm talking to you guys on this live stream, I actually downloaded Red Note. Red Note is a Chinese app. And the matter of fact, let me just go into the video. And I think this is somebody on Red Note or maybe somebody who contributed, but this is a message that they had directly out there online.
From TikTok, I am Abe from China, and I just want to say it's so amazing to have you here. For so long, we haven't really been able to connect or talk to each other like this, but now we finally can, and it feels so special. This is such a real chance for us to really get to know each other and maybe create something amazing together. It's not always easy. We are from different place, different culture, and yeah, there are policy issues too. But that's exactly what makes it so exciting. So yeah, I just want to say you are not just welcome here. I really, really hope you will stay.
小红书
Right. So we were able to hear
Hey,
that, right? And that was, somebody directly there from China or maybe associate, whatnot, whatever. So what's taking place, of course, is people are afraid and pretty much jumping ship off of TikTok or at least going to other platforms because they don't know what's happening and everything is up in the air. And the whole main thing with the United States government trying to ban TikTok, they were like, oh, it's China. They're taking information, misuse, and they're going to try to do this and try to do that. And this is why I repeatedly over the years, before people were really on TikTok, I repeatedly tried to tell people over the years, I'm like, if you're worried about anybody taking your information and stealing it, you should be worried about your own government. Your own government taking and stealing your information. This is why I always keep talking about 9/11. This is why I always keep talking about the Patriot Act. And again, this is This was before I was able to vote. And you had grown adults that voted directly towards the Patriot Act because they were in fear of, 9/11 and everything that took place because of the propaganda that the United States is very great at. And that's the thing that people don't realize. That is the one thing that a lot of people do not happen to realize is the propaganda that the United States will happen to push. They will, make us seem like the saviors, like, oh, we're going over here to, defend this country and to, help them in this war or this coup or whatnot or whatever. We're sending aid over here and yada, 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 and all this other type of stuff. But when you happen to listen to the news from other countries about what America is doing or what America is actually about, it's the whole reverse. Or in certain instances, some people can technically be biased and they will just try to give you both sides of the story and let you figure out from the information what you believe, what you don't believe, who you feel is on this side and who you feel is on that side. America will always portray themselves as being on the greater side of good. America will never portray themselves as being evil, even when they're doing it. Case in point, look at American history. No matter what evil America has done to natural people that have always been here, indigenous people, they will always portray themselves as trying to save somebody. They'll be like, the indigenous people, before we got here, the indigenous people, they were just slaughtering each other. Slaughtering each other. And we came in, we created Thanksgiving, we founded this great country, and we worked together in order to make America what it is at this moment in time. That's what makes America great. No matter what they do, they will always be the greater good of the story every single time. And I'm like, nobody understands what's going on. Nobody sees this wizardry that is taking place. And it's allowed to take place. And then right now at this moment in time, because of how people feel about the climate, they want to try to change the writings and the history books and get rid of a lot of the atrocities that have taken place in America and try to either omit those or try to rewrite them so that they have a nicer narrative. But like I said before, going back to 9/11 and Patriot Act, the United States government was, spying, stealing information from American people. They told everybody that, hey, we got to, we're looking for these terrorists. We're looking for these weapons of mass destruction. We're looking for these sleeper cells. And they were going through all the telecommunications. They were going through all of your emails. They were going through your voicemails. And it was to the point where you can go back and look far enough and you saw lawsuits that were taking place because the American people were like, yo, they were outdone. They were like, yo, how are you going to sit up there and say that you were doing this for us, but you were going behind our backs? You were using this as a cover to spy on us. You weren't looking for a terrorist. You were just looking for a legal avenue in order for you to do the things that you've always wanted to do. And that's what's taking place. And like I told you guys before, all of this is about control because they can't control the narrative and the information that is being given out on TikTok. They want to be able to either control it or they want to make sure that you can no longer have access to that information. And you have to ask yourself this question, right? If at the moment in time, the United States government, let's say on the 19th, they ban TikTok and the whole United States is like, yo, it's illegal for you as a United States citizen to have TikTok on your phone. Explain to me, how would they make sure that you don't have TikTok or you're not using some other method? And then on top of that, what are they going to specifically do if you do have TikTok on your phone? That would mean if they can actually still know that you have TikTok on your phone and you're still using it, that would mean that they have access to your information, correct? That would mean that they would be able to spy on you somehow, some way, through data or whatnot, or whatever. It doesn't matter if it's an update, data, or whatnot, or what have you. Because there's a multitude of methods of still having apps or still having access to different things and still being able to use it. So, like I said before, somehow, some way, depending on what the United States government does, they're going to open up a Pandora's box that they do not want to open up or quote unquote reopen. Because it's going to make you look sideways at the government again. But somehow, some way, somebody's going to make it seem as though that, oh, well, the government has to, look out for the best interest of the people. And, sometimes they may have to do things that we're not okay with, but it's all for our safety. Again, these are the same things that a lot of dummies were saying during the whole thing of the Patriot Act and the war on terrorism. And I want to go back and tell people, because of the propaganda, they told you that weapons of mass destruction exist. I told you guys and showed you guys maps on Call of Duty where it was called WMD, which is weapons of mass destruction. You play that map, there were no weapons of mass destruction. There was ammunitions, there were normal missiles, there were no weapons of mass destruction. So that was a joke within a joke. If you go back to the last dinner that Bush Jr. basically had, he was making jokes about we didn't find any weapons of mass destruction. They got to be out there somewhere. And all of those people out there laughed. All of the journalists, everybody out there laughed. That was them laughing in front of all of the American people, knowing the fact that you sacrificed your kids, you sacrificed your family, you sacrificed your lives all over a lie that the United States government propagated. So this is now going into the whole thing dealing with Red Note and the app, and again how the American people are basically giving, as the American government has said, like, oh, TikTok, we're, they're taking our information. Now, since you threaten people with taking away TikTok, now you got the American people willfully going over to China. They're willfully giving over their information to China by, going directly to this app. So, like I said, now there should be no fear because we're willfully sitting up there doing it. But I told you guys before, if the American government is afraid of China, then realistically, why are all of our cell phones made over there? Every computer, every game system, every cell phone that I got is made over there in China. All the parts and all of that. So I'm a little bit confused. How afraid of China are you actually? Or is this yet again just some type of form of control, like I told you guys before? Because again, if you're really afraid of China, that would mean that you would start to move back and open up a lot of these factory jobs here. You would make sure that the American people would have the factory jobs. You would make sure that Americans are actually building the cell phones, building the computers, building this, building that. We wouldn't be dependent on China for certain types of parts, where they could just sit up there and say like, oh, well, you got these tariffs. We're going to stop you from getting these certain types of metals and all this other type of stuff that we, freely just got over here in stock. We're just going to, stop that real quick since you want to play these games. It's also to the point, which I'm not sure if people are paying attention, because I got to bring this up because I didn't do the video yet. Matter of fact, let me slide that video directly in here. You have somebody in Canada, not sure if y'all saw it or not. He was basically saying that, yo, y'all keep playing around with these y'all keep playing around with these tariffs. Canada's going to cut off your power. This dude literally said, I'm like, yo, that is wild. I'm like, hold on, what do you mean Canada's going to sit up there and and cut off our power? I'm like, that's some diabolical work right there. Let me see if I can find this this clip real quick, because I'm like, that completely threw me off. I'm like, excuse me. Maybe I can, let me see. It might take me a minute to actually get it because I got a lot of videos back here. Let me see. I got to go to custom. But yeah. Let me know how y'all feel about the whole thing dealing with TikTok while I'm scrolling through trying to find. I found it right there. So let me let y'all hear this.
As I mentioned to the Prime Minister, the rest of the premiers, we need to be ready. We need to be ready to fight. This fight is coming 100% on January the 20th or January 21st. We don't know what extent this fight's going to go to, but we need to line up everything that we're going to tariff and make sure that the tariff, the money that's coming from these tariffs, don't go into a federal bank account sitting there somewhere. It needs to be immediately distributed right across the province equally, and we'll be able to support the companies, the factories, the workers for any issues that they're facing at the time. So it's a good start.
Did he give you any details of where those retaliatory tariffs would be aimed on American goods?
No, Chrystia Freeland's going to put a list together. We're going to put our list together, and I'm sure the other provinces will as well. But we will go to the full extent, depending on how far this goes. We will go to the extent of cutting off their energy, going down to Michigan, going down to New York State, and over to Wisconsin. I don't want this to happen, but my number one job is to protect Ontario.
Let me just rewind it real quick.
Down to Michigan, going down to New York State, and over as well. But we will go to the full extent, depending on how far this goes. We will go to the extent of cutting off their energy, going down to Michigan.
Let me
going
do that
down
one
to
more
New York
time.
as well, but we will go to the full extent, depending how far this goes. We will go to the extent of cutting off their energy, going down to Michigan, going down to New York State, and over to Wisconsin. I don't want this to happen, but my number one job is to protect Ontario, Ontarians and Canadians as a whole, since we're the largest province.
So we all heard that. Just I had to play that. Sorry, I had to play that 3 times because I wanted to make sure that people specifically heard what it is that he stated. He was like, "Yeah, this you keep sitting up there playing with Canada. Hey, we're gonna be cutting off some power. We're gonna be cutting off some power. We're gonna go down to Michigan. We're gonna go down to New York. We're gonna go down to Wisconsin. Yeah." He's like, that whole deal. So I want people to understand. A lot of things have consequences. And I want people to understand that America is not as efficient as it should be. That also goes with our power grid as well. You got everybody else around the world that has upgraded power lines, their power grids, all this other type of stuff. We have a failing infrastructure, and it's been failing for a very long time. People have stated before that, even when it deals with the way that we have our energy and whatnot set up, like our power grid, if you were to throw like a match in there, everything is done. We're back to like the Stone Age. That's how bad it is. And you can only blame the government for that. Because again, how many billions upon hundreds of billions of dollars upon hundreds of billions of dollars have they set up there and sent directly to every other country? Matter of fact, go back and do your research when Donald Rumsfeld was talking back during a press conference before 9/11. They were supposed to do an audit, and they said that they lost track of like $2 trillion. Go back of recently and look up how the Pentagon sat up there and failed an audit, and they don't know where hundreds of billions, if not more, money has basically went. Go back and look at some of the stories that I've given you guys, showcasing all of this, and also showcasing the fact that they have a plane. For the lifespan of that plane, it is worth, I think, was 1.7 trillion, and you had $100 million plane that they set up there and lost, and it just crashed and whatever. Like I said, you have a whole bunch of money management that is that is taking place in the government. And the government, and these are the same people that sit up there and tell us, oh, we need you to sit up there and pay taxes. We need you to actually pay more taxes. Oh, you just got your paycheck that we already taxed. Guess what? Buy these items so we can sit up there and tax you again. Oh, guess what? You're going to sit up there and invest in this other currency right here. We're going to take 45% directly of that, even though we already taxed you. Like, you're getting tax on tax on tax. Tax on tax on tax. Like, that's what's happening. You're getting taxed for what? Is that making your schools better? Is that making the hospitals better? Is that making the EMS response better? Is that making the police training better? Is that making the teachers better? Is that making anything in the United States better? No, it's not. But I can tell you what it is making better. Everybody else that they decide that they want to throw money at. Like I said, you're looking at people in the American government gambling with the American taxpayer dollars every single day. Whenever a war happens, let me shoot a 7. They just shooting craps. That's all they're doing. They just having a nice, friendly street dice game with no shootouts because everybody's afraid to pull the trigger. And by that I mean nukes. That's what I mean. But so let's go to this other video here, and this is running into a topic that I've stated before when it deals with the relations with Black people and who it is that they want to be with at the end of the day, and how it is propaganda and is orchestrated and is controlled by the exact same people. So I'm going to, because I know some people don't believe me, so I'm going to let a white man explain this so that people can understand it.
Racial showcase.
Okay.
This black-white in-bed thing, sexual intercourse and so-called intermarriage and all like that, they're going to control that. They already control that. They're going to keep control of it. They're not going to let that get out of their control. They let that get out of their control, They know that they're out of business. So black people will have the illusion that, oh, this is everywhere, black and white together. I mean, you know, everything is just wonderful. I mean, you know, there's no more racism. Look at all of the black males who are strutting around with white women on their arms. I mean, you see it everywhere. No, when you look at it percentage-wise, it's very, 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 very little of that going on. It's just that the ones who you see stand out. The white supremacists know that. They're the greatest advertisers in the world. They know all about advertising.
So we heard that, right? So this is to all of the arguments that I've ever had where people have tried to always tell me that, oh, you know, these black men out here, they're always with these white women and they're doing this, that, and the third. Who is behind the lens? One of the greatest clips or pieces of voice that I had was Matt Damon. If you don't know who Matt Damon is, go and look up a clip of him and Ben Affleck sitting down, and Matt Damon specifically said that everything in front of the lens can change. Like, that's great. The stories can change, the people can change, and all of this other type of stuff. But the person behind the lens needs to always stay the same. And that person behind the lens that he's talking about and referring to is the white man himself. So if you're looking at all of this media where it is specifically positioning and showing you black men with white women, who do you think is putting that media out there? Who do you think is making money and is controlling that narrative? You think black dudes are doing that? And you just heard the white man sit up here and say, like, even if you do have black dudes out here, it's not even a real percentage of them in these relationships, even though it's shown to be astronomical. But that's because they're controlling the point of view like they've always controlled it. And in order to sell something, the black man has to be the key component every single time. If it's crime, he has to be the key component. If it's a broken home, he has to be the key component. If it's jail or prison, the key component. If it's drugs, the key component. If it's abuse, key component. If it's destroying the community, key component. If it's destroying America and not causing any productivity, it has to be, he has to be the key component. If anybody needs anybody to hate in the United States or the world, they're going to put a black man up there because he has to be the key component. And who is always the savior in every single story? White people. White men. And I keep trying to tell people, like, anytime I touch on or do these videos, I'm like, there is a core belief. There's a core thing that I always talk about every single time. And the point gets missed because everybody gets so emotional because they're like, oh, but black women do this and black men do this and all this other type of and I'm like, y'all do realize that somebody is controlling the narrative and controlling the scope and the lens of what you are looking through. You're not seeing this for yourself. Somebody's putting this plate directly in front of you and you're just eating it because it's free food. You don't want to go out here and hunt. You don't want to go out here and scavenge. You don't want to go out here and find food for yourself. So you're just sitting up there waiting for somebody to hand you something for free, and you're willingly just sitting up there taking it. So if somebody's going to, you don't want to go out here and hunt and whatnot. If somebody's giving you free food, you're going to freely just eat that poison because that's what you want to do because you don't want to do better. And that's what black people have been doing all day, every day. Every single time we have these conversations, when it deals with black men and black women, interracial relations and all this other type of stuff, that's all it is. It's white people sitting up there feeding black people the poison one way or another, and we're just sitting up there taking it time and time again. And people always question me why it is that I sit up there and touch on these videos and do these videos, but don't do research on any of the videos that I did way before any of this to correlate with what it is that I'm talking about. It's crazy to me. And I'm like, grown adults, not studying, not paying attention, not listening. Matter of fact, talking about grown adults not listening or paying attention. So how many of you guys were here during the live stream from yesterday? Just let me know. Because I got somebody that left me quite a comment. quite a comment, and I'm going to read this directly in front of you guys. And this is what I talk about when I read comments and I see the clownery that people decide to state, and I'm like, I'm not engaging in this foolishness. Sometimes I got time for foolishness. Other times I'm like, nah, we're not going to do that today, right? I got to minimize it so y'all can actually see it. And I want y'all to note that this person that I'm showcasing, YouTube told me that they were here for about like five years subscribed, right? So this person said, I didn't watch, talking about yesterday's live stream, I didn't watch the video, but I assume you're giving your opinion on what you think counts as the perfect city, talking about when I was going over all of the important information about LA 2.0, and I was telling you about the government and all of that, right? So they're like, you should know we will probably never going to have your version of a perfect city, because you need to understand gay people are actually born everywhere. Jesus Christ. I know you have a problem with the LGBT community. A couple of years ago, there was this Arab from the Middle East country saying we have no gays in our country. And you and him think the same. Which, oh man, which is if parents raised their kids a certain way, they won't turn gay. That is a lie. There are a lot of parents who hate gay people that end up having gay kids. If you're like, but then how can we stop having gays in our area? Well, there is no way, but there is a way for you to stop being upset about gays living in your area. Meaning, all you have to do is educate yourself on gays and stop believing all of the lies and misinformation your parents fed you on gay people when you were a kid. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I can't see. Oh my god. Oh, I can't see. Oh man. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness. Brother, what? And this is a person that has been, YouTube can clearly tell me how long somebody has been a part of this channel. I looked and it said that they've been a part of this channel for 5 years. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. You literally said that you were stupid and didn't even listen to the video. You didn't do nothing. You just looked at a title and just assumed and went off a theory or a narrative. And you said all of this with your chest as if it's true. I'm like, bro, I'm like, ma'am, for anybody else that's out there, let me just clarify something. You can call me homophobic if you want to. I don't even care. It's whatever. I done put enough videos out here and try to warn people in the LGBT about a lot of stuff that's even that's about to come, and how it is that they are going to be pinned and blamed for certain things. And I ended up getting demonetized for it. But remember, I'm homophobic though. That's cool. No problem. I'm so homophobic that also my aunt, who is a lesbian, is also she's a part of my channel. She watches my video. My cousin, who was married to a husband, I was invited to his wedding, but also I'm homophobic though, right? This is insane. I've done stories covering the LGBT and the violence and everything else that takes place, but I'm homophobic. I've given stats because I know we got black men out here that are part of the LGBT and they are dying in a multitude of ways, and especially not taking care of themselves when it deals with their health and being with different people out here. But I'm homophobic. This is the most insane. I've also covered videos dealing with black women being in lesbian relationships, giving stats on that, covering DV situations, but I'm homophobic. This is what I sit up there and keep trying to tell y'all to die up. This is diabolical. And this is why I sat up there and told y'all before. It's like, yo, it got to a point where I stopped caring. I'm like, whatever demon that you need me to be, I'll be that. Because this is proof, like I keep telling y'all, people will run and have their own narratives, have their own theories, no matter what type of truth, what type of information you put directly out there in order to warn people, in order to educate people. If I really just did not, mess with anybody in the gay community, I would obviously just sit up there and say that. I would clearly voice that. Like how you always hear a lot of white people saying, make America great again. But they're talking about making a society where it's just reflective of them. I probably would have been saying some stuff like that, but I'm not. Because I'm not an idiot. I can disagree with certain things. That don't mean I sit up there and hate people. But like I said before, whatever your life is, live that. That's cool, no problem. Just don't force everybody else to try to, believe what it is that you believe. That's like if somebody is an atheist out here, don't force me to, try to be whatever it is that you are. And I'm not going to try to force you to believe or see how it is that I see the world. If you're a racist, it is what it is. I'm not going to try to force you to sit up there and see otherwise. I'm just going to make you realize everything that you think is okay as a racist that happens to black people is going to soon enough happen to you. That's it. Like I said, I ain't trying to change anybody out here that's a racist. Stay racist. Stay directly over there in that corner. Go over there and be beautiful with your lavender. Go over there. just be in that corner. No problem. You got your corner. I got mine. That's it. That's it. And that's the way that I roll. As long as people are respectful to me, I'm respectful to them. That is it. That is it. That is it. Diabolical, though. Diabolical. Like I said, when I got examples that I can showcase and give directly to y'all, that I can put in front of you, that you can see for yourselves, that I'm not making up, I'm going to sit up there and do that. So y'all know I ain't crazy. So y'all know I am not making it up. You can clearly go on. Her comment was from the first channel. If you go to the original SEIJIHITO channel and you look up the most recent video, you look in the comment section, you will clearly see her comment directly up there. So this isn't AI, chat GPT or whatnot, whatever that people always like to sit up there and say yada, yada, yada. Nah. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical. And it goes to also show, as I've stated before, to my same point that I was bringing up to you guys before, where the black man has to be the enemy, he has to be the center. Again, this is a person attacking a black man, making him the center villain of whatever narrative of story that they have theorized in their mind. Somehow, some way, a black man has to be the boogeyman. He has to be the villain in order for people to be able to sleep at night, to know that, oh, there's a great terror, there's a great evil, and somebody's going to sit up there and take it out. They got to be able to stand against something, because we all know that a lot of people are not going to stand against white men. They're not going to stand against the white society and the government that is mistreated and belittled, berated, and done everything possible to black people. But they'll make sure to sit up there and stand up against what they feel is a black man that is quote unquote homophobic about what they're stating. Diabolical. Diabolical. It's crazy. Diabolical. Diabolical. DC Precise says, said you love them Skittles. Yo, actually, I do eat Skittles. Let me tell you, the tropical Skittles are actually pretty great. Let me just let you know. Those are some very great Skittles. I had them bad boys in high school. Let me tell you. I think that's when they came out or whatnot or whatever. You know. Yo, Sonny, what is up? Sonny said, that's not cool to be okay with being that incorrect about someone that is literally racist and stereotyping. Yeah. But like I said, it is what it is. It comes with the territory. Somebody has to be the villain. This person right here is not going to sit up there and say that white men are the villain. They're not going to do that. Nor are they going to go to any white men's platforms that are obviously spewing any type of racist rhetoric or stereotypes or whatnot or whatever, and state their opinion and let it know that they are there. Like, it's diabolical to me that you're subscribed to me for 5 years and this is how you feel, but yet you're still subscribed. You're a grown ass adult person. Like, what are we doing here? I'm not for, if you feel that way about me, why be here? Why let me know that you are here? Like, I'm a little bit confused. Like, do people really think that that's going to like do anything? Like, I'm just not going to be able to sleep at night because I'm sleeping. if I'm not sleeping, then I'm working on videos, and I'm obviously trying to figure out how I'm going to fit your comment directly into one of my videos or live stream. Like, it's crazy. Oh man, diabolical, diabolical. But yeah, I had to put that one. I had to put that up there. That's some crazy work. Crazy work. So now we're gonna go to the next video, and again, like I said, I try to move to all spectrums. So I'm going to move it directly to this one, and I'm going to let you guys hear what's taking place in the video.
I'm my kids, bro. What you talking about? What you talking about, bro? What you talking about? Let's get off my head. Don't fight over bitches. Don't fight that man over that bitch.
Right. So I'm trying to do my profile on Red Note as well. I saw somebody ask me, was my name, is my tag Asian? Oh yeah. It's the same as it always is. I'm trying to do my age right now, real quick. Right there. I know I'm going to have to upload a picture. Some select your interest. Oh, okay. But so let me get back to the video. So again, I like to talk about everything that takes place in the community. So the two black guys there, the black woman there, the black woman there, she was specifically telling them, like, yo, don't be sitting up there fighting over this woman, right? Because magically these two dudes are arguing and fighting probably over some girl directly at work that she's probably messing around or talking to both of the guys, right? And both of the guys, I'm just going to put this out there, at a moment in time, if we're not talking about like your fiance, somebody, like maybe long term, or a wife, if you're just talking about like a random woman directly out there, as a man, you're stupid for fighting. I'm just going to put that directly out there. You're stupid for fighting because as men, the end result of a fight is usually somebody losing their life. I cut it off at this certain point. You can still see them fighting. Nothing serious happened right now. But about 20-30 seconds later in the video, you find out that the guy with the locks, he ended up stabbing the taller guy, and he was leaking profusely. I'm talking about, it was like a nice puddle. And I'm guessing also by the title of the video, that dude didn't make it. And all of this happened due to the effect of a woman. And this is why I try to sit up there and tell dudes, I'm like, it's not even worth it. Like, you got 8 billion people on this planet. You're literally fighting like some over scraps. Like, what are you doing? Because the crazy part about this is I've done so many videos trying to explain even to the younger dudes out here. I'm like, dog, it is not that serious. There's a multitude of women directly out here. You cannot be that stupid. You cannot be that emotionally imbalanced as a man to think that, oh, this is this random girl that I just sat up there and met. Oh yeah, she's the one. Yeah, she ain't interested in nobody. And you find out she's talking to 4 other guys, and now you becoming a crash out over her because you got played. Because whatever she did, she got you feeling like you the only one, and you should have known because she's a woman and she got options. You ain't gonna be the only one. She got a roster. Just like you got dudes out here got black books and all this other type of stuff, women got rosters. And depending on how she looks, she got like a whole football team, NFL team, FIFA team lined up. And I'm like, so now you sitting up here, you done lost a good paying job, and now you're gonna have a murder charge all over some random woman, and she ain't coming to visit you in prison, clown. She ain't coming to visit you. She ain't putting money on your books. It is over. And she's gonna move on to the next dummy. And this is what I've talked about before. Like I said, all the times that I sit up there and see guys want to, because of course, I put the videos up there, and guys want to, start running their mouth about women. I need y'all to start running your mouth about this. Y'all know y'all got some boys out there like this. Y'all done grew up with dudes like this that is set up there. Y'all done seen them in middle school, high school, and past that, sitting up there fighting over girls that you knew were worthless. And they either lost their lives, they sat up there and got some attempt charges, they done served some time in jail, in prison, over a woman. The dumbest thing that you could do. Dumbest thing that you could do. Like, this is crazy. Lost life, and I like I said, when I saw the video, I was hoping, I was like, she said, it was ripped directly. And I'm like, all right, maybe the dude, he got like knocked out and he's just, in intensive care or whatnot. No, it was way worse. So that's why the video got cut. I had to make sure that I specifically cut the video because I'm like, I did not expect that. I'm like, that's crazy. That was crazy. That was crazy. Like I said, now I want to sit up there. I want to see who that woman was. I want to see who that woman was. I mean, like, regardless of what she looked like, it's not worth it. But I'm just sitting up here saying I need to see what it is that you really saw. That you're like, oh, I'm willing to sit up there and take life for this woman. You are an idiot. Any man out here, you are an idiot. You are a straight idiot. Like, if you gotta like really kill somebody, take somebody's life over a random woman out here, I'm like, dog, you don't have no type of game at all. You have zero. You have zero type of game at all. You don't got no type of like mouthpiece. You don't got no type of motion. You don't got no waves. You don't got no nothing. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. All of the women that's directly out here, all over the planet, you fighting over this one. Puppet said, they said one of them dropped the knife. Yeah, it was a dude with the locks. From what I'm guessing, because he stood up, he had no problems. The lankier dude, the taller dude that was just wearing the hat, he was the one that fell to his knees and dropped. It's crazy. There is, it's crazy. Sunny says, Seji, I'm triggered. I don't take that lightly. I'm gay, so I know that there's not a concern. Claiming you as homophobic is simply an attack disguised as having no, but like Sunny, but but see, this is the thing though. And again, I know that there's quite a few people that are a part of the platform that are gay, that are here, that watch the content, that have left comments, right? So I've had conversations, with you guys on the platform in the comment section, every now and again. But like I told you guys before, and I think I might have showed some of those comments way earlier on in the years. Like, if people weren't saying that I was homophobic, then I had people sitting up there saying that I was gay, or I was secretly gay, or that I was DL, or that I date white women, or secretly I'm a white man, or secretly I'm racist. Like I said, I've gotten everything under the sun when it dealt with how it is that people wanted to attack my character as a black man because of the stories, or because of my commentary, because of my opinions. And I'm like, it is what it is. It's stuff that people wanted to sit up there and say when I was younger. Again, incorrect on every single thing. And it's stuff that I'm sitting up there still getting from black people as I'm older, still incorrect and the wrong thing. But you can't change how it is that people envision and or see you in whatever mindscape that they have. It's crazy. Like, I put it to you like this. The craziest part is to find out at a point in time that guys that you would have conversations with, right? Quote unquote friends, felt as though that I was gay due to the fact that when they would have conversations about women, everybody's all, talking and sharing stories and all this other type of stuff. And I wasn't saying nothing. Or I might not have even been engaging in those conversations because the main way that I felt about everything, like if I'm involved with a woman, that is me and that woman. It's nobody else's business. If I specifically start talking about a woman to another guy, that's going to draw attention and attraction directly to what I deem to be worthy as a woman that I'm in a relationship with or whatnot, whatever. That's not what I'm trying to do. And again, like I said, whatever me and a woman are doing, that is our business. Why am I going to, in a sense, explain that directly to you? So now you're going to be like, oh, he set up and said this, that, and the third. I know he with her or whatever, but let me slide through and see what I can set up. I don't got no time for that. I don't got no time for that. I done seen that happen way too many times. I done seen too many examples of that happen way too many times. So if I done seen that umpteen times, I'm not about to be the motherfucking third time. But like I said before, however people theorize or think of you, that's what they theorize and think. None of those people who specifically thought that I was gay decided to come up and have a conversation and actually ask me. They didn't want to do that. But like I said, if people were actually men, that's, even though it would be stupid to do that because you shouldn't care, that would be something that a man would do. Is like, hey, let me sit up there and, see what's going on, all this other, type of stuff. But no, people rather theorize and then share the same theory with other people and have all of that stupidity. So then later on, when they see something drastically different from what their theory actually was, now people sitting up there looking stupid. I'm like, yeah. But like I said, and this is why I sat up there and said before, the black community is a broken community. And this is why I've always talked about stories and shown comments from online where the main attacks that people like to do to black men that they know are straight is automatically deem them as gay because they view gay as a negative. But the funniest thing is a lot of the people that want to use gay as a negative towards black men are the same ones that say that they uplift the gay community, that they love and uplift those who are gay in their family and or their friends. Like I said, make it make sense. But people try to sit up there and say all day long that black men are straight black men are the most homophobic group directly out there in existence. No, they're not. They're not. They're not. It's everybody else. It's everybody else. Like I said, it's diabolical work. Diabolical work. So like I said, whatever demon that people need me to be, I will be that, just so that they can sleep and be comfortable directly at night. Like I said before, a black man has to be the center of the story. He has to be the greatest evil in order for everything to be okay. The moment in time that the world can no longer use black men or try to perpetuate that as some type of like stereotype or a narrative, every narrative out here around the world is going to crumble because people are not going to know what to do. That's like if black people at black Americans decided to take away all of the contributions and the culture that they have given the world. If we basically, took that away, the world will stop. It will fall apart. It's diabolical out here, guys. It is crazy work out here. Crazy work, guys. Crazy work. So this is why, all in all, for a lot of years that I've been here, I'm like, yo, I love a lot of the people that are here that support, that show love. Because like I said, I don't know y'all from a can of paint, but in a lot of instances, y'all have shown me more respect, more value, and more love than people that I actually know, that I've actually grown up with, that I know in real life. And that's crazy work. That is crazy work. That's crazy work. But like I said, I don't, in a sense, really, for me, I put it to you like this. I don't really try to hold stuff in a sense against people like that, because like I said, that's their rationale, that's their theory. A lot of people got a lot of stuff going on mentally, so it is what it is. I'm not a therapist, so there's nothing I can do or help people with that. But if people gotta, create or come up with therapy, I mean not therapy, come up with theories and in order to feel safe or to, do their everyday, it's whatever. Like I said, as long as ain't nobody trying to, put hands on nobody and whatnot or whatever, it's whatever. And that's another reason why I've on this platform tried to get, black people in a sense sort of used to not getting so offended emotionally to the point when they hear certain words from people, because like it's not worth it. It just ain't. Like the amount of, just looking back, the amount of people that some people feel that I should have fought in order to prove people right, I would not be alive right now. I probably would have been. I probably would not have made it to 18, just to be honest. I probably would not have made it to 18 at all. And some people sit up there and be like, "Oh man, well that's because you scared and and all." No, I value life. And as I told people, years later, the main thing that I used to wish for, I'm like, all right, I know that we're living where we live. I'm not gonna, wish for something outside of my means. I'm just gonna wish to make it towards my next birthday. I want to be, alive. I want to make sure that I get to an age of which that I'm not like a statistic where it's like, young black men are sitting up there losing their lives before 18, not making it past high school. A lot of young black men not even making it towards 30 or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, my whole main goal in life was to make sure that my mom was never going to have to bury me at a young age. That was the goal. That was the main goal. And I made sure of that. So like I said, some people view how people move as weakness. Other people, view it as other things. Like I said, I value life. I don't know what to tell other people. Like a lot of other, guys out here feel like they need to, prove their manhood to everybody every single day. Whenever, if they even think that somebody's looking at them wrong, they got to fight. I'm like, bro, you need therapy. You got, I don't know if it's because of like your father. I don't know if it might have been like an uncle. I don't know what took place in your life why you so aggressive and you just want to, try to take somebody's life over. Look, like, bro, you need some help. You need some deep help. Cause like, yo, that's crazy. And that's why I also advocated for a lot of parents to start putting their boys into things such as like boxing, karate, taekwondo, things like that that will help them manage, their emotions, manage their anger so they can actually focus. Because when you don't have a way to sit up there and focus in that energy, you're just putting it anywhere. You're just putting it everywhere. You know. But it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Let me see. What was it? Somebody said we're smarter than our doctors, and people who taught us believe that the same book that qualifies these authorities will automatically make you the better version of the information. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yo, and ECQ, what is up? What is up? Said, yep, it works. Talking about the I think the martial arts. Yeah. Yeah. I took taekwondo, like my mom. I think I asked her when I was younger. I think it should have been, was I 11 or 12 when I was like taking that for a short little stint. And I did like it, but I was a little bit lackadaisical. I'm like, all right, yeah, I don't think I want to do this no more. Every time, I come, directly in there, it smells like feet and and all this, this other type of stuff. But it was dope though. Like it was dope. But I will say, like, if for a child, if you're not used to, in a sense, a situation where you're in it just like by yourself, it's going to be a fight or flight response where you're just going to want to like run because it's like you don't know none of these kids and everybody's a total stranger and it's throwing you, completely off. And I tell people this from experience. At the moment in time, because I wasn't able to do that during the time of the stint of taekwondo, but even as an adult, if you're at a moment in time where you're in, let's say, like a workplace or something like that, like it's something brand new, like you decided like potentially you want to make like a big move, or you might want to take a job opportunity, but it's going to force you to, uplift and leave. When you feel uncomfortable, that's the main time that you should do it. When you feel uncomfortable out of a situation, I'm talking about like when it deals with like life changing. I'm talking about like, you got to move for a job or skydiving, whatever it is. That's the moment in time that you should do it, because that's you're dealing with two versions of you. You're dealing with you being in your comfort zone, and you're dealing with the newer version or the potential version of you being becoming a brand new person. So it's like when that fight or flight happens, it's like, all right, you got a choice. Do you want to be in that comfortable zone and just be in what it is that you're used to? Or do you want to see what the unknown can bring you and where that could potentially take you? And a lot of people are afraid to go into that unknown because they might be afraid of embarrassment. They might be afraid of the, success or the different people that it may bring. They might be afraid that the people that they love may look at them differently because of envy and jealousy and all this other type of stuff. Like a lot of things can sit up there and take place. If you look at a lot of celebrities, they will honestly tell you that a lot of the family that they used to have when they were broke, they don't have those family now because they're jealous and envious, and they feel that they deserve whatever success that that person has. Like if that person has, $40 million, then they deserve $40 million, even though as a family they may have never been shit. They still feel entitled because they're blood related, even though they may not have ever supported that actress or that artist or whatnot or whatever, even though they may have clowned them. Case in point, there was a video that I ran across. There's a streamer that's always with Kai Cenat by the name of Duke. Some of you guys may have seen him directly on X, and you might have seen clips and all this other type of stuff. He stated that when he first decided to be a YouTube streamer, the girlfriend that he was with clowned him. She laughed at him. She was like, "Oh, you about to sit up there and be a streamer? Oh, you lame," and all this other type of. She dropped him. So then after he got successful, once motion was happening and he got up there, his name is in lights and people know who he is and yada yada yada. That same girl who dropped him called him back, was like, "Yo, help me with my YouTube, help me become like a YouTuber as well, since you were able to make it." That's crazy. You're gonna drop your boyfriend during a time that had this dream of, I'm gonna be this social media influencer, star, whatnot, or whatever, and you didn't want to be with him on that journey. You had no type of belief, you had no type of faith, you clowned him, you just left him in the dirt because you felt that you were better than him. But now when he fulfilled his destiny and his dream and he built that by himself without you, now you're coming to him for help. That's crazy. That's yo, I don't even know what type of person you have to be to do something like that. That is crazy work. That's crazy work. And this is again why I tell a lot of people that certain things that happen to people in life, it sticks with them. So when you go back to Michael B. Jordan and he confronted that girl that was on like the red carpet that was interviewing him, it was like, "Oh yeah, when we was in high school, you used to call me like, you called me, lame and all this other type of stuff." And she tried to be like, "No, no, no, I didn't. No, I didn't say that, yada, yada, yada." And then you heard later on in the interview that she did say it. But you tried to make it seem like on the red carpet that he was just lying. He was just making up stories. Crazy work. And people were trying to clown Michael B. Jordan for sitting up there, bringing that to her awareness. But like, yo, I remember that. I remember that. Like I said, she's part of the reason why he is a celebrity that he is at this moment in time. You downed him, you called him a clown, all this other type of stuff. And he's like, "All right, I'm about to sit up there and show people how much of a clown I am. Watch this." And he did that. Like I said, crazy work. Crazy work. Oh yeah. Bodybuilding too. Yeah, bodybuilding, that's very great as well. Allows you to, focus mentally on yourself and build yourself up. Get some mental fortitude. Yeah. Running. Oh, let me tell you, yo. Oh, Sonny said what? I left back in karate. Yeah. I feel you. I feel you. Nisa said run a track. Let me tell you, I didn't tell y'all quite a few stories about running track because I was on the track team in my high school. Running track is a beautiful thing. It feels like, even though you're running in a circle, it feels like you can run infinitely. It's like no matter what you're going through, as soon as you get on that track, all of that energy shifts to where it needs to go. You'll get like this tunnel vision, and it's weird. It's like if you've ever seen the Flash TV show on CW, that's how the tunnel vision is. You'll start to see the different memories that you have, which it's like it's the craziest thing. Like once you're actually running, it's almost like you're in your body without being in your body. So it's like you're running automatically, but as your body is just doing that automatically what it's supposed to do, you yourself are just visiting and going directly through these memories, and it's allowing you to focus and file away things where they need to be filed. I mean, maybe I didn't explain it correctly, but I feel like somebody gets what it is that I'm saying. Like it's it's somewhere out there, but it's pretty much what it is. Like I said, it's great. And especially like if you are running with a team and everything, it makes everything like 10 times better. Like the type of family that you have when you're on a sports team, like track, basketball, and all this other type of, like I said, it everything, it goes by like a flash. Like I kid you not. Crazy. Oh yeah, dancing and swimming. Yeah, boxing, karate, sports. Yeah. He said been there, but I was always respectful. Right. It was always nice seeing / talking to you, tap of shoulders and walk away. Wait. But I don't feel no, the way I read that, I'm like, wait a minute. Did I go to school with you? I'm like, hold on. But I think you were just like paraphrasing from, saying like, in a sense, like seeing somebody and then, and talking and all that stuff. Like I said, sometimes when I read like comments, I'm like, wait a minute. Like, do I know that person? I gotta try to, remember real quick. Sonny said Siri play Free Run by Chris Brown. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. And then when you got certain songs when you're doing training and whatnot, oh man, it's over. It's over. Oh, you talking about being rejected? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's crazy out here. Okay, yeah. I got you. Yeah. Yo, I kid you not. Wait, Nisi, were you there for the last stream? I'm trying to figure out. Were you? I think you were. I think. But just in case you weren't, in the last stream, I had a conversation talking about being, the kid in high school playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And and all this other type of stuff in the corner of the lunchroom and whatnot or whatever. So yeah, I understand that. I 100% understand. The craziest part is when this is the oddest part that I've never understood. When you have people that are like the nerds and the geeks and different stuff like that, like for me, right? I was a guy in school. I'm talking about just going back to high school. If you are a guy that's like a nerd and a geek and you are interested in a girl that is a nerd and a geek, it doesn't work. It's like for whatever reason, attraction is just not there. And it's like, what is like somebody, there has to be a study done because it doesn't make any sense. Like I've seen like anime conventions, like in Detroit, it should be Yumicon, right? So many like type of conventions and all this other type of stuff, like people that are into like the exact same stuff, dressing up and whatnot, whatever. I'm like, oh my, yo, this is basically like a black anime for like Mecca. Everybody should be connecting and dating and yada yada yada. And that's not how I be working. I'm like, hold on, I'm like, what happened? But because I'm like, when every other group gets together and they're into what it is that they're into, those people can seemingly, date and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. But I'm like, when it deals with like black people, like, why is it that if you are like a nerd or a geek, it's like people ain't really trying to date each other? It's like you're trying to date somebody that's completely opposite. And if you date somebody that's opposite, they're not going to be into what it is that you're into. I'm like, it's weird. It's very weird. It's very weird. Sonny said it's like seeing someone in a jet flying by. The experience is fast, opposed to being in the jet flying by someone. The experience is slower, and you can better assess the person. Oh yeah. Like when you're in the jet, everything is moving very fast, but the ground is like still. But yet when you're on the ground looking up at the plane, it's moving by quick. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like the point of view, that perspective is crazy. Sonny said not LGBT. Wait, I'm confused. I don't know what happened. Niece said, I'm so glad my niece married a nerd. That's dope. Congratulations. Congratulations to her. So they can nerd out forever. You know, they can do all of the one thing, let me tell you, the funniest thing that I always looked at now, which is very interesting to me, when it deals with quote unquote nerd and geek culture, right? I was always, as I've always told y'all, even some of my notifications, y'all can clearly see Power Ranger fan. That is me to the core, right? Power Ranger superheroes, all of that other type of stuff. This was shunned. I'm saying, because I seen this argument directly on it might have been on Facebook or wherever. If you were in the black community growing up, you were in a sense shunned. Let's say like some middle school, high school type stuff. You were in a sense like shunned. You were put at a certain level, right? Everybody else might have dibble and dabble, might have potentially watched it, but they're not going to be out there in the open. If you were black talking about like some anime, some Power Rangers, playing Yu-Gi-Oh, all this other type of stuff, people were calling you weird. And then I saw like a debate online, and you had other black people like, "Nah, y'all just exaggerating, y'all just making stuff up." And that, no, we're not. Like I said, because if I'm the lunchroom probably looks, different at Oak Park High now because it's been years. But if I can go back to that lunchroom, I can show you where I used to sit in the deep corner of that cafeteria, and then you can see the whole rest of the lunchroom. The rest of the lunchroom was not coming over to that section and trying to like see what we was doing and all, and when or not they weren't doing it. Everybody else was, doing whatever it is that they do. And every now and again, you would have people over there bothering us. Either they would roll up over there, they would take the cards and try to like run off with it. They would do like the teasing and all that other type of stuff and yada, yada, yada. So nah, people ain't sitting up there making up that. They're not. They're not sitting up there doing that. I put it to another extent. And I forgot what the security guard name was, but it was a black man. This is why I sit up there and say I'll always give love and respect to the black men directly out here, because quite a few of them are the reasons why I never turn directly to the streets for whatever type of like safety or attention and all this other type of stuff. Right? They made sure it was like, yo, if you're going to sit up there and do something like this, is what we're going to do. We're going to make sure whatever you're interested in, you're about to do this here in the safety of these four walls directly in this high school. There was a security guard. We used to have what was called at Oak Park High. It was just a few of us. It was probably about maybe 10 of us, just gamers. We would have what was called game day. We would play in the band room. They would bring in after school for about like a few hours. They would bring in the TVs. It was about like 2 or 3 TVs. And the guys would bring in like their game systems. So we had the Dreamcast there. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was running. We had the PlayStation 2 there. So SNK vs. Capcom 2 was running. We had another brother there. He was playing Dance Dance Revolution. So that was our spot, like the nerds, the geeks, some other guys that play games. This is where we would go in the school to sit up there and do this. Everybody else that was in the school wasn't interested, wasn't trying to do that because everybody was outside, right? Everybody was trying to be cool. Everybody was, trying to be grown and all this other type of stuff. We were just doing the stuff that we like doing, being safe, right? So, again, I wish I could remember the name of that security guard, but I want to give a, shout out to much love and respect to him for doing that. Because like I said, he ain't had to sit up there and do that or try to make that happen. He didn't even have to sit up there and care. Like realistically, he went beyond his job, in a sense doing that. But and this is why I try to tell people, whenever people want to try to vilify and talk about black men, I'm like, yo, there's a lot of black men, unbeknownst to a lot of people, that do a lot of stuff. It just don't get talked about. There are no like videos and all this other type of the showcase what it is that these black men are doing. So people want to run around with these narratives that black men are just negatives, they're criminals, they're this, they're that, they're destroying their community, they're not doing anything positive, they don't even want to be fathers. Like, to me, that security guard, in a sense, doing that was like a big brother or a stepfather, because that's something that they would do. They would make sure that you are okay. They would make sure that you are safe. They would, see who your friends are, if you should be hanging around with them. If you wanted to, sit up there and play video games, they'll make sure that it's going to be in a safe spot where ain't nobody's lives or whatnot or whatever getting taken. Right. So, and this is why I be having problems sometimes where, uh, and I've had my opinions directly on it too. But my opinions come from lived experience, right? But this is why I be sitting sideways and looking at certain comments where guys are talking about stepfathers and don't do this and don't do that and all this other type of stuff, and really trying to like go in or try to clown dudes that are stepfathers. And I'm like, dude, a lot of these dudes out here were, in a sense, like a stepfather to me, and they're the reason that I'm even talking at this moment in time. They're the reason that I don't have a record. I'm not in and out of prison. They're the reason that the police don't know my name by heart. They're the reason I didn't show up on Fox 2 or Channel 4 on the news and doing all of this reckless type of stuff. They're the reason that I wasn't sitting up there trying to run with a group of other guys, inevitably ended up breaking up into a home or selling drugs somewhere. And this is why I try to tell people, like, yo, certain missions are meant for certain people. Everybody, isn't equipped to go on every single mission. This is why you got normal people in the military. You got Green Berets. You got people that are parachuters, people that are snipers, people that are black ops, and other types of stuff. Everybody that's in the military is not suited for every single mission. This is why they look for specialists. If a guy wants to be a stepfather, that man is a specialist. That's how I'm gonna put it. That dude is a specialist. He is well equipped and more equipped than most to sit up there and deal with what is going to come there, what is going to happen, what is going to transpire. So I used to say in previous years, shout out to the black men out here that are stepfathers, that are big brothers. Shout out to the black men that do a lot of things, job wise that they're not supposed to do, which is looking out for other people's kids. Trying to make sure that people are healthy, people are safe, and everything like that. Big ups to y'all. You know. What we got? Lavender, yo, what is up? What is up? Says socialites make it hard to date. Yeah. Because everybody follows the popular crowd. This is why a lot of the podcasts talking about relationships and everything. This is why they're so successful, because people are trying to model themselves after celebrities or the people that they deem to be popular. It's crazy work. It's crazy work, but that's the society that we're in, and it's up to people to decipher what is fact, was fiction, or what matches up specifically with their life. And a lot of people got to start living within the realm of reality, and that's another problem too. A lot of people want to live in a fairy tale, like the message I showed y'all. A lot of people got theories on what their life is supposed to be versus what their life actually is. A lot of people don't want to face reality, so they live in some type of fairy tale. And if they can't live in a fairy tale that they can make for themselves, they're going to live by way of another person's example. And that's even more dangerous, because you're setting yourself up for ultra failure, because that's an expectation that you're not going to be able to fulfill at all. So you're living an everyday life of failure because you're looking up to what somebody else's quote unquote success is. And you're shunning any little bit of positivity that you may be doing, or incremental growth, which is crazy. Nisi said, yeah, I got a little grace, but probably because I'm a girl. Okay. He said, Man, I knew so many, but we were in a magnet school. Oh yeah, I went to magnet school as well too. They called it what is it? Tether, because the kids came from all over because of the city. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Because usually when you have certain schools, they would bring, like, for if it was like Detroit, you would have kids from both the east and the west side. You would also have some kids from, lower Detroit as well. And when I pretty much, yeah, like you said before, they would be from everywhere. And when you talk to people like, yo, what you doing here at this school? I'm like, that's pretty far. Like, you driving like 45 minutes out to, to come here and whatnot. It's crazy. Different. You said I also came up in the South. Okay. You said, yeah, my smelling was nuts. Yeah, that Southern slang. The pronunciations that y'all have, the Southern draw that y'all be having on certain words, like, it'll be crazy. Like, wait, what you say? Like, huh? Like, I can understand stuff because in my mind, I slowed down people's words or speak. I don't know how to sit up there and say it, but yo, Mickey, come on now. I'm doing a live stream. Thank you. But yeah, I happen to slow down people's like words in my mind. It sounds weird. I don't have another way to sit up there and explain it. But this is why, if there's somebody from a different language, like I worked with a lot of people that, let's say, they might have been from like Venezuela, Panama, or whatnot, or whatever. Again, shout out to Whole Foods, being able to work with people from all over the world. And if they have broken English or know very little English, and it's like a mixture of 90+ percent of their language, their natural language, and a little bit of English, I can pretty much put together and follow what it is that they're saying in conversation and stuff. So I get what was my main point that I was trying to say? I lost my point. Yeah. I think it goes back to the whole thing of being able to understand people with different types of accents and and stuff like that. So yeah. Also, shout out to all 33 people that's still here at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me go back. I can't even scroll up. I'm trying to find where the scrolling mechanism is. Crazy. Give a shout out to Yun, Let's Talk, Queen Quiet, Susan Fit, Miss Gray, Pink, Abnormal. Who else we got up in here? We got Israel in the building. We got Brandon V World, aka Officer Haku. We got Phoenix. Hopefully I'm pronouncing this right. Karat. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Who else we got? We got Warren in the building. We got Tippy. We got Johnny Cage, aka J Cage. I like to say Johnny. It's Mortal Kombat. We got Miss Brian in the building. We got Sharon. I think, did I say her name earlier? Yeah, we got Sharon in the building. We got Shania. Every time I look at your name, I want to just state I feel like I'm saying it incorrectly. So my apologies. Because I tell y'all before, like, sometimes y'all names appear differently in my mind. It's I don't know. We got DC in the building as well. Who else we got? We got Miss Carter. Who else? I'm trying to go through. We got Zaire in the building. Yo, what is up? What's up? My apologies for not being able to say something early, brother, because I think I was like focused, directly on the topic. That's again why I wasn't, looking at the, the comments as well. We got Glock in the building. What is up? We got Eugenius, the MC. Well, it even says Eugenius MC, but you know what I'm saying. We got ZZ. Of course, we got Sunny in the building. We got Puppet. What else we got? Let me see. Of course, Nisi Q. Yamin Kai. Hopefully I pronounced that. It sounds a little bit Japanese to me. Or the Y could be silent. It could be Minkai. Either way. But my apologies if I did mispronounce that. Just gonna put that out there. We got TMC in the building. as well. We got Keyshawn. What is up? What is up? What is up? Make sure I get it, everybody. We got Khalil in the building. What is up? What up? What's up? We got Rhonda. And I think we are coming to the end of the list. Oh yeah, Zaire, you said how's my year been going so far? He might not even be here. He probably, off doing some stuff. Year been going pretty good. Pretty good, just working and putting out those videos as normal every year. How you been doing on that PlayStation? On that PlayStation life. That Sony life. Let me see who else we got. And I think we got there. We got Lala. Well, I always sit up there and say Lala because I try to give people nicknames. We got Miss Anderson in the building, and then also I say Miss Anderson sometimes because it reminds me of the Matrix. So we got the chemist or the scientist, whichever one she wants to go by. I still got to figure out how to put that together mentally. I'm still trying to get this going. Also, I'm gonna probably hit you up on IG because there is some things I want to mention to you about content creation as well. So I gotta mention that directly to you because it's been a minute since I've actually talked to you. It's been a long time. So yeah. Got some content creation stuff I got to tell you about that hopefully will, get everything moving in a variety of directions. So I got you. Trust me, I've been researching and doing some stuff there. So I got you. I ain't forget. Yo, Tim, what is up? Said I've been having to settle with the Switch because I've been working. Oh yeah. The Switch is good. Miss Anderson there is a gamer as well. She talks a lot of shit. Let me just sit up there and tell you. But primarily PlayStation. I don't know how you people do it. I gotta put it like that, even though I got every single system. I just gotta do that. But no, the Switch is dope. The Switch is actually pretty dope. We're about to get the Switch 2 at a moment in time. We've had some leaks as well. So I'm that looks pretty promising. I'm guessing we're going to get that at some point this year, I want to say. And they also said in order to deal with scalpers, they're just going to make an abundance of Switches. So, you don't have to worry about the whole scalping fiasco that happened with the PlayStation 5, because that was just ridiculous, especially during the pandemic. That was ridiculous. Timothy said, was good chat, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a minute since you've been here, man. Pink said, leave Sony alone. No. I'm trust me. I know you're also a Sony girl too. I'm with y'all on Sony. I just barely play. It's like I'm primarily on my Xbox. I think who is it? I think you got Miss Anderson, aka Lala. You got Pink, you got Brother Exile, you got Tippy, and you got, I think, Zaire. Wait, is Zaire on there? I think Zaire is on there. I think Zaire is also on there, and it's like several of us, that's a part of the channel that's on PlayStation. So, like I said, I'm there with y'all. I got wherever y'all at. If y'all on Steam, I got y'all. I got a few of y'all added on Steam as well. I got some of y'all on Steam. I got some of y'all on PlayStation. I got some of y'all on Xbox. And I think I might have a few of y'all on the Switch, I think. So, yeah. Like I said, I wanted to get to a point. That was another thing. Shout out to my boy, Big Mike. That's somebody that I looked up to for a while because, again, I was a brother. His family was always treated us as friends like family. If he was at work and he was just working at what was it, like Walmart at the time, his dad or his mom would always allow us to come in because they never wanted us on the street getting into whatnot or whatever. So that was, in a sense, our secondary home. And Big Mike always had every single game system. Like, you know what? when I grow up, I want to be just like, even though we were like roughly the same age. I'm like, yo, when I grow up, I want to be just like you, because he's responsible and stuff. Like he had Xbox, pretty much every system. He had Xbox, he had PlayStation, he had the GameCube, Nintendo, Wii, all of that stuff. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna do that same. Just give me some time. I'm gonna do that exact same thing that you did today. So yeah, that's another reason why I wanted to have all the systems. So just in case if I get to a point where, as I am right now, I'm able to talk to y'all, I can, happen to match up with y'all on, some of the systems out there, and we can, play some stuff. You know. Pink said, "What is your Steam name?" Now I gotta log into Steam. Luckily, like I said, these newfangled devices, this new technology, guys. It's wild. Gee willikers. Luckily, you should see the Steam name directly up there if you type it in. You should see the Steam name right. Can hear me at this moment in time, because I'm not sure. What is okay? Let me see. Let me know. Can you guys hear me? Let me see. I got to make sure that my mic is working now. Because for whatever reason, it was just like the CPU usage was going through the roof. And I'm like, yo, is this freezing up on me right now? I'm like, what is happening? I'm like, as soon as I decide, okay, I'm back. Okay. I'm like, man, I just cut off like OBS because for whatever reason, it was just ramping up. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, they got me, guys. The government got me. But yeah, Pink, my Steam account, my Steam name on it is SEIJIHITO. It's all caps. You'll see it. You'll know it has like the image that I got is Hades from Smite 2. Well, Smite, because that's the game I used to play for like over 10 years. Secondary costume, and it has like a moving fire background. So you'll know that, that's it. Yeah, I thought it was over, guys. Let me tell you. I thought they got me. I thought somebody reported the channel real quick. I'm like, man, they got me again. I'm like, I don't know what I don't know what to do this time. I'm like, I ain't even do nothing wrong. I'm like, damn, well, that's some crazy work. I'm like, they work fast. I'm like, oh man, crazy work, crazy work. Timothy said the government got much bigger problems. Seji, them getting you would be Max Petty. Yeah, it would be. It would be. But again, guys, it has happened before. It's actually happened. Let me see. How many times have we been demonetized? I think we are we at 3? I think it's happened about 3 times. Yeah, it should be about like 3 times. Yeah. Crazy work. And I want y'all to know. So, okay, this is the other thing too. So, for anybody that, of course, wants to do anything dealing with, YouTube, at one point in time, you used to, let's say, if YouTube demonetized you, right, and you wanted to try to get monetization back, you only had to wait 30. Only had to wait 30 days. It was like, okay, well, I missed the window for this month, or they said no, so let me go back and fix some stuff up and try, next month. No problem. 30 days that's not too bad. Now you got to sit up and wait basically 90 days. That's where they put it. And I'm like, that is diabolical. I'm like, and because some of the times, like, this system is broken. I'm like, y'all just do anything sometimes. Like some type of like monkey in the background just like tripped over a cord and bam, channel's gone. I'm like, bro, y'all fixing this? Like, what's happening? So I just gotta, put that back out there for a lot of people, just to let y'all know. What was it? Nisi said it's been getting glitches lately. Yeah. It's been some errors and whatnot taking place. It's been some errors, but I can safely say at least this time it was on my end. For whatever reason, OBS was just ramping up, even though I don't have anything really running. The only thing that's running through my OBS that wasn't being shown was my Xbox. That was it. Like that was, like I said, I don't know. It's weird sometimes. It's very weird sometimes. Sometimes I think I might as well just start like a profile where I just have just OBS and just that, so that I don't have to worry about that ramping up. Because I think even with all the bloatware or whatever that's in the background, that's not even doing anything. But also, it is time for an upgrade as well too. It is time for an upgrade. And let me tell y'all, the graphics cards that they have directly out here are actually pretty cheap. They are way cheaper than what they ever were during the pandemic. Let me tell you, you would have to sell somebody's child and possibly a part of your liver to get some graphics cards during the pandemic. And especially the way that people was buying them during that time, where Microsoft was like, hey, or Newegg was like, hey, it's only one per customer. This is all you can sit up there and get, and don't use a secondary address and all this other. Like, it was crazy. It was crazy during the pandemic. It was insane. During that time, some of those graphics cards were about like $3,000+. And then if you wanted to buy it aftermarket, where like you had like some scalpers or whatnot or whatever, oh, you were paying some exorbitant fees. It was worse than trying to like buy some secondary Jordans. It was bad. It was bad. But luckily, everything has gotten better. Of course, technology, everything is getting faster. Everything is updating, so they can make things a lot cheaper. So that's the one positive part. Anderson said, "Oh wow, yep." The funny, this is the funniest thing. If I've ever like actually talked to you guys, anytime I read, like I'm not sure, maybe it's just me. Let me know. Anytime that you guys say a comment, I'm reading that comment directly in your voice. Like it sounds completely weird. Like when Officer Haku, aka Brandon V World, whenever he leaves a comment, like I'm reading it directly in his voice, because I've heard Pink so many times on stream playing games and be ready to just sit up there and like almost break a controller or cuss somebody out. Every time she has a comment, I'm reading it directly in her. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. Like I don't like, it's the weirdest thing. Like I can't read if I've never heard your voice. I can read it in my voice, right? But if I've heard your voice before, automatically I'm reading your voice. Like it sounds weird. It's like am I explaining it correctly? I think I'm explaining it correctly. But yeah, it's crazy. I just had to bring it up because sometimes when you think about stuff, you feel like you're the only one, but you're not really the only one in this sense. So, yeah. He said they've been making changes. Maybe that's the reason. Not sure. True. I think they are trying to make some changes because YouTube has been trying to compete with TikTok for a very long time. This is again why we got the shorts. Because originally YouTube didn't do that. YouTube did not care about shorts. They didn't care nothing about short content, nothing like that. But once you have competition out there, people are like, oh, this is working. Oh, we're losing and we got long form content for hours and nobody really wants to watch it. All right, we got to implement this short form content in this. And then they got to the point that was like, okay, so you can do the short form content. So now we're going to allow you to put up like 3-minute clips as in short form, content. So now you can put, even longer shorts directly up there. Like I said, this is why I say that competition is a very beautiful thing. It'll, start switching up the landscape, making people be more competitive because there are other options directly out there. And again, that's also going back with the Red Note, which I still have to do my profile on here. The United States don't have anything to compete with Red Note because I was been supposed to have filled out this profile. I was supposed to do my interest and I forgot. And now I gotta refresh the whole screen. Shout out to China. shout out to China. Let me see. What do they got anything dealing with gaming directly up here? Let's see. Running, cycling, concerts, camping, sneakers, watch, surfing. What am I gonna put? Matter of fact, I do like calligraphy. Calligraphy is actually pretty dope. I don't know what to. I guess I'll put vlog. I'll mark that up there. I like food. I'll put that up there. They don't got a gaming section. Come on, China. We gotta. I know y'all play some games out there or something. I'll put cars up there. Why not? Just to get past the screen. I'll just do that. No. We suggest that you turn on notifications. All right. That's crazy. The diabolical thing is looking at somebody. One of the first videos I see is a guy with "Make America Great Again" hat on a Chinese app. I would have never thought I would have seen the day that anything like this would have taken place. This is diabolical. But I will say this would also. So I put it to you like this. So dealing with the app, right? Because I'm on Red Note at this moment in time. When I gave you guys a video where I showed you guys how China does differently with TikTok versus how America does with TikTok, like the screen that we get on TikTok is vastly different. You're going to basically see that with Red Note. Like when you look on here, the types of entertainment, the types of things that they put out there for their people are drastically different from the types of entertainment that they put out there for the American people. So that lets you know that, certain things are, orchestrated, right? If America is to have control of certain things and they want to push certain things to the American people, they're going to, push trash. Versus if you look at China and when they push certain entertainment towards people, it's going to be positive. It's going to be uplifting. It's going to make them, look, at one another. It's like, yo, hey, I care about, you and you care about me, all this other, type of good stuff. Like I said, it's going to be a very eye-opening, very interesting type of thing. I expect more than likely sooner or later that a lot of Americans, once they catch up and they start looking at the content that is here, they're going to realize that there is a difference in what we see as Americans and what other people see when it's specifically dealing with, their own people and whatnot. Like I said, it's very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. Judgment said, "Do you have a Discord?" I do, but that Discord is very ancient. What I mean by ancient is that it is barely used at this moment in time. It is barely used. But yeah, I got a Discord. I do have a Discord directly up there. Nisi up there laughing. Lakivia said, "Right." Keyshawn said, "The damage is done. The youths have zero attention spans." I mean, technically, that would be the American population, because roughly almost everybody is on TikTok or on social, media to an extent. So our attention span is ruined in one way, shape, or form. So it's tough. It's tough, but it's something that can be unlearned, right? TikTok, for a lot of Americans, people only been on there for like a few years or whatnot, even though TikTok has been around for a long time. Matter of fact, let me see if I can give you all the numbers. How long has TikTok been around? Long has TikTok been around? Well, I should have put when did TikTok start. TikTok first released in September of 2016. And then later on, they merged in 2017 with Dance Bite. And then they had a global release in 2018. And then TikTok became the most downloaded app in the United States back in October 2018. As of 2022, TikTok has over 3 billion downloads and more than 1 billion active users. So yeah, you can pretty much say a great we only have about what 3 to 400 million people in the United States. You have 1 billion active users. So you got a lot of people from the United States that are within that 1 billion users. So it's like, I saw a lot of people, I think in the comment section that said that they don't, have TikTok. I believe it, but there's an abundance of people that do have it. Like it's amazing when you're able to look at the numbers. Timothy said, "Chaos Maker bars." Minkai said, "Trading options while I listen to you." Hey, I got you. Yo, the funny part is, on this platform, me and Officer Haku had talked about different things dealing with, crypto, dealing with stocks and different stuff. Like I said, I tried to really diversify content directly on this platform in a multitude of ways. Certain things just don't make it. This is one of the like if you're old enough, when you've been here long enough on this platform, a lot of you guys will remember the Seiji Zone, which is my version of the Twilight Zone, and I love the Twilight Zone. That's exactly why I did it. Like that's one of my favorite shows from the olden years, as I like to say. The only thing that I was missing, I was like, yo, the moment in time I sit up there and get some money out, I'm gonna really put some real production, directly behind that. I'm gonna have the whole suit. I ain't gonna be smoking, but I'm gonna have the old, the whole suit and whatnot. I'm gonna be, really sitting up there doing that. So, I think when was the last time I did that? I think probably about 2 or 3 years ago was probably the last time I actually did a Seiji Zone video. I think it's been a minute. But that was something that wasn't really, making it as content on the channel. I'm like, man, the amount of time that I put in there, I'm like, yo, I thought this was gonna be something. Nah. Ain't happened. Timothy said, wait. Miss Anderson said it truly is a difference. Yeah, it is. It is. Tim said it would be a problem if China didn't lie about everything. I mean, wait, do you mean America didn't lie about everything? Because the whole reason why Americans are going over to a Chinese app is because America's trying to do too much. And again, America's been lying to the American people for the longest time possible. And it is showing. People are waking up. Sandy said I didn't know that. Nisi said, "Wow, that's longer than I thought." Yeah. Jamal, Jamal, what is up? What's up? Said, bro, I still don't have a TikTok. Hey, it be like that, man. You know, it be. I mean, you're not really, missing out on nothing. I mean, if you got social media, you got social media. I would just say that it's dealing with TikTok. It's a lot easier to get stuff from around the world, which is another reason why the United States wants to control the information. It's a lot easier to get information from other people around the world in real time as stuff is happening. Twitter or X has had, problems in the past where, let's say, if there was like an uprising in a different country, they would make sure to not show it, or they would dumb down the searches so you wouldn't be able to find the information or the videos. Like I said, old Twitter, I seen a lot of nonsense that would take place and how a lot of information was hidden, not shown. People were banned, and like I said, and this is why I told people before. And I'm just saying this, using this for an example of in general. I did a video before a while ago when I told people like, hey, you might dislike Trump, you might hate him, whatnot or whatever, because of his views or whatever he said or did. Cool, no problem. Now let's push that to the side. The moment in time that you're looking at corporations going against a sitting president and they're stating to you that they are going to ban him because they don't like him, that's a problem. If they can do that to a leader of the free world, what does that then mean for you? You don't have a freedom of speech. If people allow that to happen to a sitting president of which they don't like, again, which is cool, that's a personal problem. If you allow that to happen to a sitting president, that means that any and everything can sit up there and happen to you on social media, and there's nobody for you to cry to or go to. And that's the warning that I try to sit up there and give to a lot of people. But as always, people get into their emotions and they want to sit up there and be like, you're a Trump supporter, you're this, you're against the black community, all this other type of stuff. Why are you putting all this stuff about Trump? Yada, yada, yada. I'm like, I'm giving you examples of stuff that's happening and trying to sit up there and tell you that this can easily happen to you. The exact same thing. I give an example of what happened to black people and letting everybody else know that if you think that this is okay, sooner or later, this is going to happen to you. How you don't want to respond to black people when this stuff is happening and you don't want to help them out. When your moment in time comes, don't be looking to black people because black people are not going to be nowhere to be found. Like I said, I try to be as balanced and as even as possible on these platforms, and nobody sees it. Nobody sees it. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's hard work. It's hard work. You said don't have TikTok either. You said I love that show. Oh yeah, the Twilight Zone. Oh yeah. Top man. Let me tell you, I still, if it wasn't due to it being a separate subscription, I would still be watching and waking up and falling asleep to the Twilight Zone. Like I technically knew some of those episodes by heart, and I love the Twilight Zone because I got to see a lot of the older actors from another generation. Like I'm watching them, in their younger years. I'm watching like Mickey from Rocky. That brother was up there, right? You had William Shatner. This ship is going like you had him and his acting on the Twilight. Like there were so many people. So many. I think even Spock showed up. Was Leonard Nimoy, or am I thinking about the Outer Limits? I forgot. It was one of them. But that's another show as well that I love too, that I watched. Like both shows, the Twilight Zone and the Outer Limits. I love and watch, both of those. Timmy said I like the Outer Limits. Wow, it's funny. I was in my zone just talking, and then I go to the comment section, and then you sit up there mentioning in the comment. Yeah, say yeah. I'm right there with you. Tim said channelize as much as America. Hey, I put it to you like this. In America, people are like, hey, do you want to be a Democrat or Republican? Both parties lie. They just lie on a different scale. So people choose which liar that they like the best and which liar is not going to hurt them the worst. That's all that happens. It's all the exact same government. But because of how it is that we're trained, because of the propaganda that's directly out here, we don't see them as being a part of the same government. We literally think that one side is literally better than the other when both sides are playing the American people. Do I have to go back to the election of Al Gore when he was supposed to win that? There was quite a few elections that were supposed to have been won by a party, but supernaturally something happened. What was the thing that happened with George W. Bush? There was some election shenanigans going down with Florida back when his brother was the governor or doing something down there. Magically, those machines were just doing whatever. And then they showed you an episode of The Simpsons where Homer was trying to vote for Obama and they made him vote for somebody else. Yeah. Like I said, they tell you stuff. They let you know what it is and they'll laugh directly at you in front of your face. Like I said, people don't be paying attention, man. People don't pay attention. Let me see. Judgment said the new Twilight Zone show or the old. I'm talking about the old one, black and white. I'm talking about the black and white show. That is my. I mean, I watched the newer. I watched the ones from like the 90s and the 2000s. So trust me, I do also love, especially like the Outer Limits. Man, the Outer Limits is cold. Especially like when you go back to like the 2000s, like 90s, 2000s. Whoo, great show, loved it. This is the whole reason why you got the show of today called Black Mirror, because of the Twilight Zone and the Outer Limits. Jamal said, "I'm military, so I really know what we do. I do appreciate your channel and my brothers and sisters here. Oh, yo, much love and appreciation, and thank you for your service. Much love. I think we got a few other brothers here that's a part of the military as well. I forgot. It's been so long. I'm not sure if they might be from the first channel or from the second channel, but I know we got some other people here as well. They pop up like every now and again, or maybe I might be shadow banned from them seeing me, so I'm not sure. Because I can tell you, out of how many people that I have on combination from both channels, and the amount of people that we only have in these live streams, it don't make the math is not mathing, guys. Let me tell you, math is not mathing. Nisa said, I know it sounds crazy. Well, no. He said, for real, I've been trying to inform. We're being experimented on and monitored. Oh, yeah. This is why whenever I told people, like, yo, whenever stuff, this is where I used to be, right? Whenever something would literally happen, I'm talking about like, yo, they posted the story like within 15 to 25 minutes. I was already cutting a video, recording it, and basically uploading. Or I was like, all right, I'm about to sit up there and do a live stream. What is it, like 2:00 in the morning? It's whatever. Ain't nobody gonna watch it. They'll probably catch it later. I'm about to just sit up there and do it so people know, something that's going on, because everybody's obviously asleep or whatnot or whatever. And that's how I would primarily do a lot of stories. A lot of times, like I would happen to hit, certain stories before a lot of other people happen to hit, a lot of those stories. And, then it got to the point where I guess people didn't, really care or something, or however things were like transforming out there. And I'm like, all right, well, I'll just do it whenever. I'll just bring it up, 2 or 3 days or 4 days, from now, or whatnot, over, because the landscape for what people were interested in was changing. So you gotta either stay what it is with what you're doing, or you gotta try to fit in and change with the times or whatnot in order to stay current. So stop out here. Tim said, true. No sides care about us now. Billionaires are more directly involved. You know what? And I want to put it to you like this: like to any normal person out there, and I'm going to put it. Let me just blanketly say this: I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody in LA or the LA fires. Like I hope that people got out there safely, with their family and everything out there, especially the normal, average, everyday person. I'm hoping that you got out there with your family, your cat, your dog, your baby, like the most important things, which is your lives, right? And I hope your health is completely, good. You don't have no smoke insulation or any burns, anything like that. But to sit up there and see celebrities online, be like, yo, I just sat up there and lost everything. I'm like, so? I'm like, everyday people lose everything all the time. What are you saying? We don't have like I said, I told y'all before, like how at one point in time, like I lived in a hotel, like did not have what you would in a sense consider a home. So I'm like, you sitting up there as a millionaire, you sitting up there crying about, this $3, $4, $5, $10 million home that you just set up there and lost. Chances are all of your stuff should be insured. You can sit up there and buy another house. That was just an asset anyway. That was just a way for you to sit up there and, hide money and defer taxes. That's all that was. So I'm like, you expect ordinary people out here to sit up there and feel sorry when we sitting up there struggling to buy groceries? Like, do you know how high groceries is at this moment in time? Even just for one person, that's not even a full house. Just for one person, you want to get some milk, you want to get some bread, maybe you want to get some hot dogs and some burgers. Then you want to buy the condiments. Maybe you might want to potentially base. Do you know how much all of that cost? And that's just a few items. And you're already almost looking at $100 right there, and your basket is nowhere even near full. And you got the nerve to be, as a celebrity with millions of dollars, you got contracts, you got endorses, you got the nerve to be sitting up there crying and expecting us to sit up there and feel sorry. You done lost your rabbit mind. You have 100% lost your rabbit mind. Then on top of that, to know the fact that a lot of celebrities are tied into a lot of nefarious things. And again, some of which I've covered directly on this platform, even to the detriment of this platform. I've covered it into show proof. And you guys know what's going on in the entertainment industry. You guys know what's going on behind the scenes. You guys, in certain instances during concerts, do this type of praise or looking up to certain deities out there in the open. And you want ordinary people to sit up there. Whatever God that you pray to, you better be praying to that God, whatever pagan God you believe in. I don't care if it's Baal, I don't care if it's Moloch, whoever it is. You better be praying to them, and whatever sacrifices you got to make, you better sit up there and do it. Maybe now it has to be your firstborn in order for you to get your stuff back. I don't know. You better sit up there and do whatever it is you need to do, because that's the only person that's going to feel sorry for you. Ordinary people are not going to sit up there and do it, even if they are your fans. They're really realistically not going to feel so. You know how many people sat up there and just lost relatives this year? Some people just lost their jobs. Like, you gotta be, like I said, this lets you know how out of touch a lot of celebrities are. When something happens to them, they're like, woe is me. When it happens to you, and you might be a fan, you might have endorsed them, you might have, made a whole nother Twitter and a profile just to uplift them and to showcase the positive stuff. Those celebrities don't care about you. They don't care about your family. They don't care about your medical bills. They don't care about your schooling. They don't care about your debt. They don't care about anybody that might have just passed. They don't care where you're going in the future. This is why I try to tell people, I'm like, yo, stop, believing in and worshiping a lot of these idols, because at the end of the day, the gods never care about the people. It's always the people that care about other people. And now in 2025, people are starting to realize that the gods don't love you. It's up to you to sit up there and love yourself. It's up to other people to sit up there and love other people and to help other people move and to do all of this other type of stuff. Like I said, the gods live in Olympus for a reason. They live in that sheltered area for a reason, away from us. So we can worship and look up to them and give them all of the energy and the power so that they can stay where it is that they are. AKA, we give them attention, we give them the money, we give them the flattery, we give them the value, we give them the respect. All the stuff that we give them, we don't give ourselves. And this is why we are where we are at this moment in time. And that's the honest truth. That's the honest truth. Like, a lot of people, I'm not saying everybody, it will be everybody, but a lot of people right now who worship celebrities could literally be that celebrity. If you put in that time, if you put in that energy, if you have that belief, if you support yourself, if you invest, if you do all of the things that you normally do for these celebrities for free, you would easily be in that celebrity's place. And then once you meet that celebrity, you will see how they actually look at you now that you're on the exact same level. Chances are very great they are not going to like you. And they're not going to identify you as being one of them and on their level. They're going to still look at you as less than. So is it really worth worshiping a false idol, worshiping all of these gods? Is it really worth it? Case in point, I put it to you like this: if anybody remembers the movie, I think, what was it, Thor: Love and Thunder, when you had Gore the God Butcher, and him and his family worshipped these gods, and it was like he lost everything, including his daughter. He had nothing left. The only thing that he had was like the faith in those gods, this last little bit of faith of those gods. And then he just so happened to have happened upon the bodies of two gods that fought. And this is where he ended up getting that necro sword from. And after he got that necro sword, he somehow, some way was able to get to the realm of the gods. And he questioned the gods. He was like, he was still worshiping. He still had faith. He was like, oh, great gods. It's like da da da, all this other type of stuff. I've never lost faith. All this other yada yada yada. They did not care. They looked at him as, what are you doing here? Why are you here? Why are you even talking to us? He was laughed at. And you know what Gore did? Once he fully realized that he lost everything, and these are the people that he worshiped, he gave everything to, never lost faith, even with his last dying breath. And he sees those gods laughing directly at him. He took them all down. And he realized the true fact about those gods, that they never cared. They never loved the people that looked up to them. They never respected or valued the people that looked up to them. That's why I keep trying to tell people, with every single civilization, whatever gods those people believed in, they died with that civilization. So when you think about all of the civilizations, you think about Greek, Rome, and all this other type of stuff, all the other indigenous people and their beliefs. When those people no longer exist, where are those gods that they believed in? They're no longer in existence. Where's Zeus? Where's Hera? Where's Poseidon? Where's Hades? Where's Hephaestus? Aphrodite? Where are all these guys that people used to believe in, that they had these great structures for? Nowhere to be found. Like I said, it is what it is. I think maybe I went a little bit too deep there. I don't know, a little bit too much. Ah, man, how did I even get there? Let me go back to the comments. Let me see. Yo, Flack, what is up? What is up? What's up? You said, I like the stories you come up with. Hey, much love, much love. You said it's the first time I ever caught you laugh. No, I laugh. You'll catch me from time to time. To the rarer extents, when I was like fully just like frustrated and outdone with a lot of stuff, you would catch me just like starting a live stream, and I'm just going off yelling for probably about, I think I did that one time for about like 3 hours, maybe 3 or 4 hours. I think I did that. Oh, I was mad. Let me say, those are the days, guys. Psyched to behold. Psyched to behold. But again, this is why I try to tell a lot of people, I try to be as transparent as possible. I don't care how people sit up there and feel about it. I am not like every other content creator out here. Like, if I'm feeling something, it's gonna be felt. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Because I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Tim said I like Black Mirror, but it's cool, but it doesn't hit like the Outer Limits. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Yo, Hack, what is up? What is up? What is up? Let me see. True, no size about. Okay, I read that one. Jamal said, brother, that Gregory told us about America, and also Paul Mooney as well. Yep, that's facts. Tim said, I don't know. I feel like we're past most experiments, and now it's the implementation of the results of the experiments. Yeah, this is why whenever certain things, again, when I would see stuff, I would try to send out a warning, trying to tell people. This is why in a lot of videos I'm like, yo, when certain things happen, don't get emotionally invested. Don't feed into the fear and all of these other types of things, because this is how they take control of people. Fear is one of the greatest weapons that man has learned how to control, along with propaganda and yada, 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 and psychological warfare and advertisement and all the other type of good stuff. But fear is one of the greatest weapons. Like some of the leaders that were directly out here running countries and doing the things that they were able to do, they did that by wielding fear. They either made you respect it or they made you fear it. And they did that. Right? It's the same thing if you take it back to slavery. At one point in time, quote unquote, black people were in chains. And then at another point in time, when black people were still in slavery, they didn't need chains because they weaponized that fear so great that they didn't have to hold you in any type of physical bondage. You just did it because of the fear of that what if. And that's also going back to something that I told people before earlier in the live stream, where if you have a hesitation or a type of fear about, doing something brand new, more than likely you should go for it. Right? Because if you feed into that fear, then you're going to just be comfortable in that fear and you're going to live within that. And that's all you're going to know. Mickey, come on. This man always does this every single time. Every time he got the whole house to roam. He's like, oh, you're having a live stream? Let me start crying at the door. Oh my God. Let me just let him in. You are getting on my nerves. I can't believe this. Just come here. Come into the room. Lay down somewhere. Gotta be kidding me. Can't believe this. What time is it? Isn't it like the afternoon right now? And this is what you want to do? And now when you get into the room, you don't got nothing to say. Crazy work. All right. Just said $770 is devious work for someone who just lost their home. Yeah. Tim says, Seji, you're saying that because you have to, I'll say it. Wait. I'll say it. Don't nobody care about them except Markiplier. He's cool. No, like you got, some people out there that, are doing some stuff and that's helped out ordinary people. But again, it's like a needle in a haystack. It's not a lot. Let me preface it by saying this. You got some celebrities that care about ordinary people. Cool. Right? But it's not enough. It's a needle in a haystack. If I sit up there and ask people like, yo, give me 20 celebrities of now right now that care about ordinary people are going to, be struggling. People going to be struggling. It's going to be tough. And you got way more than 20 celebrities directly out there. I'm talking about both in movie and music and everything like that. Because usually a lot of people are self-centered. I've heard a lot of stories about a lot of basketball players, football players, and so on and so on and so on. The only person I will realistically put the top on the list that I know that did something for people, especially his community, is MC Hammer. That dude literally took the block. When you are talking about uplifting black people and taking them with you as you journey, MC Hammer was the one to do that. He had what did he say, like 200 people on the payroll that he literally brought from like the neighborhood and everything. And then a lot of those people turned their backs on him once things started happening. Like I said, it's crazy. And this is why some people say that you can't bring everybody with you. Everybody will be all good once you're making money. But then once things are falling apart, people ain't nowhere to be seen. And that's what happened with MC Hammer. It's crazy. Seji said, let Seji cook. Nisa said, I hope it doesn't become a United Healthcare situation. So many homes, then they suddenly decide to remove the clause for catastrophic damage. Oh, yeah, that's probably going to happen. Because a lot of people are not going to be able to, file claims at this moment in time. Keyshawn said, there's lesser known rich folks crying on the news too. At least I know who Tom Hanks is. Oh, that dude is out the country. I got a video. Funny enough, I got a video where Kim Kardashian was like, yo, before the fires even happened, I was already, out of the home. I had packed up enough stuff for like months, in advance. I'm like, hold on. I'm like, you know what you just said, right? So if I'm to look at this, insinuating, just reading in between the lines, I'm like, okay, so they sent you a message ahead of time and they let certain people know that, hey, this is going to happen. So you decided to pack up enough stuff to last you months while you're in a hotel somewhere. Word? Ma'am. And this is why I set up and told people, like, you'll have people out there that will tell you stuff, or you got to read directly in between the lines. I'll put it to you like this. There was a movie with Gerard Butler, and I referenced this movie, and I think I did a review of this movie. I think it should have been like Greenland, that it was called. So a catastrophic event, it was like an asteroid or whatnot, whatever, that was going to hit the planet. Everybody that was important, like the scientists, the governments, they knew that this was going to hit. They spotted this a long time ago, and they were already sitting up there preparing. So the president of the United States and all of these important dignitaries, they were, already put away where they were supposed to be put away. At the last moment, they told, all the rest of the people, like, hey, we got this asteroid that's coming. It's going to mess up a lot of people. Good luck. And when you look at that movie, you'll see Gerard Butler on a journey trying to make it, on the plane so he can go to Greenland, which is one of these safe bastions or these areas that they have a place where it would be able to shelter people, where some people are going to be able to survive this cataclysmic event. And after some time, I think it was like days or weeks or whatever it was, after everything settled and you, in a sense, got new Earth, you see all of the destruction that took place. And it was bad. It was bad. And I'm like, and I keep trying to tell people, when you think about a catastrophic event or something that's going to, happen, that's going to really transform society or the planet as we know it, or this plane of existence, the governments are not going to tell you. Every single movie that you watch, they will tell you at the last minute. They're not going to tell you as soon as they know. They're going to tell you when it's like, nah, well, we got like a week, we got 48 hours. All right, tell the people. Tell the people. And the funniest thing is, do you realize that if anything catastrophic were to take place, you would still have people trying to say that you got to pay this bill on this date? And that's one of the most insane, craziest things. You would still have people. Let's say that we got 6 months on up until like an asteroid hits us. Do you understand that they would still tell you, like, hey, we still need you to work your job. We're still going to potentially, fire you. You're going to have to look for another job. We're going to need you to sit up there and pay your rent, on the first. We know that the end of the world is coming, but we still need you to sit up there and pay us. Like, oh, man, it's crazy. It is, it's 100% crazy. And this is why I would do live streams where I would tell a lot of you guys, like, hey, you can get these power banks, you can get these filtration systems for water and different things like that. So just in case anything happens, just in case there might be like a blackout, EMP, whatever it is, whatever basically transpires and takes place, I, again, would try to give you guys information so that you guys are somewhat prepared. You're not just like left out there, in the dark, just trying to figure out a situation. Like I said, I try to, do a variety of different content here. A lot of it just doesn't make it. It doesn't make it, guys. It doesn't make it. Flock said they only care about 90. I think that's what, 90%. Nisi said, yeah, they better pray. Flock said, we give them all that power. Yep. And Kanye's had a song, and I love that song. That was supposed to be a part of like a trilogy or whatnot. When he did Power, like, no one man should have all that power. Like, that was a great that shit. Aesthetically, it was beautiful. Like that it was dope. Keisha said some of those mansions were summer houses. Yeah. Timothy said, oh, Seji going on other lives of different YouTubers, their chats and creators say DEI started the fire, so they live like black folks when black folks are the only ones that deserve to live like that. Wait, I'm lost. Oh, you said go on other lives of different YouTubers? Oh, okay. Okay, I get what you're saying. No. I think the DI he's talking about, I think it was supposed to be, I gotta remember. I think it was like duly elected official. Or incumbent or something like it was somewhere in there. Like I know what he's talking about. That was the other term that a lot of conservative Caucanites would use when they would refer to somebody black getting into a position of power, because they felt like, oh, it wasn't deserved. They just threw you in there because of, XYZ and yada 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 and all this other type of stuff. But but unbeknownst to them, they just now realized that there are going to be some DEIs as well. Because the Indians came out there, Vivek and Elon, both immigrants, sat up there and told white Americans that, hey, you guys are lazy and uneducated, and you're really not, fit and suitable for the job. This is why people of other countries, aka India, are beating you guys in these jobs. It's diabolical work. Diabolical. Let me tell you, nobody black could have pulled that card like that. Nobody black could have pulled that card like that. That was, ooh. If this was a game of Uno, that was done. It was done. Let me tell you, they slapped that card on the table and walked off, never to be seen. Let me tell you. Nisi said DEI, destruction, era, and terror. Yeah, sounds right. Lacavia said, your voice has me hooked. Wait, you talking about the what's the name? Was it the Seiji zone? Because I think, was my voice a little bit different on there? I think I did, because I was trying to model it after the guy directly on there. I think somewhere in there. I think it was somewhere in there. I don't know. Minkai. I think I want to. Yeah, I'm just going to say Minkai. I may be mispronouncing. I want to say the Y is silent. You said we'll be fine. Maybe the insurance companies will make an exception for the millionaires and up. Maybe they will. Possibly. Judge said, let white people take down the system they keep upon their shoulders. Yeah, because they're going to be the only ones that can dismantle and take some stuff out. Realistically, I'm just going to sit up there and say, black people need to stand back and stand down. That's because all that's going to happen is if they see one black person doing anything, see what those black people are doing at the Capitol. Stand back and stand down. Just let everybody else do whatever it is that they're doing. Just mind your business. Go grocery shopping. Holler, shout out World Star every now and again. Shout out to Q. Rest in peace. Record videos and move on as normal. Do the same thing that everybody else does at a zoo. That's it. Nisi said, it's nowhere near done either. Yeah. Yo, so what is up? You said you're at an hour, 41 minutes and 45. Brother Seji, you are mistaken here. This is not a white man explaining how white supremacy controls interracial marriage or coupling. That was the voice of Brother Neely Fuller. Oh, I didn't know. I did not know, because let me tell you, when I hear voices sometimes, I'm like, this is a white dude sitting up doing this. Because I put it to you like this. So I stand corrected. Soul gave the correction. The video that I played originally, well, I don't have it up now because I had to restart my page. The video that I had up there earlier, where it was the explanation of the image of interracial relationships and marriages being put directly out there, that was by Neely Fuller. So I just want to make that correction, because I was originally incorrect. And the reason why I was incorrect, because looking at certain songs that we happen to hear and learning later on that those are like white boys that were singing it, I'm like, yo, that just blew my mind. I'm like, hold on. I'm like, you're white? You were singing this song? I'm like, I thought this was black man the whole time. So I'm like, so that's how that worked out for me. Let me tell you. Let me see. Judge said fear is a knife with a poison handle. Yeah. Hack said, can we see the cat, please? I haven't actually put up the camera in a minute. I'm not even sure where my camera is. Let me tell you, he's over here just cleaning his paws at the moment. He's black and white though. He looks like a panda in a sense. So does May. Actually, they're actually, funny enough, both cats are black and white. How that took place and happened, I can't tell you, but we have two biracial cats. It's like I said, it'd be like that. So no racism in this household. Let me stop playing. Let me see. Nisi said my favorite phrase was when things go wrong, Blame the blank. Yeah, Jamal said Obama and how he knocked off a few African presidents. Ooh, diabolical work. Tim said 20. I can't. You may be 3, bro. Wait, huh? I don't even know what that means. For Tim down there. Yo, brother Allen, what is up? What is up? Much love and appreciation for the $3 super sticker. Much love, much love, much love. Hack said Tom Hanks left the country because he was allegedly into yeah. It's quite. Notice how you ain't heard nothing from Ellen DeGeneres. First you had Twitch, and I'm trying to figure out if the Ellen show was done already or if it was done after Twitch. Either which way it works, they were in close proximity. Either which one of those that basically took place. And I want people to understand. I'm just saying, I'm going to put it like this. Everything is alleged. Everything is alleged. So what happened to Anne Heche? Anybody? Anybody? Wasn't supposedly, allegedly Anne Heche writing a book? Right. And then I slightly question what information Twitch might have known as well. Those are two people that are seemingly connected to Ellen, and they are no longer here. Allegedly. This is all alleged. None is factual evidence. This is all for entertainment purposes. All for entertainment purposes. You know, I'm a comedian, failed comedian, but you know, it's alleged. Like I said, there's a lot of things that have gone on and happened with a lot of celebrities that are highly questionable. Shout out to what's the brother name? Johnny Depp. There's a quite a few movies where conspiracies are touched on for all intents and purposes, for all sake of work. And it it deals with people indulging in drinking certain types of things. If people know what it is I'm talking about and referring to, and this is another method of how it is that supposedly people are being youthful or staying youthful. Because I don't know what type of sorcery is going on. Where at one point in time, a few years back, Madonna was looking younger than her 19 and 20-year-old daughter. That was just, I don't know which type of I don't know what God Madonna believes in. Because that was something. That was diabolical. Let me tell you. And then you got Oprah out here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what gods these people are worshiping or who are they going to. It's this is some real sorcery out here. Because I'm like, what is how old is Oprah? Ain't Oprah like 70 or something like that? Let me see this. How old is Oprah? Let me type that in. How old is Oprah? Yeah, Oprah is 70. And when you look at Oprah, she was born January 29th of 1954. Right? So she's seen civil rights. She was there during that time. And you sit up there and look at the new Oprah now. That's not looking like 70. And that's not Ozempic. And maybe it might be a little bit, but that's not looking 70. Like my grandmother, when she was around and she was at her age, she looked her age. She looked her age. You can sit up there and tell and everything. This is reminiscent of, you can kind of like see something there, but this is more so reminiscent of an Oprah from like the 2000s. Because there was a point in time, I think Oprah was doing like this whole Slim Fast thing and whatnot, whatever, and she appeared on a few magazines, not fully slimmed down, but it was, I guess you could say, for a better lack of a better word, like a thick type of like image and whatnot. And I'm like, this is pretty much reminiscent of that. And I'm like, ma'am, you're 70. I'm like, what's going on here? What is like? I understand the fact that a lot of people don't want to be their age. I get that. I get that. Some people may get depressed about it, which technically you shouldn't, because it is an honor and a privilege to be in this plane of existence for 70 years. Because some people don't even make it to any of these ages. Like I said, you got kids out here, not even making it to their 10th birthday. So to say that you made it to 70, you were able to see a lot of this history. Like, yo, that's a privilege. You are a library within itself, respectfully. At least that's how I look at it, you know. But yeah, that's something right there. You got a lot of celebrities coming out here that are looking younger than what they should be. Now, again, you got some people, let's say like Maya, who is a vegan. She's been a vegan for about what, 20, I think about like 20 years. So that's understandable. She is eating right, she's working out, putting the right things in her body, and yeah, she looks great. She looks like the same Maya that I remember from the Nickelodeon video for Rugrats in Paris. Take me there. I want to go there. That was back when Rugrats in Paris first came out, and the toys are being sold directly at Burger King. Even though, if you listen to that song, that is not a kid's song. I just want to put that out there. If anybody got Spotify, listen to Maya, Take Me There. I want to go there. That is not a song. That's not a song for kids. Take me there. I want to go there. Take me to that great place where there's wonders and wishes. What was the one part that the black dude said? He was like, make a wish. Hold your breath and close your eyes or something like that. I forgot. I might be saying the lyrics wrong, but when you listen to that song, that is not a song for kids at all. But kudos for them to, for making that fit. They have the aesthetics of Rugrats directly in the video and everything, but the lyrics, when you listen to lyrics as you get older and you can read in between the lines, it's like, I'm like, how did this make it? I'm like, who allowed this to be the theme right here? It's crazy. And he said, yeah, I'm abrasive. DC said, taking organs from missing children is definitely not sorcery. Nah, it's not just that. It's also some vampiric, type of things going on as well too. One way or another. Minkai said probably, yep, exactly what you said right there. Exactly what you said right there. They also had a movie, and it should have been with Johnny Depp, and they went over that. And I think some stuff from like the 70s. Like I said, a lot of the stuff that you hear people like referencing, they were dropping hints about this stuff in a lot of movies and in a lot of music and stuff. It's crazy. Shout out to Kurt Cobain. Timothy said, random fact. So apparently they discovered fossils of a snake capable of eating whales. I'm not surprised. At one point in time, I remember looking at Titan boas, and people were saying how big Titan boas are. And if you look at a normal python, they can eat something very, very large, but at the detriment of them not being able to move. And now they're a huger target, right? Because I've seen them eat alligators, calves, and goats, and different, of course, human beings as well. Shout out to Anaconda from the 90s with Ice Cube, Jennifer Lopez, and John Voight. So I would not be too shocked if there was a snake out there that was at a point in time able to eat whales. I actually would not be shocked if you still have some of those around at this moment in time. Usually things that exist, I put it to you like this, just from how I'm looking at things, usually stuff that existed, quote unquote, either evolved or it just it adapted and went into a different place. Because remember, if people remember anything about school, they taught you about the sea levels, and you learned about the things that stay at the top where the sunlight can reach, at the medium mark where the sunlight is somewhat there, and then you got the darkness where there is no light, and then you got what's under that darkness. So like there are multiple levels of the sea where different types of creatures basically live. Like I'll never forget, I watched a video of the ocean, and it was a pipe that was supposedly on the bottom of the sea, and you saw this creature that looked like a bed sheet. Like I kid you not, the thing was just sitting up there and move. I'm like, what I'm like, what is that? I'm like, I don't see like a head. I don't see a tail. It just looked like somebody threw a bed sheet, a semi-transparent bed sheet in the water, and it's just waving in the wind, just going in whatever direction it wants to go in. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. And I don't even want to know what it is. Because I have a feeling that whatever that is, if it is to catch something, it's going to basically just surround it in that bed sheet. You're not getting out of there. It's nothing that you can do. You're just surrounded by a whole transparent bed sheet, and it's over. It is over. Say your goodbyes. Whoever you are looking forward to seeing, you are not going to see them. And the other thing I think I showed y'all pictures of in a previous live stream is the fact that when you look at certain whales that have been studied, like some of the largest whales that we have in the sea, of course you got, are they called jigsaw fish? Let me see. Let me make sure, because I want to make sure I say this properly. Okay, it was incorrect. It's not a jigsaw fish. But they have a fish that's at the bottom of the ocean, and what they tend to do, they have like sort of like a round mouth. So what they do is, let's say to like a whale, they will attach it to the whale and they will cut away at a piece of the whale, like a circular piece of the whale, and they would eat it. Like this is what they would, in a sense do. The whale, I guess they could feel it, but they don't really in a sense care because it's just a little piece of blubber and skin that's going away, that's going to get repaired compared to the whole size, of the whale. But the problematic part is that when you look at some of these larger whales, you'll notice that they have sucker marks on their bodies. So just imagine how large one of the largest whales in existence. And imagine that thing with sucker marks. So explain to me what is down there that is so large that they are wrestling with and nearly escape. Like I said, this is why I would not like. This is why I sit up there and tell people that when you peer into the darkness, always remember that there is something that you can't see that is looking right back up at you. There's always something there. And there's a lot of things in the ocean that we don't know nothing about because scientists refuse to tell people. That, trust me, NASA originally used to sit up there and look at the sea. Somehow, some way, NASA was like, "Hi, we're moving away from the sea. We're looking at the skies." I don't know what was so terrifying down there that NASA was like, "Yeah, we're not looking down there no more. We're looking at the skies." That's sort of how like archaeologists at one point in time, they used to always, every single year, like if you take the early 2000s all the way on back, archaeologists are like, "Yeah, we found a new dig. We found a brand new mummy. We found a brand new tomb. We found brand new this, brand new that." And it's like the more and more they dug, the more black people they found. And it was like, we're not finding anything new anymore. We found everything that needs to be found. What we're going to do is we're going to rework and rethink the hieroglyphics, and we're going to remodel a lot of the evidence that we already have to build upon that so that we got a clearer picture. That's what they do now. Because notice that you don't hear archaeologists like, "Yo, we got a brand new breakthrough. We found something that's going to revolutionize and change what we think about the history of civilization and all." You don't have that no more. Because it started getting darker and darker the more they kept digging. And again, that was going to break apart the whole narrative of Europeans modernizing civilization and all of this other. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff out there. It's a lot of stuff out there. It's crazy. It's crazy work, guys. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, I think cookie cutter shark. Is that it? Is that the fish I'm thinking about? Let me see. Uh, is that the one? No, I don't think it's that one. It's funny how a lot of these sharks look like goblins. I just want to put that out there. You know what? Because I'm looking at some images. I do see some cuts in smaller fish. I see the cuts in some larger ones as well. Maybe it might. Yeah, maybe. You know what? Maybe you might be correct. I stand corrected. You may be correct there. That may be the fish that I was thinking about. That was a cookie cutter shark. That just may be the one there. Yep. Because I'm looking at the skeleton of it and the rows of teeth. Yeah. See, this is why I love doing live streams, because I'm like, I know what it is I'm talking about, but I might just have it a little bit incorrect, and then y'all just pop up. It's like, oh, I know what you're sitting up there talking about. Said da da da, just typing information. See, this is why live streams are beautiful. This is exactly why. This is telling you, it's beautiful. It's 100%. But yeah, it's like, yo, it's like I said, a lot of stuff that's down there in the ocean. It is crazy. Like some of that stuff is nightmares. Like the types of crustaceans and how tall that they are. Like if you ever seen a movie like The Mist and you saw some of those things and how they look, you got some crustaceans down there that look very crazy. I'm like, if you got like Shaq, let's say like Shaq is like what, he's 7 feet tall. You have some crustaceans leg wise that are just as tall, if not taller. Just imagine seeing some type of like weird crustacean that's the height of Shaq, just like over you, just walking. That's terrifying. It's like, brother, what? What's that? You, brother, ooh. 1,000 leagues. Let me tell you, 1,000 leagues. Timothy said the only thing they know of right now is that colossal squid, aka the Kraken, and 100-foot spine of something. Yeah, because at one point in time, I remember I watched, it should have been Discovery Channel, History Channel, TLC, or whatnot, whatever. They said that they caught a squid, I think it was about like 25 feet long, I think, or they caught some that were a little bit longer. And they were saying that those are babies. I want people to understand. You got something that is, I'll put it even to a minimum. You got something that's 15 to 20 feet long, and they're saying that that's a baby. That's an adolescent. That's not anywhere close to a teenager or an adult. That is a problem. That is a problem. And how it is that people still want to go deep sea, you are crazy. You are 1,000. You have lost all of your marbles. You're going into a small machine, and you're going to go into the deep unknown. It's almost as if, quote unquote, you're going into space. Case in point, if you're going into, let's say, the Mariana Trench, you're basically going into space. You're going into a dark, unknown land. There's barely any type of light. There's no type of oxygen, and there are things there that you know nothing about. They know that you're there, but there are things there that you don't know nothing about, but they're watching you. That's incredible. I'm like, I don't know where the awareness is for a lot of people, but even as I'm talking about this, I'm like, yo, hairs are clearly raising directly on my arm. I'm not even in the ocean, and I'm like, yeah, something's watching me. just the imagination going off thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, it's time to. As soon as I touch the water, yeah, it's time to get out. We're not even going any further. I'm treating it like the Lion King. You go where the sun touches. You don't go past that. Again, paraphrasing. But yeah, it's like that's how you got to treat that. Like you got to have some situational awareness. I'm like, yo, oh man, you gotta the gall that you have to think that you can just go any and everywhere and that you're just going to be like respected and nothing is going to happen. That is crazy. That's why I'm just trying to figure out when it is that a lot of quote unquote true Americans like to go camping. How is it that you expect that a grizzly or a brown bear is not going to just sit up there and maul your whole family, or a mountain lion or a cougar or something just ain't going to come out of like, how do you like, you just really think that you are just safe everywhere? No, nature does not care. Nature does not care. This is why elephants, this is why hippos, this is why lions, cheetahs, you've had gorillas, everybody has sat up there and just attacked them. Because I'm like, yo, you don't respect nothing. You have no type of situational awareness. You think that just because you're there and present, that God's gift and ain't nothing's going to touch you. You are so wrong. So wrong. So wrong. Let me see. Where we at? Nisi said even worked with the DOD to help build hypersonic weapons. Yep. Yep. Keisha said, funny you mentioned archaeologists. They just found 1,000 new artifacts. Let's see how that's going to work out. Let's see where they found those. I would love to see. This is what I would want to see, right? If archaeologists are going to be archaeologists, I want them to go through the Grand Canyon and tell people what's there. I want them to go through the Grand Canyon and tell people what's there. Because for whatever reason, people still don't realize that we have pyramids in the United States. In the Americas, we have pyramids. So it's like it's not just Egypt that has pyramids. The eighth wonder of the world. You got pyramids all over the United States. You got mounds and everything. But for whatever reason, it's not really talked about. Everybody's like, oh yeah, all the pyramids and everything, the greatest and everything else, it's all Africa, it's all Egypt, all Egypt. And I'm like, word? That's what we're doing? That's how that's working? So if that's the case, then why you still got a lot of the Grand Canyon blocked off where people can't go? Why you still got a lot of that blocked off? Why we can't know what's down there? Why you not telling us? Why is that information staying hidden? Like I said, people got to question a lot of stuff. And that's why I keep saying, like, America will sit up there and be lying about a lot of stuff directly in front of you. And we'll just sit there and believe them. Like, okay, yeah, I got it. You're right. Lisa said, I'm talking about NASA. Don't ask me how I know. Hey, Lisa said, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, SpaceX. Oh, yeah, Lockheed Martin. Yeah, those are some key names right there. Hack said, I can't see other people's comments. Oh, I'm reading because I'm using StreamYard. So I'm reading it directly all together. So I'm reading it from both channels. So, Hack said, where is everyone? No, we here. We still here. I think I'm still live, right? Y'all can still hear me? Let me know. Timothy said the mist is the worst case scenario. Oh yeah, I thought we was about to have the mist earlier this month towards last year. When I was showing y'all the videos of that weird mist coming in, I'm like, oh, it's over. It's curtains. Like it's the Punisher is about to start like coming through. He's gonna be in that car again, and then you're gonna magically see the United States Army just coming through after everybody made their final last words and decision. Like I said, that movie, oh my goodness, is bad. Like some of the things that they had in there, I think like one of the things that I saw looked, if you play Final Fantasy, you know what I forgot the name of it. It starts with, it's like an adamantite. I forgot what it was. It's a very tall, four-legged type of being. If you play Apex Legends, you technically, in a sense, see them on Apex Legends. They're outside of the map on the water. I think they come from Titanfall or something like that. But anyways, those are the same things that you would normally see in Final Fantasy. You have one of those in the mist. And that thing was so tall. It was taller than any building that was probably in the United States. That thing was so tall that it had smaller beings or animals or whatever flying around it. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what is that? And I think it had tentacles. I'm like, oh, nah, brother. No. We're not trying to. No. Like I said, I don't know what dimension that is. I don't even know how that works. I don't even know what created that. That's like some Cthulhu type. I'm not trying to deal with that. I am no. We're not trying to do it. I would rather go through Jurassic Park. We're not doing that. At least with Jurassic Park, I know what I'm going to sit up there and get. I just know I'm not getting into that water. I can tell you that. I can tell you that. Now, I'll tell you this. If we're in like the Philippines, is technically a worse case scenario if I'm dealing with like crustaceans, realistically, with some of those that were around during that time. Yeah. If I could do it like the Philippines, where it's like clear, shallow water, and I can see everything, I can see you, you can see me. We good, because I know how to move. Now, if we're dealing with the water that's around the United, nah, we can't do that. We can't do that. Like I said, like some of the swamps and stuff that's here in like North America, we got, because I want people to realize at a point in time, all of New York was wetlands. A lot of places that have water around it, it was wetlands. Like Michigan has some wetlands, New York wetlands, New Orleans and stuff like that down south, wetlands. California has some wetlands. It was actually split and technically at a point in time. So, like I said, and then you think about all of these other things that we normally find as fossils and stuff. Yeah, son. I need to be able to see you. If you can see me through the water, I need to be able to see you from the land. That's the only way I'm going directly into the water. That's the only way I'm doing it. We got Brandon B. World. This man said, I am freezing my nips off, Brian. I am freezing my nips. This man is at work. Man, freezing out there on the shores. Much love, brother. Listening to the live stream. Hopefully, it is helping with the work period there. How long we going? We've been going for about like a good 3 hours. Again, shout out to anybody that's still here at this moment in time. Hopefully, you found this entertaining, getting a couple of laughs or whatnot. Stuff of that nature. Hack said, Cloverfield monsters in the sea. Yeah, we ain't doing that. McCavey said, that is crazy. DC said, yo, Seji, remember that info you pulled on the underwater force field / shield that they discovered and reported? Yeah. I think I only talked about that once, where there was supposed to be a barrier directly underwater, or at least an area that they could not specifically reach or go, directly into or whatever. Yeah, like I said, there are certain things that we are not supposed to reach. Certain things we ain't supposed to be doing. Sometimes, we ain't supposed to be reaching like Icarus, because you ain't gonna get burned if you reach down there. You're gonna get snatched up, and some other things might happen. Like I said, there's a lot of unknowns down there. Too many unknowns. The craziest thing is, I know, at least from science, from what was taught, I know more about the surface of every planet and a variety of asteroids. I've know or have an understanding of the make and model of a variety of different stars and how they're composed and all this other type of stuff. And that's all stuff that has nothing to do with Earth. But I can barely tell you anything about what's in the ocean. And this is our education system. This is our scientific community. These are our greatest minds. They can scientifically tell you anything about the moon, every single crater, when it was created, what's on the other side of the moon, all this other stuff, all these great theories. Even though they're still trying to conceptualize or figure out the moon as well, because I think the last time when they threw like a missile or something at the moon, it let off like a ring or something like that, meaning that it's hollow. And I'm going to put that back to a movie that was up there with, was it with Halle Berry? I forgot what it was. It was some movie. It was somebody might know in the comment section. There was a movie that came out with about a year or two ago. It had to do with two astronauts that were in space, and I think they had to go to the moon in order to fix whatever the problem was, because the moon was going to run directly into the planet or something or other. Long story short, I think the moon was like hollow or something like that, and inside the moon was a star. It was a white dwarf. And if anybody knows anything, again, science wise, how they sit up there and tell us, white dwarfs are very cool stars. They're not really hot. You would think technically something like that would be hot, but actually some of the brighter stars are the hottest ones directly out there. Our star is not even actually that hot, even though also to put into the effect, we live in a binary system where we got two stars. The other star is outside of the Kuiper belt. That's why we got our planets stay also in alignment when dealing with Pluto and how it can have the weird orbit that it has. The sun is strong, but if you got the sun pulling it in and then something pushing it out, pulling it, outwards, that means that it's something else directly out there that's influencing the pull of that. But anyways, like I said, I'm going a little bit too far. The whole main thing was that they were saying that the moon was, hollow. It was a white dwarf in there. Basically, it was artificial. It was something that was made by a very smart, intelligent civilization, from like long ago or whatnot or whatever. So, like I said, scientists more than likely know a lot of things about the moon, and they're still not telling people. And again, out of all of the adventures that we've had, we're just not, I think they said 2030 they're going to have a mission going to the moon again, and it's going to be an all-female team. And I'm like, all the technology that we have, it made no sense. But again, I gave you a live stream where somebody at NASA stated that at one point in time they had the telemetry and the technology to just bam go to the moon, and then somehow, some way they lost all of that information. I'm like, out of all of the secrets that y'all hold, y'all got the Vatican that's holding like the world's history. Y'all got like an ark that's somewhere in, I think it was like in Antarctica or the North Pole, where it got all of the seeds of the various plants from around the world. So just in case anything happens, you can repopulate everything. You got all of these things around here. How in the blue hell do you lose the directions on how to get to the moon? Like, I've never heard this before. Could you just imagine if you had some black scientists that were like, yo, we're smart, we're ingenious out here, we did all of this, but somehow, some way, we lost all the information on the orbit of the Earth, and we lost all the information on the planets. It just happened like that. What? How many telescopes did y'all just say that y'all put up? How many satellites y'all just put up recently, and all of this stuff? And you, like I said, I don't know how it is that when they say stuff that people don't question stuff and there's not some type of an uproar. That is crazy. When I heard a literal NASA scientist say that we lost the telemetry, we lost the information on how to get to the moon, you're fired. Everybody, the whole team, everybody, get them out of there. Hire brand new people. Get them out of there. Get them out of there. Y'all can hold on to the secret of Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Y'all can have that locked in a vault. Never lost that. Still there as it was written on day one. When it deals with you getting to the moon, which was one of the quote unquote most important achievements in the history of mankind, y'all lost it. Insane. Insane. Tim says sperm whales have been found with squid arms or tentacles 30 feet long, 30 feet long beaks in their stomachs, and the size of beach balls, and scientists were too scared to give estimates. Yeah, there are large, like, the things that are out there are crazy, because like I said, they don't really have predators like there are on land. And then on top of that, in deep down in the ocean, humans can't go down there and try to make something extinct. It's not happening. Like, the pressure is way too, that's literally, if we are to, in a sense, judge this in another way, right? Let's say, like, you in a sense got two Earths. What we live on is basically Earth 1. Earth 2 is deep down it's in the darkest reaches of the ocean. That's a whole nother gravity. That's a whole nother ecosystem. It's a whole nother level of, we don't have no oxygen, but the only heat that we got is coming directly from the Earth, and it's by way of these vents that's giving off 200 plus degree heat. And you got these crustacean bacterium and all this other stuff living there, and they all got night vision. Everybody can see in the dark. You can't see them, but they can see you. So, like I said, I believe it. I believe without even having to see it. Sanders has said, I do want to go off-road, but not far in. Oh, wait, you talking about like off-road? You talking about like for like camping, or are you talking like off-road in the water? Because I know some people like off-road in the water where it's like they got like the boat and whatnot, and then they'll, take the boat directly to the beach, take it off the car, and then push it direct. Like I said, I'm not sure which meaning. My mind is all over the place right now. So Nisi said there are researchers at NASA that study the sea floor, algae, and poisonous effects of microorganisms to the upper layer of the water surface. Yep. NASA has done a lot of research when it's dealt with water in the oceans. Trust me, NASA got a lot of information. Keyshawn said inside the tomb of the first female pharaoh. What was it? Okay, we said yes. Pink said, I know what it is. Hold on. I'm about to sit up there and mispronounce this so bad. Wait. I think Pink, what did you say? Expedition? I think. I might have mispronounced it, possibly. Minkai said might find a Shogoff down. Yo, I ain't trying to find nothing. I'm not even trying to I'm not trying to find no kaiju either. I'm not trying to do that. Casey, I'll put it to you like this, adding into what I just said about deep down in the ocean. I want people to remember, out of all of the things that you were able to see, there was actual radar video that you can look up right now where people will show you that on the radar that anybody can look at and see, at a point in time, there was a very large shadow underneath the water that left from Antarctica that went north. Somebody has to explain that to me. I ain't trying to hear, oh, that was just like that was an earthquake. Nah, son. That shadow was in a solid type of form, very large, moving through the ocean, deep in the ocean, going north. You're not telling me that was an earthquake. We're not doing that. You're not about to play with my intelligence. We are not doing this. We are not doing it. Like I said, we have still yet to receive a actual answer directly about that. It was like once that happened, then other things started happening that blocked that out of everybody's like memory and mind. It was nobody remembers that, all this other type of stuff. Like I said, crazy work out here. It is crazy work directly out here. Hack said tentacles, huh? PTSD from Japanese. You found the hentai. Let me see. Tim said, yeah, and they want us to believe that cryptids didn't exist. Yeah, okay. See in the ocean, a 10-foot monkey Bigfoot and lichens dogma is not that hard to comprehend. Yeah. Lisa said 2 guys got an award, the 300 SMD. 300 SM. When I see that abbreviation, that's a whole nother. Only because I've heard people from New York, that abbreviation is completely different. Completely different. That's what like threw me off. I'm like SMD. I'm like, hold on. 300. Because I had to look that up real quick. Let's see. I got LEDs up here. Hold on. That's throwing me off right there. When I look at that abbreviation, it's throwing me off. It's throwing me off. Shout out to New York because they are some of the main ones. Some of the main ones. Let me see. Cap said, Capricornia, what is up? What is up? Said the moon is an observation post. Like I said, at this point in time, I believe it. I mean, I believe, for me, being a conspiracy theorist, I believe in a variety of things. It's just that at this moment in time, you have a lot of information that people are like, oh, that's just conspiracy. There's no truth. And like I said before, there was millions upon millions of people that were called crazy for believing in aliens. Now the government's like, yeah, those exist. Next. And nobody batted an eye. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm like, everybody that was ever called crazy, the whole world needs to apologize to I'm not looking for an apology, but I'm like, yo, the whole world needs to apologize to any and everybody that you ever call crazy for believing in aliens. Because now your government is like, yo, yeah, those exist. Flying saucers, yo, those exist. Spaceships, yeah, those exist. Underwater bases, yeah, those exist. Oh, beings that live on this planet, yeah, we got other people that live here deep under the sea in their bases that we can't really reach. And yeah, they be coming every now and again from up in the ocean. I'm like, nobody is batting an eye. But I'm like, y'all called everybody crazy for telling y'all that these things existed, that these beings were already on this planet. Whew, crazy work, man. Like I said, again, this is more proof of going back into how the government lies to you. They will call you a liar to your face while knowing the truth. Crazy work. He says so many inventions. They allow patents, though. Yeah. You need directions to the moon. That'll make me slap everybody in the room. Keyshawn said, well, DC says styrofoam was invented by someone working there. He profited from it, although it's bad for the environment. Right. Also, technically, if you want to take it to like inventions, there are certain metals here that allow for the entry and re-entry of spaceflight, and one of those metals you're able to find directly in Haiti, which deals with like the space shuttles and different stuff like that. I think you can also find that in Africa, but it's a rare metal that you can only find in certain places. That almost sounds like vibranium, guys. Where it has certain properties that other metals don't have. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, you talking about Jeep off-roading? Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. I see you out here. You trying to, do like some mud trucking and stuff. I see you out here. I see you. I can see it too. Like next time you're gonna just like have a video on TikTok, and the truck is gonna just be like all like straight mud on, like I can just see. I kid you not. Like I have the picture right now. It's like you have how your hair, because I'm looking at the picture like you normally had the braids, but you got the locks, and then you got goggles, you got the roof and the side doors directly off of the truck, and everything is like just straight like muddy. And like you're just sitting up there like smiling because you had the time of your life. Like I swear to goodness, like I see it. But I know you wouldn't do that to the truck because that's your baby now. Just got that, it's fresh and clean, and that would take a lot of money to sit up and clean that. But yeah, like I said, I can see these things. The vision is there. It just has to meet reality. Just got to meet reality. Timmy said, night vision, and they produce biological light to attract you. They communicate by charging in colors. That is terrifying. Oh yeah, they got some. I think what is it? Is it the clownfish? Let me look that up real quick. I want to say not the clownfish. I think it's like a squid. Yeah, I think yeah, it should be like a clown squid. They got some squids. Yeah, I think it's the cuttlefish clown squid. It's one of them. But they got squids that are luminescent, that because of the things that they eat, that a lot, well, also because of the melanin that they have, that's the other thing too. A lot of those fishes that can or sea life that can give off that bioluminescence, they have certain types of melanin, sort of like a chameleon. They got certain types of melanin in their skin that allows them to do that, along with the electricity that they got going through their body and how their brain works, and all the other type of good stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. Because the worst thing, one of the main things, like it's amazing to see, but it's terrifying as well. If you think about I gotta look it up now. It should be a viperfish. Is it? Well, technically, yeah, the viperfish. Seeing anything that's like a large viperfish or a anglerfish. Let's see. Yeah, either one of those, viper or anglerfish. If you look those up, I am not trying to see that. All you're going to see is jaws and teeth. And think if, because the craziest part is they have the lure, which is the light that's at the top of their head, and they angle that, and they got these wide jaws where you can just like they can just have their mouths open. Like think about like if something was like as big as one of like the largest whales, and you're just in the deep dark ocean, and you see this light, and you're going towards this light, and you don't notice any of the surrounding things, and the jaws just close in on you. All you see is like the teeth closing. It's over. It's curtains, and them things are ugly. Those some ugly fish. Those some ugly fish. Let me tell you. Let's Talk said, "Hey Seji, have you seen the Netflix series called Sweet Tooth?" I don't think I've seen that. When you mention Sweet Tooth, I'm thinking about Twisted Metal. When you say that, um, oh, you said they say that in the mist. Oh, okay, I got you. Expiation. Okay. I see. I know I was going to sit up there and mispronounce. I knew that was going to happen because my mind saying one thing versus what it's actually written. Yeah, I knew it was going to happen. I know. I knew it was going to happen. Sonny said, "I'm back. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back." Ty is in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? We got hey C Apple. What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? Tim said it was Goku. Happy thought it was just Goku. Said. Sonny said this is a water planet. Why wouldn't the most advanced things be there? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Nisi said 300 SMD safety and mission assurance directive. I got you. Yo, the more and more I keep seeing you talk, I'm like, are you a scientist? I'm like, because if you work in the field of science, that'd be actually pretty dope. Because technically we have two. Because that would be you and Miss Anderson. Keyshawn said, I've been done with all things ocean since I learned dolphins use pufferfish as weed. Oh yeah. Yeah, because of the air. I think pufferfish are also toxic too, but they're immune. The dolphins are immune to the poison, so they'll sit up there and slightly, bite or whatnot on a pufferfish to absorb a lot of those toxins just enough to get high. It's crazy what animals do to get high. It's crazy. It is crazy. Now, if you were a human and tried to do that, oh, it's over for you. You're a goner now. You are a goner now. Sonny said, we look for exoplanets in the habitable zone under the impression life should exist there, but our own moon is with us in our habitable zone and has no life. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, they've also stated that's because of no atmosphere. Funniest thing is, now they're starting to say at a point in time, Venus was habitable, right? They were saying, especially for some years, that Mars was habitable, but something happened, and whoever lived there at that moment in time, they left and went elsewhere. The funniest part is if Mercury actually had a proper atmosphere, that could actually be it would be hot, but it would be a habitable planet because it would have enough of an atmosphere to block a lot of the stuff there. Now I would say if the rotation was a little bit different, that could help, but then you would have the problem. Well, if it had an atmosphere, you would be fine. It would kind of be because you would have the light side and then you would have the dark side, and the dark side would always be colder. I don't know. You have to figure out. Like I said, it's a lot of different facts about different planets where because of the gravity and the composition of certain gas giants, you have different types of elements that normally we have on this planet because of how everything is different. Let's say like Uranus or Saturn or something, like they got different types of hydrogen, like they got like an ice hydrogen. I forgot what it was. Like they got like I said, the things that you learn about science and the different properties under different types of gravity, pressure, whatever you want to call it. It's amazing how things, transform into like different states and whatnot. It's crazy. Very interesting though. Let's talk about it. Said the government tried to take out Dr. Sabi. Yeah, that's bars. See, Apple said, what's the topic? Technically at this moment, I'm just talking about anything that comes across the board at this moment. I've been going through, science and government and everything. As I've been running my mouth, I just realized I still did not finish my profile on RedNote. I was been supposed to. I kid you not. I was been supposed to do that. I think I was supposed to go to my profile and see what my name is going to show up as. Okay, so I gotta do I have a picture on my phone that I can upload to make this easier? Oh, I just realized I think I'm going to have to watch a video. Well, let me see. I gotta go through the settings. Where the settings located? This is settings here. I mean, everything is already in English, right? So let me see where general settings. You got font size. System font, we're going to put that in. Oh, dark mode is already on, so that's automatic. That's great. Automatically play silent, HRD effects. We got languages. Oh, that's dope. So actually, you don't have to search for it to be in English because it's already there. Because I remember some people were telling me that if you went on the app, you're going to have to try to swap it into English. I mean, technically, some things aren't fully translated, but because we've been on stuff so long, you can kind of figure out certain things. Let me see. I'm just trying to do pictures. Okay, I think that's add people, and then that's something else. I'm not trying to do that. That's the camera. Allow video on device. Okay, there we go. So now I can go. I don't know how I took pictures in my pocket. Let me tell you, I think I got to delete a lot of this stuff. I think I got like 200 and something pictures that was magically taken by my phone when it was in my pocket. So right now, just in case people wonder why I'm not really talking, I'm on Red Note right now, and I'm trying to find one of my pictures that I can upload and put as my profile, and I actually don't have one. Technically, I do. Haha. I'll use that one. I'm not even sure what I'm pressing. Oh, that's like send to friends. We're not trying to do that. I was trying to upload a profile picture. Let me see. How do you do this? Do I got to go to profile? Okay, got name directly up there. Okay, so I can swap my name. Let me just do that. Let me put it as the normal. I'm not even sure what that even means. Maybe I'm not able to switch it. Okay, I guess I can't do that. All right, so if you happen to see me on Red Note, it will be SEIJIHITO, the second coming. For whatever reason, I can't like swap it to the normal. So it is what it is. Oh, we can do background photos. All right. So add to your bio. Not trying to do that. Brother, what is this? Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn some Mandarin real quick. I'm gonna have to figure something out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch a few videos just to put my profile picture directly up there because right now I just got an airplane and I'm looking crazy. Let me see. I said yes, can't wait. Cuttlefish, hypnotize prey. Yeah. Septipod, bioluminescence. I wonder what that feels like, right? Oh, you talking about with the pufferfish? Imagine every time you got goosebumps sensation made a glowing effect. Oh, I'm trying to figure out. Somebody stated there are certain types of algae that I think glow, and you got certain creatures in the sea that eat that, which also helps with the bioluminescence. Uh, and I think if you were to actually have a diet and you ate enough of those, you would slightly become that as well, too. Because usually what they always say, you are what you eat. So if you eat something that glows in the dark, sooner or later, well, if it's living and you haven't eaten it, you'll probably take on those properties over time. Seattle said, if you think about vampires would live well underwater. I mean, yeah, because it's always night and it's cold. Timothy said, anything alive that affects live radar on a massive scale like that in Antarctica, I stay in my happy place and assume it's cold. He said, time check 154. It is currently, I mean, well, yeah, you wrote that at 154 for me right now because I just saw the comment. It is 2:03 at the moment. Nisi said, my favorite is wolves. Okay, I got you. I got you. So pufferfish. Tim said this is why we need white folks because they're going to find Godzilla, and I'm here for it. They need to stay in the ocean. Seattle said when you get to Tiamat, show me. Hey, I'm not even trying to see that either. Tiamat is a dope character on Smite though. If you ever play Smite, pretty dope. Liquid hydrogen, I7. Yeah, yep. There's a place on Mercury. On Mercury, you'll freeze to death. I'm trying to figure out, does Mercury fully rotate? I know, not orbit around the sun. I'm trying to figure if it fully rotates because there's like so many different things about like planets and whatnot. I went over, read, watched videos and whatnot. About stuff in different solar systems, our solar system, and all that other type of stuff. Sometimes things get like jumbled up every now and again. Because I think what was it? Was it Uranus or Neptune where the winds, because of the way the planet is, the winds go sideways or something like that around the planet, and it's like crystals. It rains like crystals or diamonds. It was something crazy, and that's within the solar system, and whatnot. Like I said, interesting stuff. Yep, Saturn is a big ball of gas. Yep. Nisi so roll one up. Keyshawn with the rocket ship. Tim said you got to see if it rotates. Temps on each area, the main atmosphere element, if it's breathable, and if there is life, they better start with the predators, right? There was a movie, I forgot the name. There was a dude who was in, I want to say, the first Avatar. He was the one that became an Avatar the first time. He was he lost his legs. I think he was like in a wheelchair or whatever. He was in a movie that I watched where they had this mission where they picked, I think, several people specifically in order to go through like a transformation. They were going through like a whole body and DNA transformation so that they can be the first inhabitants of I think, was it Io? I think it should have been Io. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong because it's been a minute. I think Io should be one of the large moons that is ice. But we're not, like, basically it's fully ice on the surface, but underneath is supposed to be water. And it was two. It was a male and a female that made it through the whole thing in order to be the first to live there and to hopefully start populating. And then once that was successful, I guess they were going to go through and do that with others of the human population as well, because I forgot, I think something was happening with the planet. It's always something happening with Earth where we now are coming through with all of this scientific greatness where we can now quote unquote save people or do all of this other type of stuff. Great stuff. Sonny said the majority of water in the universe has never existed in liquid form. That's such a unique state that we just happen to catch. Nisi said, where are you? It may be hard to keep them alive. Wait, huh? But I'm confused. I feel like you were just like talking to code there or something. Oh, you talking to Tim? My bad. Tim said that's between. Oh yeah, okay, that's y'all. Hack said, "Hey Seji, can I send you a picture I took of?" Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah. So you can send it to I know I should have got some coffee. You can send it to the Discord. I got you. Seattle said, I mean Tiamat, the super Earth. Oh, okay. I got you. I thought you meant like Tiamat the dragon. I thought that's what you meant. I'm like, you're trying to see some kaiju. I'm like, I'm not about that life. I'm like, I'm good. I am good. But yeah, I seen a lot of pictures of different super. But see, this is the problem though, because we're light years away, right? So we're looking at an image of a planet from that distance away, like let's say like something like 250 million light years, away from the planet. Like, we're technically looking at an image of what that planet was in the past. We don't know what that planet looks like at this moment in time. That's the other problem too. Like, we can, like, let's say if we're looking at something in our solar system, we can say like, okay, that's not light years away, right? Light distance from the sun, we could say, 8, 10, whatever minutes, all this other. Because I think, what is it? Somebody again can correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section. I think it takes what, 8 minutes for the heat and the light from the sun to reach the earth. And I think they were scientifically, they said that if the sun was to disappear, like literally disappear right now, we would still be receiving heat and whatnot from the sun, even though it's not there for a certain amount of time, because it takes that much to basically reach us. I forgot. Like I said, stuff is coming back. It's it's been locked away. Gotta get the rust directly off the information. Not like the moon, which I don't consider a planet. It controls the tides of the oceans and the seas, right? He said that's why you can see eclipses more prominent when it occasionally blocks the sun. True. Timothy said, Europa on Jupiter, or is it Europa ice on top of the ocean underneath? Maybe it is Europa, because I know you got two cold ones there. You got Io, and then I gotta go back. And I used to know. Let me tell y'all, I studied my science book like a Bible. I used to know these by heart. I didn't know like all 45 moons. I wasn't that far. I was close. I can give you about like a good 10 to 15. I can tell you that. Okay, no. Okay, so I had it wrong. Yeah, Io is the one. That bad boy is like acidic. That bad boy is straight volcanic. That's why it has that discoloration. So yeah, that you are correct. That is Europe. I was completely saying the wrong thing. Yeah, because that's the one where it has like the deep craters within the ice, and ice is consistently moving because of, not really because of the warmth of the sun, but because of the radiation that Jupiter is actually throwing off, which is allowing warmth and everything like that to happen. Also, the thing I remember that people stated before, in a sense, Jupiter being a failed star because of the composition of the planet. Because I remember from a lot of movies, I forgot which movie it was, where they were trying to throw, they spent, I think, probably like 100+ years or something like that, throwing hydrogen. Was it hydrogen or helium? They were throwing one of the elements directly into the atmosphere so that they can try to turn Jupiter into another sun. But I'm like, even if you were able to do that, the problem is, depending on how the sun decides to go out, chances are very great that bad boy is going to expand. Like, it is going to turn into somewhat of like a red giant. Like, that bad boy is going to be like, all right, to eat ourselves real quick, and we're going to expand, eating off of ourselves, off of these fake calories, and we're going to take up Mercury with us. We're going to take Venus. We're going to take Earth. We're going to take potentially Mars as well. And we're going to touch some layers of the asteroid belt, aka where another planet actually resided, but due to certain things that transpired, quote unquote, Nibiru, Planet X, whatever you want to sit up there and call it, coming directly through and messing some stuff up. It is what it is. Also, to note, I think I went over this before. Nibiru or Planet X is the reason that they stated why Uranus is on its side. Let me just make sure I'm saying this right. Let me make sure. Yeah, okay. So yeah. They stated that the reason why Uranus is on its side is well, originally, you had scientists that said, well, it just formed like that. Other people were like, it had to be a strong, if every other planet is in alignment and everybody else is, north and south, everybody is, where they're supposed to be. How is it that this eyeball decided to do this? And people are like, well, every such and such years, Planet X basically comes through, and more than likely, supposedly, it got, close enough. The magnetic field basically was so strong, it basically, just yanked it real quick. Yeah, got it, hemmed it up real quick and was like, hey, we're going to put you in this position, and then dipped out. Like I said, it's a lot of interesting stuff that, theories and different stuff, out there and stuff. A lot of stuff. Timothy said, 8 minutes for light to reach us, so everything at a sun's distance is an 8-minute delay for us to observe it. Yeah. Yep. Miss Nisi up there laughing. Seattle said, Earth plus Mars plus asteroid belt equals Tiamat before it was destroyed. Oh, yo, that would be insane. Thinking about that, because I did have a science book at a moment in time where the other thing that they stated on how we got the moon was because another large object crashed directly into Earth at the moment, and when it was forming, and then whatever was basically left from that crash, it melded together, and then the rest of it formulated, the moon and whatnot. So technically, we're not even supposed to have a moon. If we're, going by some of the things that science has put, directly out there, but that still wouldn't make sense on why the moon would be hollow. So the only theory going directly with that would that it would be artificially created by, somebody else or whatever. But whatever. Nisi said, haha, here I go with the jokes. That's it. Well, anybody out there, because you'll be burning, freezing, and turning up with a spacesuit on. Yeah. Funny enough, if you think about the spacesuits, the same way that they wear the quote unquote the suits in space is sort of like the same way that they wear the suits in the ocean, which is funny. And then I think the astronauts, don't they train in like a large pool to like get ready to be in space for the weightlessness and all this? I find a lot of this stuff to be weird. I'm like, why would you technically train, in water? I'm like, that's not, water has like a certain type of thing directly to it. If you're in water, unless there's a strong current, you're not going to go out of control in the water. You can control yourself. In space, there is nothing for you to be like, okay, oh, I'm going a little bit out of control. Let me put my hands forward. Let me start, flapping like a bird, and then I'm good. Nah, it's like you out of there. You're flying to wherever you flying to. Bon voyage. Send a postcard if you can. It's it's done. It is done. Seattle said, told you, Super Earth, right? Nisi said, no. Seattle said, I'm not sure, can I have some ideas, but I have no PhD. Tim said, that's a good question. Does darkness have a speed limit, or is it always present, which makes its speed nearly infinite? The thing, let me tell you, when I was younger, even still to this day, the thing that interested me most about space when I learned about it was dark matter. To me, I was like, that's the most beautiful thing in existence, because when you think about it, they say that dark matter comprises the vastness of space. Like when you look out into space and you see it, you're looking at dark matter, right? And this is also part of the reason why when you look out, you can't see certain types of stars. So you got dimly lit stars, like you got brown dwarfs, which are horribly dim. Like you would need infrared in order to see those, along with other types of stars as well that are hidden in the background. Versus if the color of space was vastly different, you would be able to see a lot of other stars directly out there. Let me see. Seattle said, bro, have you seen Burger So? Is debt free? Oh, no. I did a video, not technically a video, but I brought up in a live stream. Yeah, that man is doing, he is doing the Lord's work. Let me tell you, like that. When you think about and you talk about how a leader is supposed to move and freeing their people from the hold of Europeans, he did that. They got their agriculture, they got their land. Yo, they are out there, they are moving. And this is going to be the problem. If you start to have more, I'm not saying all of Africa is going to do this or capable. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I'm also not going to say that all of Africa is going to do it. If you have, let's say you start to get about like a good 25 to 40% of Africa, of that continent, to move in that exact same manner, oh, the world is going to have to start they're going to have to start standing up when you start speaking about Africa and not, they're going to be standing up. They're going to have to stand up when they speak to them. It's not going to be like Africa is now coming into a room and everybody is sitting down just having a conversation like it's whatever. Nah, when that starts happening, Africa shows up in a room, everybody's going to be standing. You're going to start to see people give that respect because they have to, not because they want to, but because they have to, because they did something that, again, they thought was not going to happen. They did something that they thought was impossible. And now you got to come specifically to them to get what it is that you want. You got to sit up there and show that respect, or you're going to sit up there and lose. But the thing that they have to be very careful with is, the people that they have around them. Because sooner or later, just going by, again, this is fictitious story dealing with Wakanda and all this other type of stuff. When you look at how Wakanda is written, it's a very prosperous, beautiful, one of the richest cities before Doctor Doom invaded and took all the vibranium and became like a god. And then the Wakandans, including T'Challa, had to make vibranium inert to basically make it worthless. You had factions within Wakanda that did not want T'Challa. They did not want the rule to be exactly what it is. Before, like the not worrying about Killmonger and all those other type of people, you had other people, citizens that were a part of Wakanda that was like, yo, we want this to be a democracy. We want this to be that. We want this to. You had all of these other things, in a sense, going on, and you're going to look at everybody of the now supporting how it is that these countries are moving. But once this becomes the norm, you're going to have people like, we need to sit up there and have a different type of rule. We need to move this, a different type of, like I said, you're going to have a lot of people trying to cause problems and issues that's going to throw the country into an even worse chaos. Because that's always what happens. Whenever you have a rule that is pretty clear, concise, cut, and standard, and it's working, you have people out there be like, nah, this ain't what I want. This ain't it. We're gonna have to, make some things different. And like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy. Seattle said in 3 years. Nixie said, yep, gravity is ginger. That's turn up. I swear Nisi might be a rapper. Might be a rapper. I think I'm seeing some bars out here. Nisi said intergalactic high. Timmy said the dark matter is a substance, though not actual darkness. Right. And so dark matter would have a speed limit, but what about darkness itself? I think it does. I think it does have a limit because I think there was like a study or an experiment done on darkness. Also to mention that in a part of the galaxy there is was it the galaxy? Yeah, it should have been a galaxy. Yeah. In a certain part of the galaxy there is a very large gaping hole that is there where there are no stars that exist. That's problematic. I would want to know what's there, but I don't want to know what's there because I'm like, yo, if you got something, because of course you got, normal black holes and then you got super large, black holes, aka the ones that are in the middle of spiral galaxies and, and stuff like that. Also to know that you got different types. You know what? I'm just going all over the place talking about science. Like, how did I get here? How did I get here? And I didn't even have my coffee yet. You said the voids, yeah. But you got to wonder like what specifically actually made that take place. Like there has to be something strong enough to, in a sense, for what it seems that erased whatever was there. Or you could have a very intelligent civilization that figured out a way to make a cover where you can't see what is specifically there. So just in case, if people like, we know that there's something out there, we're going to go in that direction. People are like, oh, that's total darkness. Oh no, we're not doing that. It's like looking at the ocean. Oh, that's total darkness. We're not doing that. It's the exact same effect. It's like, yeah, oops, we are not dealing with that nonsense out here. Hack said anti-spiral is their Seiji. Let me see. I seen an image of a square shape. Of course, we've seen the normal spiral, seen the square shaped galaxy, and I think it was another type as well. I forgot what it was. Apple said, yeah, I wanted to talk about dark hole in space. I don't think it's a black hole. I just think it's a alien civilization. Oh, wait, are you talking about the same area that I'm talking about, or are you just talking about like black holes in general, in a sense? Now, I will tell you this. Now, I'm not sure how many Mass Effect fans that we have at this moment in time. And I think I told you about this like way back, probably about like 2 years ago. One of the dopest things, I think they even had it in Interstellar. Like maybe you might have seen Interstellar when they were near a black hole. I would want to say, if I could technically, if I had the choice to like live somewhere, just having that as a background, I would love to just be there. Like you're on like the outer edge. I ain't talking about being like in the event horizon where it's over for you. I ain't talking about that. We're not doing that. I'm just talking about like you're on like I'm gonna put it as the Goldilocks realm, of that type of deal. Because if you think about it, if you got an active, black hole that's just there, it's not really, running wild or anything like that, spewing, radiation and all this other type of stuff, but it's manageable, right? So it's giving off heat and it's giving off light, and you also have, other things that are passing by, here and there. And technically, realistically, depending on where it's located, you're technically pretty safe. Like you're not worrying about an asteroid or something like that coming to hit you. Now, I will say, maybe you might have to deal with like a rogue planet. Maybe. I don't know, because gravitational pull, different things like that. You got rogue planets from galaxies that collided, or things that got knocked out of their own solar system, stuff like that. Even though scientists said that it's more of a normal occurrence to have these rogue planets than not. And I think they also got rogue stars as well too. Crazy stuff. That's probably going to happen when Andromeda and the Milky Way actually clash. That's also another dope background. Let me tell you, there are certain things I wish I would live to see, where I would want to be within the generation where you could step outside and you can look at the Andromeda galaxy almost as if you can like literally touch it. I would love, like, the pictures that people will be able to take during the time, that's going to be incredible. That is going to be, there is nothing I could potentially try to just AI art or try to draw that's going to convey how beautiful that is going to look. That's going to be insane. I can already see people trying to like, have weddings during certain days of, how it shows up and what is crazy stuff. Event Horizon, right. Let me see. Galaxy on Fire, Event Horizon. Seattle said, yeah, the same area. They have a Dyson sphere. Yo, and I was going to sit up there and say that, and I know about the Dyson sphere. I think they said, what would that be? That would be like a fourth, fifth, sixth type civilization where they're like interstellar and have the ability to terraform and different stuff like that. Like once you are at a certain level as a civilization where you can harness the power of your star, oh yes, it's done. Like you're out there. You're just looking at every, like, it could be a white dwarf or whatever it is. You're looking at that. Oh, that's a gas station real quick. let's gas up. And then let's continue on to, the next system. I think something else that I said that I would love to have as like a background is like a binary star system, like a Sirius A and a Sirius B type of thing, or if it's like 3 stars in the sky, stuff like that. Like I said, space and stuff is dope. Like imagination can just run wild. You can pretty much just imagine and see a lot of things and whatnot. It's pretty dope. And he said somebody in chat earlier was like, "What is the topic?" That's when I knew it went love. Yeah, yeah, that tends to happen. But I think he just got here. That's why. So but like I told people before, this is what tends to normally happen with me if I'm allowed to talk long enough. I'll just start flying into things that that I love, stuff that I grew up on, like science, uh space, things dealing with geography, the earth, water. I mean, that still revolves around science and stuff like that. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff. If it's not video games, it'll probably be science or a mixture of both and whatnot or whatever. Timothy said, if there's a void of nothingness that could be a birth of a multiverse, we just have to witness the original Big Bang yet. That's true. That brings me to if anybody's a friend, say a friend, if anybody's a fan of the Justice League, there's an episode where the Green Lantern, I think they ended up time traveling by mistake because they were chasing somebody, and they mistakenly witnessed because they weren't so there's an oath that they're supposed to take and whatnot, and he ended up witnessing the beginning of the universe. Like you saw like this one universe or grouping the stars and all this other type of stuff, and then you saw two hands close in and then basically formulate pressure almost like a diamond and whatnot, and that was supposed to be in a sense like the Big Bang or whatnot, whatever. I thought that was cool. I thought that was in a sense a pretty cool type of concept or whatnot. Sonny said, I believe the blackness we see in space is just us within the galaxy's black hole. That would be crazy. It's like how you explained it. I feel like I would have to be high to fully understand it, and I feel like I'm high enough at this moment on life to comprehend it. It's the craziest thing. It's the craziest thing. Craziest thing. Let me see. Sunny said, Earth, Sun, spiraling, black hole equals faith, Earth, Sun, black is the Holy Spirit. Right. Sunny said, all stars are gas stations, bro. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. 100% bars. Timmy said Dyson spheres is the closest thing to Sephiroth that exists. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'll put it to you to a different extent. Again, this is not trying to get biblical or nothing like that. But when they talk about the angels how angels actually look, which would actually scare a lot of people, talking about like all the eyes and all this other type of stuff, and some of the ones that like are attached to like the chariots. I forgot what the ones are called that got like the eyes, and it's almost like a Dyson sphere. As soon as you said that, I'm like, that's exactly what that sounds like. I'm like, when whoever thought about these angels, I'm like, yo, do y'all know what Dyson spheres are? I'm like, it's looking a little bit close. Because I'm like, Dyson spheres got a lot of circles, and they are revolving around this one energy, directly at the at the center and everything like that. Wow. It's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Sonny said the Big Bang happened. It happened in seconds, and it happened in minutes, and then in hours, and then days, and then years. Yo, that would be crazy to actually venture to where the center of or the area where the Big Bang actually took place. Because if you think about the universe and how vast it is, we're dealing with the aftermath, and we're not dealing with anything that's in a sense current or new. Well, no. I mean, okay, well, maybe I got this a little bit reversed. Okay, So if the Big Bang happened in the center and everything spread out, it's a little bit weird because, in a sense, everything that spread out from the Big Bang is still brand new, but also at the same time is old. So then, if you journey to where the center of everything took place, all the, let's say, like information or planets, whatever, all of that stuff is going to be current. All of that is going to be brand new. Like I said, it's weird to try to explain. Like, I see it, but it's like the way I'm explaining it, it's not exactly making sense. Because usually when you start from somewhere and you go far enough away, you're whatever. I'll figure it out. People are like, yo, what is Seji even talking about? What did I just walk into? Yeah, that's how I feel most days. So wait, a Dyson sphere, a planet or planets using the sun or a star as fuel, or a civilization surrounding itself around a star. Dyson sphere is usually the type of structure that a higher civilization use once they get to a high enough point where they can harness the power of their star or stars. And I'm pretty much going to say their star because it takes, more than likely, it's going to take a minute to build a Dyson sphere, even if they are highly technologically advanced, because a lot of stars are massive. One of my favorite stars was it should be XY Canis Majoris, even though you got stars that are bigger than that. It is a super hyper giant, I think it was. Let me see. XY, it should come up. It doesn't? It used to come up when I used to type it. Canis Majoris. Yeah. Yeah, it's a hyper giant. Yep. And then, and the crazy, during the time when I knew about XY Canis Majoris, that was, in a sense, one of the largest ones out there. And then I'm sitting up here looking at a picture. You got, what is it? What's the name of that one? Can't we see it? Yeah, UY Scuddy. I'm like, man, good lord, that is ridiculous. Because like how big the thing is, like almost our whole solar system fits in there. The only ones that would make it out would be Uranus and Neptune. Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Like I think it would pretty much eat up our whole solar system. And then when you, in a sense, show like a computerized comparison to that star compared to the Earth, it looks like an atom. Like one little flame would just wipe it. It's over. Like it would be nothing. It would be nothing. Like it's crazy. Like I said, this stuff is very interesting to me. Very, very interesting. That was my favorite subject in school. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Tim said, but do they realize their planet still, or is the structure around the star planet a substitute? No, I think it's more so a structure just to harness the energy because they're interstellar. Like they can just, in a sense, be anywhere and go anywhere in a sense. Now I'm not sure about technology being able to do, light space. Obviously, if they can do that, they can more than likely do, you know, do some Star Trek, type of stuff. Sonny said every single thing Big Bang is every single thing everywhere. The Big Bang is happening right now. And everything is being bung? Being bang. Okay, I got you. Being created. I got you. Seattle said, yeah, depending on what part. But yeah, like I said, that was I don't even know where I'm at right now because my mind is so all over the place dealing with, thinking about science and just, going back to that era of high school and middle school, mentally just being in, that science type of thing. This is why I feel education wise, we should bring back the real Discovery Channel, TLC, the Learning Channel. And also, and some more stuff on the History Channel, because I feel like a lot of kids are missing out on a lot of stuff, and their interests would also be different if these were things that they were growing up on, along with PBS too, because a lot of those main channels, help me out on being interested into different stuff versus trying to get caught up in a whole bunch of madness out here. You know. So hopefully that can take place. Hopefully at a point in time you'll start to have, with all of the social media that we got, you have some of these companies that were like, all right, we're gonna, start putting out the information that everybody grew up on. We want to bring back the actual TLC, the actual Discovery Channel. Like I said, shout out to Bill Guy, the science guy, Bill Nye, I'm sorry, the science guy from back in the day. Beekman's World, the Magic School Bus, and all of that. Like I said, those a lot of those shows really changed the minds of a lot of kids and got them interested in science and everything else. That is heavily needed. And that goes into the whole thing that I was telling you guys last live stream, where in order for America to win, we have to be competitive, and we gotta, the education across the board has to be so that these kids are going to be competitive with everybody else around the world, because we're people don't understand that we're not at the point where it's like, all right, we're in America, we got to really compete with no, it's like, yo, people got to understand, like, the fight has always been a way larger fight. It's almost like dealing with the console war, type of thing. Console wars are fun, but even Microsoft realized, like, yo, the console wars, like, this is not, what it is. It's like you got to really deal with Amazon, you got to deal with Google. Like, those are the actual threats on top of the other ones that are hitting that nobody sees yet. And that you got to pivot. You got to really start to focus in. And America got to stop with a lot of this propaganda and pushing a lot of this nonsense, so that people can actually focus in and be competitive with the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is beating us bad. They are beating us bad. And the main people that's going to end up losing in the long run are going to be the kids. They're going to be the ones left behind. And you had George W. Bush, and he came up with the whole thing of no child left behind. Yeah, them kids getting left behind. If America doesn't wake up, become competitive, it's over. It is over. America's going to be looking like the third world that everybody else sees it as. So it's like, if people don't want that to be the case scenario, people better straighten up. Better straighten up real quick. But again, that the powers that be got to do it. And like I told y'all before earlier, they don't care about nobody at all. Sonny said, white geniuses are the ones that teach 666 is the devil because they are so smart. Oh, yeah. You're talking about, basically dealing with the elements and different things like that. I know what you're saying. Ready or not, yo, what is up? What is up? You said, how long have you been on, Seji? About a good 4 hours. Been talking for about 4 hours and 11 minutes. Because let me say, this longest live stream that we ever had, if some of y'all been here, has been about it was like a 24-hour stream. So technically 4 hours or 8 hours. That's a brisk walk in the park. that was that was just normal. That was light work. Sonny said, white Jesus are the ones that find giant human bodies and taught us that they were prehistoric creatures called dinosaurs. Just to help kids, they gave them names easy to remember. That's the other thing too. Like, different from I was gonna say observation. From observing different types of information online, you will see that obviously we had large human beings directly on this plane of existence. Like, it has to get to the point where people got to start questioning. I'm like, okay, if the government is sitting up there telling us that now the aliens exist, does that mean that we actually had giants on this plane? Yes. Yes. People are just waiting for the government to sit up there and say that they existed so that they can sit up there and believe in it. And that's the craziest part. But the main thing I want people to be careful of is that we are living in an age now of information, right? Where a lot of truth is coming directly out. But this is going to be the time that people are going to have to discern for themselves and watch out for a lot of disinformation that is going to transpire. So you got the government, again, telling you the truth and all of this other type of stuff about certain things. But you also got to remember at the same time, I've done videos and shown you technology of where they can make you see certain things like holograms. They got certain stadiums where they'll put the smoke and the fog or whatever it is, and then you'll just see a picture of like a large whale just going through directly through the air. You'll see dolphins and all other types of sea life, and it looks real. It looks as realistic as possible. And then also during that time, you had what was it? You had the image of Tupac rapping at a concert, and everybody paid to go there and see it, and that looked as real as can be. And that was a hologram. And then now you got Apple. I think what is it? Apple got a teleporter. Let me make sure because I remember sitting up to seeing this. I think it's like $25 million. Apple teleport machine. Okay. Okay. Well, looking it up, using the AI, they see there is no Apple teleport machine. The teleport machine is not physically possible. However, there is an iPhone app called Teleport that uses AI for matching. Even though they got some articles directly up there. Oh, the other thing I will sit up there and state that's in the same sort of vein as the quote unquote teleport machine that people were talking about. There is a company that has a device where you can physically see somebody. So, all right, you can't teleport, right? But you can see the full body image of another person, depending on how large you get the device. You can see the full body image of a person. And what was stated is that this is going to be the avenue on how celebrities will start to make money. So remember how a lot of people like to go to concerts to see celebrities, right? Imagine if you had, let's say, like 400 grand just lying around. You could pay for this machine, a larger version of this machine, and a celebrity could get in contact with you and be like, hey, all right, you want like a personal like sit down or talk or dinner or whatnot or whatever. All right, no problem. Put down like a 25 or 40K. No problem. I got you. We can sit down and eat for like 10 minutes. So you're actually sitting down and technically eating with the celebrity. They're eating on their side of the screen. You're eating on your side. But with that machine, you can see the physical body as if they are actually there, like the hologram. But like I said, it's hard to explain. I forgot the name of the company. That's the craziest part. And I think I did a live stream on it, but it was so long ago. I cannot give you the name of the company. I think it was a lot of tech I actually showed you guys when they unveiled certain things. And it's been so much. It's such a short amount of time. All the information is jumbled up. And I'm like, I guess this is what happens when you technically don't really like take breaks and just like breathe. Everything just becomes like water. Shout out to Bruce Lee. Shout out to Bruce Lee. Reddy said, me and my daughter was checking out your live stream you did the other day. For her to be an 8th grader, she was really getting into it. Respect. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation to you and yours, to the whole bloodline. Directly in there. Shout out. I remember when I was in 8th grade. Let me tell you, I was ecstatic. I was pretty happy. I'm like, yo, I'm on my way to being in high school. I'm about to have my own locker. That was my only concern. As soon as I was leaving 8th grade, I'm like, yo, I'm about to have my own locker. I don't got to share lockers with nobody no more. I was ecstatic. I felt I felt like I really made it in life. I feel like a full-fledged adult, Um, but yeah, I will, sit up there and say, keep level headed. Don't fall for any of, none of the nonsense directly out there. Um, be wary of a lot of the from just going by some of the stories that I've done dealing with the younger generation. Be very careful of a lot of friendly faces, a lot of misguided individuals, because you have a lot of people out there that will figure that once they see that you're on a right track and they're not on the right track, they will try to sit up there and bring you down or derail you, real quick. And at certain times you may be ostracized for being different, from everybody else, not wanting to be a part of the same thing, probably not going to parties and doing the same activities and whatnot, probably keeping to yourself. Like I said, you're on the right track. 1000%. 1000%. So, again, shout out to you, Reddy. Shout out to your daughter and the whole bloodline directly out there. Sonny said, teleportation won't be Apple. Yo, let me tell you, well, I got full-fledged faith because of how I grew up on anime. I'm like, yo, if anybody is to come up with teleportation, it's going to be Japan. But now, because of the way that China is moving, I'm like, it'll be between those two. It'll be China or it'll be Japan. Now, if we're going to deal with robots, by all means, I'm putting all my money on Japan. I got full-fledged faith. Like I said, let's get those Gundams. Let's get it going. I'm waiting for a Gundam. I'm waiting for a heavy arms or a wing zero suit, and I want to see that Buster Cannon. Let me tell you, I'm waiting. I am full-fledged waiting. Minikai said 25 mil. Let me tell you, the moment in time, if they ever come out with teleportation, the rich are going to be the only ones to have it. They're going to be the only ones to have it at the moment in time to get to point A to point B. And then later on, somehow, some way, the tech, the blueprints or whatever is probably going to get stolen. It might get lifted, or somebody from the inside might give it to somebody else. And then you're going to start to see this tech everywhere else, but it's going to be used for the wrong things first before, it gets used for the general public. Because realistically, they're not trying to have the general public teleporting anywhere. They're not trying to do that. They're not trying to do that. They done spent too much money on the roadways to allow people to be able to just teleport. They're like, yo, we done just reworked all of these highways and roadways to make sure that if any accident or any chaos happens, we're going to send y'all right back to once where y'all came from. Because if you look at how the roads, the highways, and everything were back in the day compared to now, we're looking at a bunch of circles that's going nowhere. Like it's carefully orchestrated to make sure that they know where you're going and where you're not going. So, again, going back to the other stuff from earlier today where we're talking about control, that's exactly what that is. Seattle said, LOL. Seattle said, yeah, the teleport machine is the way, or teleportation machine is on the way, just working on the marketing. Yeah, I believe it. Trust me. Ready or Not said it's called the Portal. Yeah, we got a few of those, or you could also call that bad boy a Stargate. That was also my favorite show too. Stargate and Stargate, Stargate SG1 and Stargate Atlantis. And the funny thing is, if people actually do a little bit of research, those quote unquote Stargates, you actually notice that those are in a lot of places around the planet. A lot of places, not talking about the ones that they just decided to, quote unquote, make up as like artwork, but there are a lot of those. Some of them may be broken, and I'm pretty sure you may have some in the in South America somewhere in that thick jungle, along with quite a bit of pyramids and whatnot. You just can't see it because it's covered by all the lush jungle that was there. If you are to make at a point in time the Amazon completely barren, or if you got the tech to mitigate all of the greenery that is there just so that you can see the landmass, you'll start to notice that there are more than likely a lot of pyramids down there in South America. I'm talking about a lot. If we got pyramids down there in Antarctica, yeah, you got pyramids everywhere else. Augmented. Yeah. Timothy said humans don't need a teleporter. So many accidents would happen. I mean, yeah, that's true. There was a story about a teleporter that was created, and what ended up happening is that I think one of the guys got melded or teleported into the ship. It was something tragic that took place. But yeah, they got some stories out there. They'll put that in the Ripley's Believe It or Not, type of category. Ready and I said thanks, bro. No, hey, much love and appreciation. Y'all took out the time to come through and listen to the live stream. Like I said, I ramble a bit, especially like now when I'm away from the topic. I just start talking about everything. Mine is just like straight chaos. It's like science, art, video games, comic, anime. Straight chaos. Straight chaos. What is up? What is up? Said did SZA? What did SZA say? Basically, going because the video's not up there. So going back to the very first video, she was saying that Drew Barrymore gave her validation to love herself as a black woman. That's what she did. That's the best way to put that directly up there, because playing the video, you will end up having a face that everybody else had directly in this chat, and people were just in disbelief, like, what? It's like, why would you do that? And I'm like, yeah, I was like, it's insane. I actually got a video in the background about this, because earlier in the morning I was contemplating on doing a live stream, and that's the main video. That's the reason I ended up doing a live stream, was because of that video. I'm like, yeah, I would rather, in a sense, have the live reactions of a lot of y'all being able to catch it now, and then I guess later, for those who weren't able to see it, they'll be able to catch it in the short form, version. So that video, I think, let me see, let me go back and look at it. So yeah, that video is about like, versus the live stream that I'm doing, that's 4 hours. That video by itself alone, my commentary is about like 10 minutes. 10, maybe close to like 11 minutes. So that's not that bad. Because this live stream is pretty long. And I think I covered 3 to 4 other videos, and I think some other topics as well. I got quite a few like things in the background that I wanted to mention to talk about. I'm trying to contemplate how I'm going to do those, either in single form or in just a multi-video format. But certain videos like this, I feel that they are of the utmost importance, that they just need to get separated. Because sometimes I'll mix and match videos directly in one giant video, and it's like people will miss some of the other videos that are there. And I'm like, yeah, sometimes I was like, yeah, maybe I should just single out that video sometimes. See, Apple said, even if you want a 90%, it would be efficient enough to make it around the star. Class 804 is my favorite since in my movie. See, Apple says, this would say everybody has to get paid. Right. Ready, and I said, I already know. We had those talks and everything. You say, I fully agree. She understands that out there trying to change the world. Just gotta accept into 8th grade engineering Woo! Got accepted into an 8th grade engineering program at Duke. Ooh, woo! That's cold. That's cold. that is crazy. That is madness right there. That is pure genius. That is pure genius. Let me tell you. Oh man. Yo, if I could actually go back, let me see, in middle school, let me tell you, I would take a lot of things more seriously. I would take a lot of things more seriously. I will say though, engineering is a very great step and a very great avenue. We need more female engineers directly out here. I will say, because she is in the 8th grade, the future that she has will be digital. So a lot of the things that she's gonna, see is going to deal with, like the digital ID, is going to deal with the biometrics. It's going to be dealing with the different currencies, like the cryptos, and and all that, other type of stuff. So, like I said, that's going to be a good area. That's going to be a very, very good area. And then on top of that, depending on where she goes in engineering, she's going to be some of the first people to be in the know about certain things as well. So yeah, that's a very good choice. That's a very, very good choice. Very good choice. So yeah, congratulations, congratulations on getting accepted to that engineering program at Duke. Congratulations, that is dope. That is very, very awesome. Very awesome. It's genius type work. Genius type work. Hack said, Japan is greater than the U.S. LOL. Yeah, yo, especially when it deals with, like, let's say like some robotics. If it comes to Gundams, I'm putting all my money on Neo Japan. Neo Japan, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Nisi said, and if you find loyal ones, you're lucky. It's a few in between, right? It's bars. Keyshawn said Japan already has a fully automated mobile suit Gundam. Yeah, I saw the that one that they had up there. I'm like, yo, that was go. That was dope. Now let me get a as being, on the American side of Super Sentai or Power Ranger. Give me a Megazord real quick. Let me see that happen. Let me see, all the Zords, single file, and then you got them bad boys just like pushing and like man. Let me tell you. Let me see. Childhood dreams right there. Reddy said, I appreciate the words, bro. No problem, no problem, no problem. No problem. Sonny said, maybe a crispy apple, but not Apple making glass typewriters. I swear this man be talking in code sometimes. I swear to goodness. Let me tell you. Mikai said, please, Japan, I don't need China having my full I can't get my words right. Biometric data. Keyshawn said it's not capable of flight yet, but it can still walk. That's dope. Timothy said, oh, they already got a mobile suit with threads, cockpit, and all they want to use it for is rescue and military. Japan already won. Yeah. Like I said, oh man. If Japan makes full-fledged Gundams that can take hits, that can fight, and if them bad boys can even move with a little bit of quick, it's over. It is curtains. It is curtains. Like, that's going to be the military right there, mobile suits, and they're going to be the first ones directly right there. And I would tell people, do not even tempt Japan. Do not even, if Japan at any moment in time can get mobile suits down, it's over, because everybody else is still going to be using tanks. Everybody else is still using tanks and all this other. Boy, let me tell you, Japan roll up on a scene with like a regular mobile suit. Don't even let it be like something, let's say like futuristic, like Death Sight. Yo, just throw your hands up. Just say the war is over. Just say whatever you did. Just apologize. Just apologize. It's no need to keep going, because it's over for you. It is over. Like, there's a different types of Gundams directly out there that would just shred through anybody's military. If it was like real world, it would just shred through any and all military, and it's nothing that anybody could do. Great stuff. Sonny said, I gotta scroll down. We have pulleys to direct traffic. So after the light bulb, we no longer needed pulleys. I wonder what happened to those pulley officers. Hopefully they found something to do. Oh yeah, that's just like the phone operators. Like, I remember being younger, and you would actually be able, this is before it really got phased out, you used to be able to talk to the phone operator. Right. And then everything became computers. Like I said, I, as a tech person and grown up at a certain age, I can see the evolution of tech and where it's going to go. I can see the happy side of tech, and I can see the very detrimental, dangerous side. And, this is why, I've advocated for people like, hey, might want to secure like a job to make sure. You might have to re-educate yourself, go back into school, learn some stuff about technology, because the future is going to be tech. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. The future is going to be tech, and there's nothing that you can do about it. There is no running away from it. There is no type of stopping it. It is going to advance forward with or without you. And I would rather have a lot of people trying, even if you're struggling. I would rather you sit up there and try versus being left behind, because being left behind, it is going to be curtain. It's going to be worse than, you know, the previous times of people being, you know, left in the dust when things transition. It's going to be way worse. It's going to be way worse, because you're going to be very much dependent, and certain doors are going to be closed on purpose. Again, it deals with, you know, control. So Reddy said, I'm from Detroit. There's one downtown Detroit at Hart Plaza, real fast. Oh, no, I'm right there with you. Detroit, born and raised on the west side, in between Dexter and Livernois. Yep. Trust me, I'm right there with you. Right there with you. At a point in time, like I used to, you know, tell people here on the live streams, I used to play. If you are to look at a map of Dexter, if you type that in Detroit, and you go down a little bit of ways, you'll see Elmhurst. I used to play up there. I never played on the basketball court where they got the playground up there at Livernois, because it was just too much stuff going on. People would get into fights. Some people would be bringing guns and all this other. It was, you know, it was just too much going on. Then me and my friends, due to our next door neighbor Rob, he took us to the Gus Macker, you know, the basketball tournament that they had at a point in time. I forgot the location of that. I forgot the location of it though. But yeah. But yep. We be out there, let me tell you. Philadelphia Project. Siapa said, I'm trying to be a new type, right? Siapa said, all the people on the ship was fused with the ship. Yeah, I think that should have been what like it was bad. It was bad what happened, but again, that was, you know, just a fairy tale conspiracy, however they want to put it. Keyshawn said augmented reality is making leaps and bounds in the medical fields as a training tool. Yeah, I actually saw a video where they were using real physics and augmented reality along with a certain device that you can put directly. It's not fully on the body yet, but you can put it on the hands. So if you are basically seeing like a cube on screen, like if you were to play Minecraft, it's like, okay, I'm going to pick up a cube with my hand. It's nothing. It's like you're just like, you know, you got your fingers together, cube here, cube there, right? But with the device that's on there, they're sending electronic signals directly to your muscles. So if you're picking up a cube, you feel as though that the cube is there. Like when you like try to press down, it's like it's something actually in between like your fingers right there that you're pressing down on, as if it's actually reality. So you know, everything is going to be very, very interesting. Like I told people before, as a gamer, I want to see where, you know, games are going to be, you know, in the next 20 years. Like I want to see like a lot of the tech. I want to see the evolution, like the same way that, you know, my grandparents were able to see the Model T, right? And then looking at some of the first electric cars, I think what was it like back in like the 70s or whatnot or whatever. And looking at the cars that we have now, and you know, just even like looking at computers, because at a point in time, remember, like a lot of people, they were, you know, writing on, you know, letters, right? And then we went from that to typewriters, and then we went from that to computers, and the computers back then would, you know, take what was it like a whole school or a classroom or whatever it is. And now we're at a point in time where your computer is directly on your wrist. Your computer is in your hand. I told people that it's going to get to the point where all of, let's say, like the jewelry is going to be fashionable. Like the computers of the future are going to be jewelry. Like the headsets that we normally wear, like headphones, is going to be, you know, bone conduction. Like I already have like some bone conduction headphones, but it's a little bit larger. these are going to be like earrings. Like it's going to be like fashionable earpieces that you can literally wear, and it's not going to look like the device that it's supposed to be. The same thing with the necklaces and whatnot. It's going to be still bone conduction, because when you're wearing a chain or a necklace, it is sitting directly on your bones, and when you actually put sound directly into the bone, you can hear. So you got open ear in a sense, headphones, or however you want to, reference it or whatnot. But like I said, tech is going to be a very, very interesting thing. It's going to be very interesting. Like I said, leaps and bounds are going to take place, and people are going to be like, yo, like, how do we get here? Is the thing that's going to happen is the fear aspect that a lot of people, two things. People are going to have a fear aspect because of how fast that tech is moving, and they don't know how to feel about it, and they don't know exactly how to move with it because it's moving faster than they can understand it. The other aspect is going to come in where you got people that add in religion to it, and they're like, hey, this is this is that, and all this other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever. And like I said, I get both sides. I completely get both sides. I get the people that feel like it's a race trying to catch up directly with it. But with that part, I just tell people, like, yo, you gotta just relax. It's like if they ever tell you, like, you get caught in like a riptide or whatever it is, you don't fight the current. You flow with the current. You allow it to have you flow out for a minute, and then you swim around, and then you make it back to shore. So, that's in a sense what you will do. You will just have to like flow with the current. Whatever part of the current that you get caught in, that's the part that flow in, and you feel that out, and you get used to it. You figure out, what's going on. When it deals with those who are in the religious aspect, like I said, I respect whatever it is that everybody moves and people believe in. I would just put it in the aspect of that, if we're going to the aspect of everything, or the mark of the beast, and and different stuff like that, I'm like, well, you already got that. Your cell phone, digital, it got a barcode. Your bank account, digital, it got a barcode. Birth certificate, social security, pretty much everything that you got and own has a barcode. It has that quote unquote mark that everybody has always said. So in a sense, you've already been living in that time. You've already been taking in a lot of those things. Money is digital, right? Your bank account is digital. The only true currency that you have is the precious metals: gold, silver, palladium, copper, and all of that great stuff and whatnot or whatever. So my whole main thing is, I would rather people not be fearful, but know enough to, understand. Because usually when we happen to fear certain things, we will refuse to actually learn certain information that is there because of that fear, either that we're willfully afraid of it, or because of how it is that we're taught to, be afraid. Yeah, I just want people to be informed. That's it. That's it. That is it. That is it. Said Project Manhattan with the battleships off of Chesapeake area that teleported to New York. The soldiers were fused to the ship, gone or went insane from what they saw during the teleport. Man, let me tell you, if I could have, it's like certain things I would like to actually see, but I want to be stable. I don't want to be fused into like no metal. Woo, man. Man, oh man, I feel so sorry for those guys. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Man, I couldn't even imagine like the agony that they were even going through. Whew, that's terrible. But yep, that also goes into the effect of people getting experimented on. It's tough. So they said not even Lucy Liu or Cameron Diaz or Destiny, but the ET girl with the baby drug addiction. Okay, so this is this man Timothy said There's some declassified CIA documents about similar experiments. Yeah, they got experiments about teleportation. They got things dealing with MK Ultra, things dealing with aliens. They got things dealing with hallucinogens and opening up different types of doorways. They got things dealing with portals. They got things with consciousness. They got things with astral body projection. Like I said, everything that people have said over the years has been factual for the longest time possible, but people just didn't want to believe it because the government kept telling the people that it didn't exist. It was a lie. It was false. We're not that advanced, yada, yada, yada. And people keep believing the government and eating it up. That's the most dangerous thing, because the government has showed time and time again that they will lie and lie and lie repeatedly. No matter how true this statement is, it's insane. It's insane. Let me see what we got. He said, I saw the interview. Seattle said, and I love to be an engineer. Nisi said, good. Keyshawn said, congrats. Nisi said, for now. Timothy said, tell the 8th grader to focus on smaller tweaks to existing products to get notoriety, then create world-changing products. I get what you're saying. So, in a sense, she's like leaving like fingerprints like everywhere. Like, okay, she laid hands on this product. She, in a sense, made this better, revolutionized it. Did something that, just like propelled it. And then, just kept doing fingerprint, and then bam, the whole hand on like this one product. And people like, where this person like come from? Like, like they just created this. Like, this is crazy. And it's like, yeah, if you want to see the work that I did, look at these other products that I basically made better. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yep. It's almost like sort of like Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego type of deal. And I used to love that show. That was a great show. Great show. Seattle said, I don't know how it's going to work. This is in my 30s. Shout out to the 30s. Shout out to the 30s. Sonny said, I like if we fought with Megazords. Yo, Megazord was that was dope. That was dope. And to see some people actually cosplay, like they're going to a lot of these cons and they got a full-fledged Megazord like outfit on. I'm like, oh man, you gotta be kidding, man. It's cold. It's cold. Keyshawn said the last thing America needs are giant robots. Some can barely work a microwave. Yeah, that's true. Timothy said, let me get the Green Ranger power suit and Zero from Gundam. Oh yeah. Yo, let me tell you. There is, I promise you, at one point in time, I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't even care if I'm 70. There's a guy that I still follow, and he makes the official suits for Power Rangers. And people would go to him and they will order. You had to make sure that you had your measurements correct, because at whatever the measurements that you give, that's the suit that you get. So it was preferred that you would go directly to a tailor and you would get your measurements, because they're going to make that suit. He makes everything. They make them from the boots to the suit. They got the belt, the helmet as well. They would show how they would make the helmets in every. I'm like, oh man, this man is cold. This man is cold. I'm like, all right. And I'm talking about like them suits are official. You would have thought he just ran up and stole it directly off the set. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like I wanted one of my favorite suits was number 1, the Black Ranger. And I'm talking about Zach, right? Mr. Walter Jones. The Black Ranger suit, but the Black Ranger suit with the Green Ranger power chest pad that he had on. Because at a point in time, that power was shared. Tommy had gave that during a fight that they had on Channel 7. I'll never forget this, XYZ. It was the first time the Power Rangers came on at 7 o'clock. And I think they were fighting like a shark or whatever. And Tommy had touched Jason's chest and he gave him that power chest that he had on to give him like extra power to basically fight the shark. And then Tommy did the exact same thing with Zach and gave him extra power as well for the fight that he was doing. So that's one of the suits that I want, and I also want the Gold Ranger suit with the staff. I love that suit. That suit was always dope to me. Sitting up there just calling out Pyramidas. I felt like, again, that was just that something that would have been dope was to see Zach come back as the Gold Ranger. I think that would have been dope. Because Gold Ranger is basically a Black Ranger. I'm just saying. Just saying. I don't know. It's just me. Just me. Oh, also to note, just in case anybody does not know, in the pilot series for the Power Rangers, because I used to be one of the people that was like, yo, man, Power Rangers is racist. Like, yo, they set up there and had the Black Ranger black, and then they had the Yellow Ranger as Asian, and then, Time was a Green Ranger, so obviously he was Irish, and so on and so on and so on. But if you look at the original pilot series of Power Rangers, the Yellow Ranger originally was a black girl. So you actually had two black people being Rangers that were on the show. And a lot of people just don't know. And the reason why the black girl lost out on that role was because immediately she went to try to go ask for more money. And I'm like, back then, I'm like, how are you asking for more money? And this is just a pilot. Like, you don't know if this show is going to make it or not. Because a lot of shows back then in the 90s that were superhero shows, some shows didn't make it past the pilot. Like, and a lot of people did not expect Power Rangers to blow up the way that it did. I'm talking about like when the Power Rangers were at their height, when they first came out, they were shutting down highways. Like, they caused traffic jams where they went. You would have thought that this was like a boy group or something. Nah, son, this is Power Rangers. Wherever they went, kids were sitting up there, following, yelling, screaming, asking for the toys, all of that. Like being there for the height of Power Rangers, that was something different. Like, a lot of people just do not know and will not understand like the sensation that was there. And that was just the American version. That was just our version, of Power Rangers. It was crazy. Crazy. Yo, Mahoko, what is up? What is up? What is up? He said, happy to see you streaming, brother. You said, is we talking about Gundams? Give me Epion. The funny thing is, I was going to mention Epion earlier. But I'm like, you know what? That's a little bit too strong because Epion has shields and everything else that's tearing through everybody's military. It's nothing you can do. Like, for what was it? Gundam 00, they had a movie, and they had a specific message in that movie, and I always reference that message every now and again. And the main message was that you had, all of these great wars that was going on the planet, right? And in order for everything to stop, aka the one world government, all of that great stuff, there had to be a greater enemy. And what ended up inevitably happening was that you had other Gundams that were coming directly from Jupiter. They came from the Great Red Spot in Jupiter, and they were coming towards Earth. And the main guy who was in the Gundam for Gundam 00 Ryza, he ended up evolving. He evolved like past humans in a sense, so that he could go on this mission and do the things that needed to be done to protect. And I think later on in the future, he came back to Earth or something like that. I forgot how it went, but it was dope. Gundam 00 was a very, very dope series. And it's funny, I don't hear people actually talking about that one a lot. They'll talk about, Unicorn and all these other ones directly out there, Destiny and stuff. And I'm like, damn, like nobody like 00. I'm like, that's crazy. It gave a lot of nods to Gundam Wing and a lot of stuff during the series, which is pretty dope. Let's Talk said, I believe that Iron Man nanotech suit does exist. The funny thing is, you got a white boy out here right now that actually made an arc reactor. And I think he said that he was contacted by the government, or he might have a contract or something, but he's making exosuits. He is making those exosuits there. And this is why I sat up there and told people about the internet. Like, you have people out here that invent, that make credible things that actually do work. Like a lot of these YouTubers that are engineers that you see them making real world, yeah, that stuff works. That stuff 100% works. That man made a reactor and they got in contact with him. Now, I feel as though that they did that in order to keep tabs directly on him, because I'm like, all right, he did make that by himself, right? Without any type of government money, government backing, all of this stuff. But I'm like, the government has stuff like that. They have, anti-gravity, technology and all this other type of stuff. Just like case in point, remember the government, they're the main ones that gave us the internet. The government had the internet before we had it. It wasn't, something that just came up out the blue and it was like this wonderful technology. Oh, we just created the internet. Let's give it to you guys. No. Because, again, people got to sit up there and remember, like, just like how you got levels to the ocean, you got levels to the internet. You got the main part, you got the light. Wherever the light can touch, that's usually where everybody else is, the greater majority of the world, right? And then you start to go towards the middle section where you got a certain percentage of the world that knows how to, get there, right? It might be a little bit difficult, whatnot, or whatever, but you can still make it. Now you start to go deeper where it's dark, right? You don't know specifically what's there, what's out there, and how to get there is very, difficult. And you gotta, watch for certain things and use other browsers and all this other type of stuff. And then you got what's below that. And what's below that is where all of the, let's say, other people in the know, let's say like the government or governments and other families and individuals and stuff like that, that's where they tend to reside, where they can look and see everything else above, which what's going on. So like I said, there's layers to a lot of things, especially the internet. Like I said, the dark web, that is not a joke. I've been there once, technically a few times. It is not a joke. I would have actually sat up there and did a video and showed that there, but the amount of editing that would take, I would have to blur out the whole screen. I would rather not do it. I would rather. I'm not going to do it. But yeah, it's crazy. It's a very crazy place. Very, very crazy place. Seattle said, "Nah, it's Unicorn for me. Unicorn is dope. I like the transformation on Unicorn. I actually, funny enough, I played with a Gundam Unicorn. Was that on Dynasty Warriors Gundam, or am I thinking about another Gundam game? It might have been the previous Gundam game that closed in 2023, I think it was. And it was on console. I forgot it was one of them. I want to say I played with Gundam Unicorn on Dynasty Warriors Gundam. I want to say I should have. Because I think I remember doing that and leveling that Gundam up. And that should have been either on Xbox One, which I think... I'm sorry, what is it, Xbox? Yeah, Xbox One, which is directly to my my left, or it might have been on 360, which I don't have now. And all of those games are probably gone, which sucks. Sonny said I still need my right arm license, but I qualify to be in a leg. Oh yeah. Talking about for the Megazord. Tim said Japan already won. They got engineers, haven't found out the ability of legs imbalance, but Japan is the closest one right now. Yeah, I want them to keep working on that. Like I said, the moment in time that Japan can do it, technology-wise, it's going to be another jump. Everybody else is like, oh, technology, Japan built this. We got to sit up there and start building stuff too. Now it's going to be a race. The police officer found a way to pass the time. We just call them police officers. Right? I see you. Anissa said, oh, wow. Keyshawn said Japan built new legendary Pokemon that turned into motorcycles. Is actually transforming. Oh, yeah. I seen that on the Switch. I seen that. I was like, oh, that's pretty dope. Tim said, I still want a hover. Yo, I'm still waiting for trust me, I am still waiting for a hover. I don't care. I told y'all before, I don't care if I'm 70. I'm on that hoverboard. I'm having the shoes and everything. Already got the red vest downstairs. I'm getting that hoverboard. Minkai said, remember when VR devices first started getting sold to the public and they tried to really push AR games too, but it wasn't good enough. Yeah, to build on Steam. Yeah. Um, do I count? Does the Virtual Boy? No, that was just virtual reality. I was gonna say I can't really count that one as well. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about augmented reality. I remember the Virtual Boy, and that was Nintendo. It should be Nintendo if I'm correct. And you got the glove, you got the power glove, and then you got the what's the name that you wear. I still never got a chance to play that because somebody was trying to like flirt with like the latchkey lady because they magically had one or whatnot or whatever. I'm like, man, y'all some bums. Like, I'm trying to play some games. So like, I'm like, man, y'all doing me dirty out here. Talk said, have you heard about Google Glasses, Seji? Oh yeah, I covered that before. Before you started having the Ray-Bans and stuff out here. I covered the Google Glasses and the I think the Meta glasses should have been during that time or a little bit later. And I remember how people were making a big fuss about that. It was like, oh my god, I'm not trying to be recorded. You're recording me illegally. Da 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 da. I'm like, brother, you've been getting recorded illegally for years. Every time you go into a restaurant, every time you're on the streets, every time you're in buildings, you don't know what people are doing with those images. You don't know where they're selling the information, but because it's a business, you're completely fine, and it's whatever it is. Because it's the government, you're completely fine. But when it's a person that's sitting up there wearing a camera, and you can see that person, now you want to be in fight mode, and you're ready to just whatever. It's crazy. It's crazy work. 100% crazy work. Sonny said, I don't want to see an animated version of myself doing what my enemies create. Sample said, LOL, coded from Metal Gear Solid, right? Nisi said, this is a warning from Total Recall and Demolition Man. Oh, no. Yo, Nisi, let me tell you, we already got the Taco Bell from Demolition Man. We already got that. I forgot. I'm not sure if it's in Texas or California, but we already got that Taco Bell. That Taco Bell is real and it is standing. We already got it. So we are already in those times. I'm just happy that we're not in the time of Judge Dredd. I ain't trying to be there. I am the law. They can just like roll up in the mega complex and just they lock it down, and you just gotta run for the hills. I'm not. No. I'm good. I'm good on that one. I'm good on that one. Let's talk about it. Said I saw an episode of The Simpsons to where they were eating holographic food. There was even a video years ago where they were trying to create this technology. Crazy. No, it's not crazy. Like I said, The Simpsons have they've been on a lot of stuff. And it's just, because of the times that we're in that people are really seeing it and observing and understanding, what it is that they were putting out there and talking about. What was it? Sonny said, okay, I get that. I have to get used to the idea of being exploited by AI. It's just a common occurrence. And that's something I just can't get my words right. Distinguished for. I got you. Seattle said, it's not the mark of the beast till it's in your right hand or your forehead. I mean, see, the thing is, I put it to you like this. I feel as though that people will, if it's not in the context, the specific and exact context as something is told, people aren't going to see it as that. But you can have somebody wearing, like a ring, or let's say they got like a glove that's that has like the barcode on it. It has like the quote unquote the 666 directly on there. Because it's not exactly like the barcode tattoo as they've showed in, let's say, like a lot of different films and movies and whatnot. People are like, that's just whatever. This is people, playing around and not taking it serious and that. But it's doing what it's supposed to do. It has all of your information. You're able to scan and read it, and the only way for you to basically access your stuff is by having that glove directly on and being it scanned at that time. Technically, like I said, during the pandemic, you could say the same thing. You know, I want to say that was the kids getting off of the school because I know there shouldn't be nobody knocking on my door. Yeah, it had to be next door. What's today? Yeah, today it's Tuesday. Yeah, it should be kids next door. Real said she wrote her a love letter. Yeah, or however you want to reference it. It's crazy. Tim said that's the only purpose. Technology advances, but it's the fastest way for humans to compete with the gods. Yeah. Sonny said that story was too interesting, so you eventually find out why and how many children died on that ship that stopped existing. Tim said no matter how advanced human tech gets, the ant will never understand what the boot is capable of. Yeah. Things will get out of hand, like just like the story of Atlantis. Atlantis was a sprawling, great civilization, almost like a utopia, and they started doing things, and it got too far out of their control, and they destroyed themselves, or so the story is written. So the story was written. Sonny said, "LOL, there's never any boat fusion, only boat confusion. So you won't have enough information to know what to ask. People died on a boat, and it was decided that we should be told something." I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Sleight of hand tricks. Oh yeah, the White Ranger suit as well too. When the White Rangers were getting eaten, I'm still kind of traumatized and never felt comfortable. You're talking about when the Power Rangers fought the pig. I know what you're talking about. I think that should have been the Thanksgiving Day episode where the pig ate them, and I think who was the one that was left? Was it Kimberly? I forgot. It was somebody that was left, but in order for them to defeat him, I think they had to feed him vegetables, which made him throw them back up. Because at first he started eating their weapons, and they couldn't call those back. It was like, yo, we're weapons. It's like, what are we going to sit up and do with this? Like, yo, this is crazy. It's like, all right, well, we're going to sit up there and just like fight like we normally do. And they tried to fight. It wasn't working. And then he started basically eating them one by one. It was crazy. It was crazy. See, Apple said Granger be jumping around, jumping dudes in their own Zord. Oh, yeah, that was classic. Timothy said nuclear war will happen when someone's freezer starts to show first. Huh? Sonny said, I could have did it without that one episode. On Zord, Big Bad Beetleborg. Yep, that's another one. VR Troopers. Yep. Hack said, I saw a Power Rangers movie. I'm telling you, I saw all of them. I saw the last Power Rangers movie, even though it was bad. Like I said, I'm like, it's Power Rangers. I'm there. I'm just going to take it for what it is, you know. Seattle said, yo, that crossover was made with Alpha, right? It was dope. Play the game on SNES. Yep. Timothy, you ain't lying, said I lived in Vegas where Power Ranger hype, where they filmed some of the episodes and caused chaos. Man, I wish I could have been there. You said you got me hyped. The guitar of the theme song especially hit when the Megazords started merging. Oh yeah. Yo, whenever the Megas, let me tell you the heartbreaking episode that I watched. It was like as a kid, like I just lost faith. I was like, I don't know what to do. The two times that I saw the Power Rangers got defeated, the first time during Mighty Morphin when Rita got her brother and her father, and they destroyed the command center, and their powers were basically gone. We thought Zordon was gone, Alpha was gone, the Power Rangers were no longer the Power Rangers, and then they had to go on this journey, and you had somebody new basically, you know, teaching them and whatnot. I forgot it was a lady with like all white and whatnot, and then you also had Ninjor that was helping them along their way, and they had to get their Ninja Zords, and they had their brand new costume. I'm like, yo, for the Power Rangers, I'm like, yo, that's cold. Like everybody looked like ninjas and whatnot. I'm like, hey, like, all right, that was cold. And then they had like the suits and everything, and then everything got rebuilt because everything was underground. And of course, this was also during the time that they brought back Tommy. Technically, I had went fast forward and then I brought it back, but you get what I'm saying. But yeah, cold. It was that just like seeing the Megazords and I'm sorry, the Zords in ruins. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. And then I think that happened another time with. Did it happen with the Ninja Zords? I'm trying to figure out if it had happened with the Ninja Zord. It wasn't Power Rangers in space, but yeah, it happened like twice when the Zords got destroyed. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm like, what are they going to do? I'm like, this it's over. I think it should have been a Shogun Zord. That's what it was. The Shogun Zord got destroyed. I'm like, man, I think that was because of Zed. I think that was I forgot the name of the dragon that he had. And that was a large dragon, let me tell you. Like the Red Ranger had a dragon, but that was more so like Wushu from like Mulan compared to the dragon that Zed had. That bad boy was like running on diesel, sitting on the side of the moon. I'm like, oh my goodness. And that same dragon came right back in Forever Red, and they had to fight that bad boy. They signed this contract to make this for us, or you'll disappear tomorrow night. Oh yeah, talking about the dude with the reactor. Yeah, Timothy said it's always a Gundam Wing fan. They had the best Gundams. Oh yeah, Gundam Wing and then Endless Waltz. Just great, excellent. Especially Endless Waltz when you had Wing Zero with the angel wings. What? Can't tell me nothing. Can't tell me every Gundam in Endless Waltz was looking dope. I love the upgrades. It was dope. Sonny said the lightning strikes. Power Rangers took visual electricity seriously. Oh yeah. Hack said have to dip. Peace. All right, brother. All right. Sonny said I want a friend of a friend who's familiar with dark webbery. Not directly though. Oh, okay. I got what you're saying. He said time check 3:27. I am far behind. Let me tell you, you're at 3:27, and I'm reading comments, and I'm reading comments from then in the past, and it is currently 3:40. Yeah, the Solid I for Metal Gear Solid 4. I want Jetstream Sam Sword. I think I remember that. I invented Gunblade. Invented Gunblade from what? Seattle said Metal Gear Solid Vengeance with Raiden. And Sonny said Zed was made. Oh man. Yo, the funny thing is, that's another costume that was actually pretty dope. I thought Zed's costume was actually pretty dope for a villain. Like, cause you saw Ivan Ooze, I'm like, all right, whatever. Goldar was dope. Who else was dope? I would have technically said like Rita's father, but or was that the grandfather? Was Ivan Ooze like her? I forgot how it basically worked. And I think you had like her brother. I forgot what his name was, but he was a skeleton with all the military, wasn't it? That dude was just strong for like no. It was just ridiculous. Like the main Mighty Morphin powers were not working. They had to upgrade. Like that dude was just washing them every time. He would just show up. He was worse than Tommy when he fought the Power Rangers the first time. He would show up sometimes without no goons. He'd be like, "Hey Rangers, how you doing? Let's fight." And he would just sit up there fighting them. They're rolling all over the place. He was like, "All right, that's fun. I'll see you next time." And I'm like, bro, what type of this man is a bully? I'm like Zordon. You gotta give him some more powers. Like you might have to strain the power grid on this one. Like you gotta give them an upgrade. You can't be doing this to them. Teenagers with attitude. They just getting spanked out here. It was bad. It was bad. It was bad out here. Let me tell you. Timothy said you talking about the sword that had a gun as the sheet. Oh, that was Squall was if I'm thinking Final Fantasy, Squall was the main one that had the gunblade. That was another dope weapon from anime as well. Gunblade was dope. You could both fight and shoot at the same time. You ain't beating that. And the man was fast enough to, deflect and what's the name bullets. That's a cold weapon. Cold. It was also in a funny thing in the comic book, for Power Rangers, you actually find out that Zed was a ranger. And the way that you found that out was when Zed was held in a prison with lasers, and he was just sitting there chilling. He was like, "Yo, you really think that this could sit up there and like hold me?" He's like, hold my beer real quick. Let me just break out of this prison. And you saw him say the word. I'm like, he better not say what I think he's gonna say. And that man was like, it's morphin' time. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, you kidding me? I'm like, yo, that is insane. I'm like, that is insane. In the comic, if I'm correct and I'm thinking about what C Apple is talking about, he is possibly referencing the comic where Zed and Zordon were teammates, and Zed was training Zordon because I think they were like some type of like guardians or whatnot, or whatever. So technically, both of them were, Rangers. And that's sort of what they tried to show. And well, they did it a little bit differently with Rita, though, which was weird. So when you looked at the part with Bill with Cranston, who played, Zordon in the last Power Rangers movie, they showed him as the Red Ranger, right? You saw him like morphed up, and you saw like his other team, like they just lost. Like it was just Rita just washed all of them. And then you saw Rita in all green. Like instead of her just being like the normal Rita Repulsa, she was the Green Ranger. And they were trying to basically foreshadow and say, like, this is why Tommy has the power that he has, because Rita, she basically swapped. She was like, all right, I got my, my witchcraft, all that other type of stuff. I'm, strong already as it is. I don't really need this. So I'm going to sit up there and, have this representative in a sense. And at the end of the movie, they did have Tommy Oliver there. But I think what they were going to, I'm not sure, but I think they were going to have Tommy as a girl or something like that. Like I said, they were doing a lot of different stuff in the show. And I'm like, some of the stuff that, not in the show, in the movie. And I'm like, some of the stuff that y'all adding in here has nothing to do with Power Rangers. I'm like, y'all just doing too much. I'm like, you're adding the whole thing trying to, because okay, I'll put it like this. So originally in real life, the Blue Ranger, the guy who plays, I used to know all the names by heart. The actor who played the Blue Ranger, he is gay in real life, right? But when he played on the show, he played as a straight character, right? Just like how Sulu played in Star Trek. In real life, he's gay. He has a whole husband and everything, right? But when he was on Star Trek, he played the role as it was written, as a straight character, right? So in two different shows, in two different versions of the Power Rangers, they did this, right? On the internet version of the Power Rangers, that is technically the reason why they brought out the movie. Somebody made a real world, dark world version of the Power Rangers, right? Where instead of it being like teenagers with attitude, they, in a sense, they grew up and they're full-fledged adults and they're still Power Rangers, but they're just doing it real world wise in a whole different way. So it's violence and blood and all of that taking place. I think Kimberly, she ended up actually losing in that storyline. Kimberly lost her life because Rita took her. Tommy and Jason were still alive. And the rest of the Rangers ended up losing their life because Rita used her magic to basically appear or to hide. And she started taking out the Rangers one by one. So she took out Billy. He was completely, he's gone. Like all these Rangers are gone. Billy is gone. Zach was just sitting up there like training his hip hop keto. She caught him in training, gone again. Kimberly gone. So the only people that were basically left were Jason and Tom. And I think Jason lost a hand. I forgot how that happened. It was some type of battle that he had. He ended up losing his hand and everything. And I think they were fighting because they blamed each other for something that took place. But Rita again orchestrated everything so that she could finally get rid and take out, the Rangers for good. And I think in that instance, I think Jason, he also was gone as well. She took him out. So Tommy was the last one that was actually standing. So, like I said, that one was actually quite crazy. And then in the last movie that they had, they decided to make the Yellow Ranger a lesbian, and they brought that up for no reason at all. I'm like, what does this have to do with Power Rangers? Like, nobody in Power Rangers was ever worried about sexuality or anything like that. It was, teenagers' attitude. It's like Zordon is basically our grandmaster, our teacher, whatnot, or whatever. He enabled us these powers so that we can protect the world from the evil of Rita Repulsa, who is trying to do XYZ and all this other, type of stuff. Like I said, sometimes they do, a little bit too much. A little bit too much. And I'm like, what are y'all doing? It's the same thing with Sulu and Star Trek. He even, and I had brought that up in a video, he even stated himself, he was like, all right, yeah, it's like in real life, Sulu, the actor, is married to another man. He's openly, gay in real life, but as an actor, I portray the character as it is written. So he was trying to figure out, like, why in a brand new Star Trek movie you ended up putting that directly in the film, because that had nothing to do with the character or Star Trek. And like, he was thrown back by that. And like I said, when you got somebody who is literally the actor who played the role, and he's thrown off by why it is that you put that directly in the movie, that says a lot. That right there, it tells you a lot. So I think I bit the inside of my cheek. So we'll see how it is that they'll decide to do this Power Rangers, and what it is that they'll decide to, throw in there and have. Like, hopefully they will, go by, let's say, like the comic book that they have directly out there, which is actually pretty good. If nobody's seen the comic book, I would actually recommend people actually read it, and also go back to the other one dealing with the power grid, where it had Lord Draken, where the evil version of Tommy, he had, that dude was cold. He literally fused the powers of the green, white, and I think it was like one other. Okay, no. It should have been the green. It was like the Green Ranger and the White Tiger. He fused both of those together, and it was crazy. It was to the point Tommy was so strong he took out Rita. Like, there was nobody really left to oppose him, and he was going through different timelines, and he was taking powers from Rangers, putting it into himself. But the thing that was happening is, technically, he was slowly killing himself, because he was taking in, too much power. Because, a lot of that is not meant for like one person to sit up there and do. He might be able to handle some of it, but it was messing him up. This is why you started seeing, like, the green veins and stuff, like on his face and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it was crazy. Lord Draken was, that dude was dangerous. That man was, oh man. And it took for the previous, it took from a Green Ranger from a younger Tommy from a different timeline to, start doing some work and doing some things. You said, do I know the company name? Oh, you talking to Tim. I got you. Keyshawn said, huh? He said, no, I can't remember the name of this. 14 else, I don't know. Tommy had 4 different colors. Yeah, he did. Tommy was the Green Ranger. Later on, he became the White Ranger after he lost those powers, and that was attached to like the green candle and all the other type of stuff. But then in between, Zordon temporarily gave him his powers back by way of the power grid, so he had a brand new power coin that was not attached to, you know, Rita or the green candle. Then after that, he was the Red Ranger when it dealt with Turbo. Then after that, he became the Black Ranger. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped one. He was Red Ranger in Turbo, and then he was the Red Ranger in Zeo. And then he became the Black Ranger. And then the movie that he was working on, he was going to be the White Dragon. So that's the unfinished movie that he was doing. Because remember, he was the Green Ranger, aka Green Dragon Ranger. So then he was going to be the White Dragon in the newer film that he was doing before he passed, which is still unfinished. I think they're still trying to do some stuff and trying to, you know, get some things together and hopefully at a point in time push that out. Hopefully, which I hope that they do, because that'll be the, you know, the last thing they actually performed in. But like I said, that man, that's one of the main people that really carried, because of how much people love Tommy in Power Rangers in America. That helped carry Power Rangers for a very long time, and that's why he would always show up periodically or in other series as well. Because originally in Japan, the Green Ranger, he was just gone. Like after, you know, everything was like said and done, that dude was just done. It was just done. Our version lived forever. Even though he's no longer here, people know who Tommy Oliver is. People know who that man is. Let me see. Seattle said, I stopped after the Blue Ranger was made young. Oh, you talking about during Turbo. Shift into Turbo. Dun, dun. I know what you're talking about. I mean, technically, I thought that was actually pretty cool, because since the normal Power Rangers were already, in a sense, grown, they were like, you had this young dude that was basically worthy. So what the powers basically did was like they upgraded him to where they put him almost like, I guess you could say, in his prime, or they aged him up where he's strong enough to do, you know, whatnot or whatever. I thought that was actually pretty cool. And it sort of gave you something back from like the Super Sentai, because I think in Super Sentai they had some younger Rangers directly there, and I think they did the same thing too. I thought it was cool. That was cool. Seattle said when they went to space. Oh yeah, you had Power Rangers in space, and then you had Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. Far, far away, deep in space. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Power Rangers go. Power Rangers go. Power Rangers go. Like I said, I know a lot of these things, and they play in my head quite frequently. Keyshawn said, "Dude was too powerful." He was. He was. It was to the point he also he was brainwashing brainwashing Rangers as well. Like it was crazy. Like he had a military force. He had I think the Pink Rangers were like assassins, and you had the Black Ranger. Zach was a part of the Black Enforcers. You had all like Black Ranger Enforcers and whatnot, and they had like, of course, the power cannon, and they were just knocking people out. As soon as they showed up, you know it was a problem. You know it was a problem. What was it? Tim said there was a shop in Washington State that had a fully functional and high-end Renji sword from Bleach. Ooh, that boy was 7,800. Yo, a lot of the Bleach swords and weapons are pretty dope. Bun, that sort of reminds me of like it's Morphin Time. Like as soon as like somebody was like saying like Bunkai, but they didn't like fully say it. Oh, you about to get messed up. As soon as they're like parting the words for like Bunkai, I'm like, oh, bro. I'm like, yo, it's time to run. You don't see the gravity holding you down right now, brother. That's Kenpachi. You're looking at death itself. It is time to run, brother. It's time to run. So I said, Seji, make sure you eat and hydrate, fam. You've been streaming for 5 hours. It's been 5. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hack said, I'm back out walking though. Hack said, what animes are y'all watching this season? You know what? I don't know. Because like I told y'all before, like usually I'll kid you not. When I wake up, of course, like brush your teeth and everything, mouthwash and whatnot. Get directly on the computer, start looking up what's the name. So whatever I happen to pass by, if I'll put it like this: if I happen to watch anime, I happen to see clips because I'm scrolling through and I'm just watching stuff. So every now and again, I'm watching replays of um Dragon Ball, any of the Dragon Ball Z movies that came out. Maybe some stuff of some animes. It used to be on my algorithm. I used to see a lot of stuff dealing with Naruto and One Piece. Now, for whatever reason, that's not even mixed in my algorithm. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. I'm like, for the longest time possible, that was a part of. Oh, you know what? I think that's because I'm on my other X account. I think that's why. Because I think I might have trained my other X account for gaming and anime, I think. Because at one point in time, I kid you not, I could sit here for about like an hour or something. I'm watching clips of it, almost feel like I'm watching full episodes of Naruto. I'm sorry, Boruto and what's the name? Seattle said, "Give me a Sharingan." Yo, well, technically, you might want to get a Mangekyo. I will say that. Like, dude, let me tell you, Itachi was one of my favorite characters because I had a certain understanding of what it is that he did, and I understood it to a point. You know, his clan was going to be destroyed one way or another. And he took it upon himself. If the clan was going to, he was like, yo, I'm just going to bear the weight. If the clan is going to get destroyed, I'm going to sit up there and do it with my own hands. Right. I'm not about to let nobody else touch my people. I'm going to sit up there and do it. And his father understood. He was like, Itachi, I understand. Like basically saying, like, I get it. I'm happy it's you. I'm proud. Right. Because his father was like short of words. He was not. He was about business. Like if anything, I'll tell you this: Itachi and Sasuke's dad. If anything were to happen, he's throwing hands first. He's not asking questions. He's throwing hands. He's looking at you. He's like, oh, time to throw hands. Itachi is basically his father. Sasuke is more of his mother, right? And even during that time of Itachi being like as hard as he was at the age that he was, I think he was like a Jonin at a very young age because he was a genius. He had a little girlfriend that he was interested in. And again, she had to get dealt with too. Like everything that he loved or had happiness in, anything that he was about to do, all of that had to go because of the mission that, transpired. And, that was tough. Itachi was somebody not to be messed with. And all for people to find out that technically, if you think about it, Itachi is blind. Like he has a terminal illness. I want to say maybe he had like cancer or something like that. Because that's usually how it works whenever you have some of these super strong genius level type of characters. Itachi, all during the times that you're watching Itachi fight, not talking about his younger years where he took out, his clan. But when he's with like the Akatsuki and everything, that dude is sick. This dude literally has a terminal illness and he's messing up everybody. Orochimaru thought he was really doing something, wasn't doing nothing. Kisame thought, and that's my other guy as well too, because I like the the mist and the sharks and whatnot. He thought he was about to catch Itachi. He like, bro, this ain't what you want. It's like you might want to get that sword directly off my shoulder. Because Itachi, he was already prepared. He was like, oh, you about to do this? Let me hit that Piccolo pose real quick just to let you know. Like, he was just, he was all over the place. The one person that Itachi, in a sense, had a problem with was Jiraiya. Shout out and RIP to, Jiraiya. That was the one person that he had a problem with because he was like, oh, this dude is sitting up. He's using like frogs. Like, what's going on with this wall? He was like, I actually got to do this. This is going to mess up my eyes again. I'm a Tarasu, and then he got everybody directly up out of there. But yeah, you dealing with a dude with a terminal illness and he's blind. Come on, that man is tough. Can't nobody tell me no different. That's why my backgrounds and my screensavers, I had Itachi just sitting there just watching. You saw like the crows, and and everything, you know. And then that's the other thing I like too, because anytime I saw the Crows, I immediately thought about Brandon Lee, who was Bruce Lee's son, who played the Crow. I feel like thinking about it, maybe that's where they got the symbolism. That's probably where they got some inspiration from, because the Crow was like back during like the 90s. I'm not sure. I know a lot of the mangas were in the 90s. I'm not sure. I think was Naruto like 98? That might have been like 98, 99 or somewhere in there. Because for Dragon Ball Z, GT was like, what was that, like 90? Was it 98 or something like that? Like it was far back. Far back. So, Oh, Star Child, I know the show you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, the show is dope. That show is dope. I'm not gonna try to butcher the name, but yeah, the show is dope. Keyshawn said Itachi really had it all, had to give it all away. Plus fucking yeah. Like that dude he was out there. That man was out there. And then, you had the misplaced hatred of Sasuke because he didn't know what was going on. He was like a young kid. So he was like, yo, y'all basically like took out my brother and da da da. I hate to leave. I'm coming after, like everybody. Anybody who steps in my way, it's over. That dude, he thought he was the one. He thought he was that hard up until that episode where you had him do Naruto did the Rasengan, and then you had Sasuke doing the Chidori. And they both hit those water tanks. And Sasuke was like, yeah, you lucky Kakashi was here. You would have got cooked. And then he decided to like duck off because he thought like that really showed how powerful he was. And then he landed and he saw the back of those water tanks. He was like, what? He understood how there are power gaps in anime at that moment. the look on his face on how shook he was, because he was going to be obliterated. Like his internal org, he was going to need a lot of healing ninjas. Let me tell you, he was going to need Tsunade to sit up there and heal all of that damage. Like he was going to be done. He's going to be done. And then that's when he got mad and he was like, yo, I got to sit up there. I got to do the cheap stuff. Orochimaru, give me the curse mark. Give me the curse mark. Oh, man. And the craziest part is I liked, in a sense, because you always got to have a villain character that everybody likes, because Orochimaru is similar to Frieza in a sense. The only difference is Frieza is technically like an adult child, while Cooler is basically the older brother, and then his father's just, whatever. Then you got Lord Chill, who's basically the grandfather of all of them. Orochimaru is just basically he's like the what's the name character from Bleach. He's the other scientist, and that dude is like prepared for anything. It's like, oh, you blew off half of my body? No problem. This ain't even my real body. Let me just sit up there and take a couple of these anecdotes. Doop, doop, doop. Body right back, brand new. I'm like, who does this? I'm like, this man experimented on himself so much that he could just create different parts of his body and do, all of these, other types of things. And then his Bunkai was like a giant baby that sprayed out poison. Crazy. But the thing that was like with Orochimaru that was just like killing me. I'm like, dog, Orochi, like, why are you always after the kids? I'm like, in anime, there, for whatever reason, there's always somebody there that is after the kids. I'm like, why do y'all do this every time? Why? And especially to the characters that that people are going to sit up there and like, this is like the same thing with like Hunter x Hunter. Right? You got the dude that looks like a clown. He for all intents and purposes, he's very interested in the power that two of the main characters, who are kids, basically have. And I'm like, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. There's a few other anime characters I can list, throw directly up there. People always like to get on Master Roshi and Jiraiya, and the other guy from Inuyasha, who was the priest, because like they're lechers, they like, you know, women and all of that stuff. At least they like people of age. That's what I was saying. At least they actually, you know, are liking like women and go after them. I'm like, they're not sitting up here doing, you know, this highly questionable, you know, type of stuff in animes. You know, uh, he said Naruto killed off the best character, Itachi, Jiraiya, the Bone guy. Oh yeah, he was dope too. Him and Rock Lee's fight, yo, Rock Lee, Drunken Master. Oh my god, oh my god, yo. Let me tell you, one of the hardest fights that I've seen in Naruto that I love, that I've watched repeatedly every now and again, was Guy versus Madara. That for me was one of the hardest fights, other than, you know, Sasuke, when they're older, Sasuke and Naruto teaming up against the Otsutsuki, one of the Otsutsuki. Minus that one, when Guy had that fight, I'm like, let's go. I'm like, this man was sitting up there, he was heating up on Madara. He didn't even know what to sit up there and do. Then you had the team combinations of Minato. He was like, oh, you about to hit Guy with these black orbs? Bow, I got you, Guy. And then like Guy like went for, oh man, what? Kakashi came in with the eye real quick, opened up that shell. Guy sat up there and caught him with the, oh man, come on, come on, come on, man, come on. Let me tell you, I'm probably about to sit up and try to find that on X real quick and watch that again and eat some food. Man, man, that was a hard fight. Let me tell you. Timothy said the main issue of Boruto is Boruto. See, this is the thing. If you're talking about Boruto when he's first starting off, that's the same thing that people said about Naruto. Oh, believe it. That's my ninja way. Right? People got tired of it. It's like, yo, I'm tired of you saying this. It's like, can you grow up? Can you stop saying that? So then when we went to Shippuden, you saw the more, you know, sort of kind of adult like Naruto. You saw where he was going to be, right? You saw him he shed that more, you know, child kid type image. He was more serious, right? You saw the relationship that he was having with Hinata and his feelings and everything like that, and how he was moving with that, and how much he cared, and how he grew in caring about and loving the Leaf Village, and then how the Leaf Village really loved Naruto when he originally was an outcast, and they were like, he's a, you know, this, that, and the third, and he got this demon inside of him, and that's the demon that was going to do this, that, and the third. After Naruto has done so many things for that village, he now officially had a family after being, in a sense, orphaned. But the only reason he was orphaned was realistically because of the Nine Tails, you know, during that time, his parents given their lives in order to save the people of, you know, the village. So it's technically a 360 in a sense. They sacrificed their lives in order to save the village, and he put that into Naruto. Naruto then used that same power that took away his parents to save the village a multitude of times. You know, and like I said before, they, you know, they embraced them and everything like that, and the growth that they had, especially when they became adults, that was dope. And being able to just be during that time and watching them grow from like when Naruto was there to when Naruto was in Shippuden to like Naruto in Boruto is dope. And now you're watching that same thing with Boruto. The only difference is Boruto is not, Boruto is sort of now like a Sasuke. Even though that's Naruto's son, he's taking on more of Sasuke's type of like attitude with stuff, which technically is not a bad thing. And he has a lot of resentment towards like his dad, which he gotta, you know, work on all of that nonsense and whatnot. And he's more so mad because he's not, you know, getting like the attention and stuff that he wants. But it's like, you got to understand, like, your dad went through a lot of stuff in order to make it to this point and survive to live his dream of being, you know, the Hokage, which he said he was going to do. He told everybody this, just like Luffy told everybody, like, hey, I'm going to be king of the pirates. Everybody laughed at him. But look at Luffy now. People are really starting to see, you know, like, hey, this man is right. He's about to sit up there and actually do it. Right. And in order for Naruto to make sure that the leaf is fine, it's like, yo, he got to make other sacrifices. Yeah, he has a family, he got a kid, but yo, this is the goal. This was the job that he set up to sit up there and do. So you got to sit up there and respect that, right? So his trainer, mentor, whatever, is Sasuke, and Sasuke being Naruto's best friend, knowing everything, the trials and tribulations, then finally having a conversation. Sasuke finally getting over all of that anger. He is finally like, all right, I got you. I'm your boy. Your son, need training. Basically, Sasuke is like Piccolo. At one point in time, King Piccolo, Dean Piccolo, whatever you want to call him, he hated Goku. And then when push came to shove, he was like, all right, let me sit up there and train your son. There's something bigger than the both of us. We can settle whatever problems that we got a little bit later on. And you see what it is. You got technically Piccolo as Gohan's, father, because he raised him, he trained him. Every time Piccolo shows up and he needs him, Gohan is there. He's like, yo, I got you. Before you leave, put these clothes on real quick. Right. So just like how Goku has the mark of all of the trainers that he's ever had, the main trainer that Gohan has had is Piccolo. That's the one that's always been there for him, raised him, you fed him, and and all of that type of good stuff. But because Sasuke is Boruto's trainer, when you look at Boruto in the future, that man is cold. That man is cold. I'm trying to tell people, you might be annoyed by Boruto right now. When that time skip happens, when you see how he is in the manga right now, like the Rasengan that man is able to do, right? The way that Naruto elevated the Rasengan, like, so we had Naruto with the normal Rasengan that he was taught, and then he had like the double Rasengan, he had the stuff with the clones, then he elevated that once he got the transformation with Kurama, and then he had the other Biju and their powers, and he had like a multi Biju powered type of Rasengans, right? He had those, and then he had a Mega Rasengan, right? And then last but not least, he got the most illegal Rasengan that can pretty much tear you apart by atoms, which even messed him up, which is part of the reason why that bad boy is illegal. That when what is that? Ren Shuriken Rasengan, bad boy is illegal. Don't use it. If you and also he can make that bad boy expand. It's illegal. Bad, you cannot do that. That is automatically an illegal art, right? His son sat up there and made a Rasengan where you see it and then you don't see it, and then it hits you. That man has elevated the game, and it's elevated even further as he has gotten older. It's whoo. That man, he's cold. Let me tell you, how you look at Sasuke right now, just fighting with one arm, that's in a sense where you got Boruto, the same attitude, swag, walk, and everything. That's Boruto right now, at this moment in time in the manga. Insane. Diabolical work. So, like I said, just give Boruto a little bit, just give it a little bit of time. I'm telling you, when you start to see everybody age up, and you see them fighting and stuff, you're gonna see it. It's dope. It is dope. I promise you. Let me see. Kurama. Yes. Let me see. Timothy said Sasuke lost his eye and has one arm. He can only summon a handicap sticker in the park. Yeah, what they did with that was that they nerfed them. Because of course, if they allowed them to keep their powers, they would pretty much be able to handle a lot of situations. Naruto, Sasuke and stuff like that. Tim said, bro, all Naruto has is Sage mode, and Sasuke is trapped in a tree. Boruto is done. No, it's not done. There's still a fight that has to take place. Remember, dude is still alive. That's the thing. He is but you got to remember the clan. He comes from the Uzumaki clan, so it's like, yeah, he, in a sense, spoiler alert, yeah, he lost Kurama, right? But he still has the exorbitant amount of chakra, because remember, go back and look at his mom. Go back and look. What was the girl's name that was rolling with Sasuke back during the arc when Sasuke had the curse mark? I think it was like Karina. She was part of that Uzumaki bloodline. This is why she had that ridiculous amount of chakra, where anytime that Sasuke was like, I'm getting my ass beat. I need some chakra real quick. He would just bite her and he would absorb chakra. And he's powered. Even without Kurama, he's still who he is. Like, he can still do a lot of things. He can't overextend himself. He can't take a lot of the risk because he don't got that backup of Kurama being able to heal him and stuff. But he can still do. He's still quite capable. He is still very, very capable. And again, he's the Hokage, so he knows a lot of other stuff, right? And yeah, dude is is still like I said, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be very, very interesting. Gonna be very, very interesting. The fusion mode that Kurama and Naruto did, that was cold. That was cold, especially when you got some artists that actually color that out. Dope. That is like one of the dopest forms that I ever seen in my life. Completely dope. I wish they would have done some artistry for the other people that hold them as well. I think that would have been dope. The Jinjuriki, I wish they would do that as well. Like if they would have did one for Gaara, I felt like that would have been dope. And another person, technically Sasuke would have been dead a long time ago, because Gaara messed him up. If it was not for the Sharingan that he had during that time, Gaara would have killed him. Just like how Gaara was trying to do that to Rock Lee, but Rock Lee started going into this like Zenitsu, type of mode where he was just like asleep and he was just automatically his body was just fighting. I was like, oh, if his body was able to do that and his body knew how to like awaken the gates, oh, it would have been over. Gaara would have been cooked because he was getting messed up. Like his sands were not keeping up. Gaara's dad was actually cold though, even though what he did to Gaara was jacked. Gaara's dad with the sand control that he had, and then I think his sand had gold in it. Like he was dope. Like he was dope. And then Gaara had his moment where he surpassed, his dad. Like everybody has their moment. That's the one thing I like about certain animes. A lot of the characters will have their moments where you'll see their growth and you see them actually surpass like either their trainer or their parents. I feel like that's some good type of storytelling. Sort of like when Gohan fought Cell. Goku was like, well, Cell, you're stronger than me. I can't sit up there and do it. And people got to understand, Goku's being dead serious. He couldn't sit up there. He wasn't there yet. He couldn't sit up there and do it. Even Vegeta knew how strong Gohan, like his potential basically is. Piccolo was the only one. I mean, they're both Saiyans, of course. Piccolo was the only one that was like a parent. Like he was the only one like a father. He was like, yo, Goku, what are you doing? It's like, yo, this is your son. This is your child. He is scared. He is not a warrior. He is not like you. You're putting your son up there for slaughter. And then Goku, he was still laughing. He was like, wait a minute. He was like, yo, you're right. He was like, yo, what was I thinking? Like, what am I doing? It's like I really actually like put Gohan up to this, and it's like, what if what I thought was going to happen doesn't happen? It was like, yeah, it's like that's bad. But luckily, things worked out. That breakthrough happened. He ascended, became Super Saiyan 2, and he just started flooring. And that was sort of like a remix, in a sense, to the Frieza saga. When Goku had his breakthrough and became a Super Saiyan, you have the Ginyu Force, Frieza, Cell had the Cell Juniors, beam struggles, beam battles, all of that good stuff. Planets about to be destroyed. Namek got destroyed by the Death Ball. You had Cell was going to do it by way of, blowing up. That didn't work because Goku instant transmission, King Kai's planet. Second time, he was like, hey, well, I'm super perfect. We're on the same level. I'm about to get you with this Super Kamehameha. Good luck, kid. And that didn't really work out for him. You had, I think, who was it? Vegeta? He came out. It's always, I don't know what it is with the Vegeta family. It's always that last little bit of energy, which is the strongest in any attack, and they'll just hit somebody with it. Because little Trunks did that to Broly. I'm like, bro, that little orb that was waffling in the air really did that. And Broly was like, huh? What is it? And then Goku was like, no! Father and son Kamehameha. Dopest thing ever. Let me see. What was it? Timothy said, It's not the story, it's the writers that gave us dinosaurs instead. Da, 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 da. Question: what was Sasuke's original music score? I'm not sure. Or wait, or MS. Wait, MS. Or maybe I'm misreading that. Not sure. But it's about close to 6 hours, guys. What the brother's about to sit up there and do is oh, Mangekyo. Yeah. Oh, they got the pictures directly up there. I can't actually go to them right now because I know if I do, I'm going to get distracted and I'm going to be up here for another 30 minutes. We've been going for another about close to like 6 hours. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that was actually here at this moment in time and listening to my rambling about any and all things during this stream. Been going for a long time. Didn't expect to actually be here for 6 hours. Ran past my actual limit. But I will, catch you guys in another live stream. Hopefully, if anybody want to, replay this will help you get through your work day, your work period, and different things of that nature. Love you guys. Thank you guys for the respect and everything that you give during the live streams and during the videos and whatnot. Means a lot. And I'll see you guys next time in another live stream. Yeah, Hack says 6 hours. That's crazy. Yeah, it is. But again, this is easy work. It don't even feel like I was here for 6 hours. It felt like I technically, still just started the stream, just cut it on and, just started talking. But like I said, it ain't nothing when you got, y'all to talk to. So this is just, like I said, it's light work. When y'all here, it's nothing. It's easy work. But I, see y'all in the video I'll upload and probably in another live stream sometime soon. So have a great day and go out there and get something to eat because I know I'm about to. All right. Peace out.